Yeah, true. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mengumumkan ketibaan VVIP Yang Berusaha Puan Nur Syam Abdul Latif, Deputy Secretary General Technology Development of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Honorable Datuk Prof. Dr. Rofina Yasmin Osman, Chairman of Meranti, Yang Berusaha Mr. Boniface Anak Edwin Manong, Under Secretary Technology Transfer and R&D Commercialization Division, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Yang Berusaha Mr. Robert Tai Chiang Van, Senior Vice President of Malaysian Industry Government Group for High Technology Mind. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting our program shortly. Kindly take your seats and make yourselves comfortable. Please ensure your mobile phones to silent mode throughout the program. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite everyone to rise for the national anthem Negaraku. Thank you, and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Welcome to the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo NICE 2026. My name is Atira Abdurrahim from MITE, and it is my pleasure to be your MC for this morning. For your information, there are also various activities happening throughout the day across the NICE 2026 Expo area, including the People Innovation Market, or Pasar Inovasi Rakyat by YIM, Cradle Pitching Sessions, MTDC Pocket Talks, and podcasts at NICE Recordings. We encourage you to explore these activities during the breaks and throughout your time at NICE 2026. Before we begin this morning, I want to start with a simple thought. When we talk about the future, we often speak about it as if it is somewhere far ahead of us, something we are waiting for, the next technology, the next breakthrough, the next big industry. But the future does not simply arrive, we build it. Through the technologies we choose to develop, the industry we choose to invest in, and the ideas we are willing to turn into reality. And that is what makes today's conversation particularly important. As technology continues to reshape industries and economies around us, the question is no longer simply what is changing. The bigger question is, where do we want Malaysia to be? What industry should we be looking at? Where should we place our strategic bets? And how do we turn technology and innovation into real opportunities of growth? Ladies and gentlemen, for those joining NICE for the first time, NICE brings together government, industry, innovators, investors, researchers, and the wider innovation ecosystem all in one place to exchange ideas, explore opportunities, and build new collaboration. Over the next 3 days here at the Kuala Lumpur Convention Center, NICE 2026 will bring forward conversations across science, technology, innovation, and commercialization. And for today, we turn our attention to advanced and future industries under the theme, The Future We Must Build, powered by technology. This theme will explore through 2 conference segments today, powered by MITE and MIMOS. To set the stage for our conversations today, it is my honor to invite Yang Berusaha Puan Nur Syam Abdul Latif, Deputy Secretary General Technology Development of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, to deliver her welcoming remarks, Mission to Market Malaysia to the World. Yang Berusaha Puan, the stage is yours.
Terima kasih Atira. Yang berbahagia Datuk Profesor Dr. Rofina Yasmin Othman, Pengerusi Meranti. Yang berusaha Encik Boniface Anak Edwin Manong, Setiausaha Bahagian Pembangunan Teknologi dan Penkomersialan R&D, Kementerian Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi. Yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Zakwan Muhammad Zabidi, Naib Presiden Kanan MITE. Yang berusaha Encik Robert Tai Chang Jun, Naib Presiden Kanan MITE. Para penceramah yang dihormati, pegawai-pegawai daripada pelbagai kementerian dan agensi, wakil-wakil industri dan rakan-rakan media, hadirin yang dikasihi sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera dan salam Malaysia Madani. Before I begin, I have requested by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Technologist Dr. K. Nagulendran, Secretary General of MOSTI, to convey his sincere apologies to everyone present today. He was genuinely looking forward to attending this event in person. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, at the very last minute, he is unable to be with us today. It is therefore my honor and privilege to deliver his welcoming address on his behalf. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, pertama sekali saya mengucapkan selamat datang ke National Innovation and Commercialization Expo NICE 2026. Saya amat berbesar hati dapat bersama-sama dengan para tetamu kehormat, rakan strategik, wakil kementerian dan agensi, pemain industri, penyelidik, ahli akademik, pelabur, usahawan teknologi, syarikat pemula serta seluruh peserta yang menjadi tunjang utama kepada kelestarian ekosistem negara pada hari ini. Pada pagi ini, kita bukan sekadar menghimpunkan keseluruhan ekosistem penyelidikan, pembangunan, inovasi dan pengkomersialan di bawah satu platform. Lebih daripada itu, kita berkumpul bagi menzahirkan komitmen Malaysia untuk memastikan hasil penyelidikan, inovasi dan teknologi diterjemahkan kepada nilai ekonomi serta manfaat yang nyata kepada masyarakat. Dengan tema Misi Kepasaran Malaysia ke Dunia atau Mission to Market Malaysia to the World, penganjuran NICE pada tahun 2026 ini merupakan platform pemangkin inovasi negara. Inisiatif strategik ini menyatukan sinergi para inovator, para industri, pelabur dan pembuat dasar bagi memastikan teknologi tempatan bukan sekadar berjaya dicipta, malah diadaptasi dan dikomersialkan secara meluas untuk menembusi pasaran domestik maupun global. Hadirin yang dihormati, sepanjang tempoh 3 hari penganjuran NICE 2026 ini, peserta akan berpeluang menyertai persidangan, melawat pameran teknologi, menghadiri sesi padanan perniagaan dan program jaringan profesional yang disusun mengikut subtema harian NICE 2026, sekaligus membuka ruang kepada kerjasama strategik, pelaburan dan pengkomersialan. Hari pertama penganjuran memberikan penekanan khusus kepada subtema Mission to Market yang fokus kepada usaha mempercepatkan perjalanan hasil penyelidikan dan inovasi ke arah pengkomersialan. Hari kedua pula, persidangan akan mengangkat subtema Malaysia to the World bagi merintis laluan teknologi tempatan ke pasaran global. Sebelum disusuli dengan fokus hari ketiga yang menjurus kepada penterjemahan jalinan strategik kepada keberhasilan yang mampan. Melengkapi persidangan tersebut, NICE 2026 turut menyediakan platform interaktif menerusi pameran inovasi, rentas sektor, sesi padanan perniagaan serta libat urus. Pendekatan bersepadu ini dirangka khusus untuk menghubungkan para inovator tempatan dengan bakal pelanggan dan juga pelabur, sekaligus bertindak sebagai pemangkin bagi merancangkan kerjasama baharu, menarik kemasukan dana dan mempercepatkan proses pengkomersialan teknologi. Penganjuran NICE 2026 pada tahun ini turut menyaksikan penyampaian Anugerah Malaysia Commercialization Year MCY dan Anugerah MySTI sebagai pengiktirafan kepada individu, organisasi dan institusi yang cemerlang dalam memacu agenda inovasi dan pengkomersialan negara. Saya berharap setiap peserta dapat memanfaatkan sepenuhnya peluang yang tersedia sepanjang 3 hari untuk menimba ilmu, berkongsi pengalaman dan membina jaringan serta meneroka kerjasama baharu yang mampu mencipta impak yang besar kepada masa hadapan. To our distinguished foreign speakers and delegates, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a very warm welcome to you. We are truly honored by your presence and participation here today at the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo NICE 2026. Malaysia has built a strong foundation in science, technology, and innovation. Universities, research institutions, government agencies, and the industrial sectors have produced various technologies, solutions, and innovations with the potential to yield significant benefits to the country. Hence, we must ensure these innovative outcomes are truly adopted by industry, attract investments, and deliver measurable impact to the economy and society. Platforms like NICE 2026 have been established to address the challenges faced by the high potential technologies that struggle to scale due to a lack of access to markets, industry partners, and funding. This approach directly supports Malaysia's aspiration to become a high-tech nation as envisioned in the Madani Economy Framework and the 13 Malaysia Development Plan. Foremostly, NICE 2026 is part of an ongoing effort to strengthen the nation's innovation chain, starting from research and development, followed by validation, adoption, and commercialization, up to successfully penetrating local and global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, the true measure of success for NICE extends beyond mere numerical projections and quantitative targets. The success of this initiative lies in its capacity to serve as an ecosystem catalyst that connects innovators with industry, matches technology with investment, and bridges the gap between research and the commercial market. I would like to take this opportunity to also encourage and invite investors and financial institutions to leverage this platform to identify technologies with regional and global scale. Meanwhile, for ministries, agencies, and ecosystem partners, let us further strengthen resource coordination to achieve high-impact outcomes. At the same time, entrepreneurs and startups are also encouraged to boldly seize the opportunities to develop technology-driven solutions capable of competing on the global stage. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, kejayaan NICE 2026 bukan sahaja diukur hanya melalui bilangan memorandum persefahaman dan perjanjian yang ditandatangani sepanjang 3 hari ini. Sebaliknya, melalui sejauh mana kerjasama tersebut berjaya diterjemahkan kepada projek nyata, penerima gunaan teknologi serta peluang ekonomi yang mampan untuk Malaysia. Sempena pembukaan NICE 2026 pada pagi ini, saya amat berharap agar semua peserta memanfaatkan sepenuhnya peluang yang tersedia di platform ini, sama ada anda seorang penyelidik, pemain industri, pelabur, penggumbal dasar maupun usahawan. Jalinan kerjasama anda amat penting dalam menterjemahkan setiap gagasan idea kepada impak sosioekonomi yang nyata. Kejayaan penganjuran Expo ini tidak akan menjadi realiti tanpa sokongan padu pelbagai pihak. Justru saya merakamkan setinggi-tinggi ucapan terima kasih kepada barisan penceramah, speakers, rakan penaja, duta-duta besar, wakil kementerian, delegasi antarabangsa, para pembamer serta seluruh peserta yang sudi melapangkan masa menjayakan program ini. Syabas dan penghargaan istimewa juga saya ucapkan khusus buat seluruh warga kerja Jawatan Kuasa Penganjuran dan Meranti selaku Sekretariat Utama yang telah bertungkus lumus merealisasikan acara yang penuh bermakna ini. Semoga kerjasama bermakna yang terjalin sepanjang Expo ini akan terus berkembang maju pada masa hadapan. Akhir kata, marilah kita sama-sama mengukuhkan kedudukan Malaysia sebagai sebuah negara yang inovatif, berdaya saing dan mencipta nilai untuk rakyat serta dunia. Sekian, wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Yang Berusaha Puan Nur Syam, for setting the direction for our conversation this morning. And with that, let us widen the lens and look at what may be coming next for our region. We begin with our first session this morning. What future industries will define ASEAN's next decade? Before we begin, we invite you to be part of the conversation. If you have any questions for our speaker, please submit them via Slido by scanning the QR code displayed on screen. You may submit your questions throughout the session. When we talk about the future, the challenge is not simply identifying the next big technology. It is understanding which industry could emerge around it, where new value will be created, and how ASEAN can position itself in that changing landscape. To give us that regional perspective, joining us this morning is Mr. Iwan Setiawan, Chief Operating Officer of M-Card Indonesia, with over 20 years of experience in marketing and strategy. Mr. Iwan has advised more than 100 clients across various industries. He is also the co-author alongside Philip Kotler and Hermawan Kartajaya of 4 global bestsellers, Marketing 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, and 6.0. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Iwan Setiawan. Mr. Iwan, the stage is yours.
So how do we select industries that we want to pursue, we want to invest on, we want to place our bets on in the next decade? One way of doing it is to scout for industries or technologies that are emerging, growing around the world, and try to see which one we can pursue and invest or focused on. But that route will be mostly a wild goose chase because cutting edge doesn't always guarantee relevance, doesn't always guarantee that you'll be able to scale, doesn't guarantee market adoption. So I would like to suggest a different route, a route that starts by asking ourselves, what is special about ASEAN? What defines ASEAN structurally? And how do we understand that and use that to scout for technology that fit into what we need the most? So let me run through and walk you through what defines ASEAN next decade in my perspective. At least there are three things that I would like to share this morning. One aspect is demographic. We have the most unique demographic profile in this region. We have a very strong youth population, but we also have aging society. We also have a very unique geo-ecological structure, whereby we have a lot of resources and renewable potential, but at the same time, we're also vulnerable to climate crisis. And lastly, we are also possess the economic dualities that no other regions probably could match. We are integrated, almost 700 million population as a big market, but we are also very much still experiencing productivity gap among our member states. So let me run through all these three aspects and see how we can understand it a bit deeper and utilize our understanding to find which industries to place our bets on. The first one, demographic duality. If you see the age profile of ASEAN today, it's somewhat more of a square than a triangle, meaning that we have a huge youthful population at the bottom, but since it's somewhat a square, we also have a very large population of aging society, especially in several member states of ASEAN. So looking at this, we call it demographic duality. We have a potential for any emerging new technologies that utilizes artificial intelligence, digital technology. Of course, the youthful population will be able to adopt it easily since they're digital native. But at the same time, we also have an opportunity to address the issues of aging society with life sciences, biotechnology, healthcare, and so on. So there are multiple opportunities emerging from this structural reality that we are facing right now in ASEAN. At the bottom, with this large youth population, and at the top, with the aging society. And this is just one aspect of it. And I'll come back to the industries that we could pursue when realizing that we have this amazing demographic profile in ASEAN. Secondly, we have a very unique geo-ecological duality as well. We are blessed with renewable potentials, solar power, wind power, geothermal. We have all kinds of energy resources here, and it's especially becoming more relevant since the fossil fuel crisis. We have uncertainties towards supply of oil and gas, and since we don't have enough supply of fossil fuels, we need to start shifting and transitioning to something that we already possess in our potential. But at the same time, having these blessed resources, we are also vulnerable to climate crisis. We are among the countries in the world that have significant risks coming out of climate change. And so understanding these two dynamics of geoecological structure of ASEAN helps us understand which industry we need to pursue in terms of energy, in terms of energy transitions, in terms of how we position ourselves globally as a very strong energy powerhouse. Lastly, the economic duality. probably 10, 15 years ago, we set out a vision of becoming an integrated region, single market, single production base. And now we see today we are somewhat integrated as a market, a single market, close to 700 million population, and more than half of it is driven, the GDP is driven by consumption. So it's a huge market. If the market doesn't adopt the technology, then we cannot leverage on this potential. For example, we talk a lot about AI, artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence sounds like you're trying to replace human intelligence with something artificial. Why would a market adopt some technologies that are intending to replace them? Why would this large youthful population, this large market, adopt happily a technology that probably aim to replace their jobs, to replace their place in the corporate world? I would like to call it more of a human augmentation, which I will delve deeper at a later stage of the slides. Human augmentation sounds that you're trying to augment their capability with artificial intelligence. And looking at that different lens or perspective helps us to navigate towards this huge market. I like the idea that the NICE 2026 brings in the theme, mission to market. It's not about finding the right innovation or technology. It's about finding the right one that you can bring to the market. And we have a huge market in ASEAN, in this region. We have huge market potential to back us in the early stages before we even pursue bigger opportunity globally. We can adopt any technology ourselves and be scaled up, sufficient enough to scale in a big stage. Not only that, we are also a single production base. We are now the leaders in several industries where we are one, if not the largest, exporters of many different products or industry categories such as semiconductor, consumer electronics, critical minerals, and so on. So we're not just a passive market that brands or companies or nations pursue as a market, but we are also a production base. We provide the supply and not just the demand. But on the other side of the spectrum, we also have challenges when it comes to productivity. We have huge productivity gap between the countries or member states that are high in productivity and the low in the productivity. And so these realities, or should I call dualities, is something that I'm a marketing guy. We always start with looking at the market before we start even building a product. Market first, product later. That has always been my mantra in marketing. So we start with the market. We start with trying to ask ourselves, what is inherently ASEAN? What is special about this region? What are the opportunities embedded in ASEAN? And what are some of the challenges that we are facing in the next decade that technologies or industries could potentially be the solutions to those challenges? And if we kind of match that together, we'll find the right bets. We'll find the right investment to make in terms of future industries. Now we understand the market a bit, let's start talking about the product. What future industry are we going to pursue upon understanding those regional contexts? So let's start by understanding what is a future industry. What makes an industry future ready or future proof? I'm a co-author of Marketing X.0 series. That's how we call it. I start with Marketing 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, and so on. And now we have just released Marketing 7.0 in April. I guess you can kind of guess the inspiration for that series. First, a concept introduced by Germany, Industry 4.0, and then a concept introduced by Japan, Society 5.0. I was so intrigued when I researched these two concepts that I used that as a reference, as a platform to build our own series, Marketing X.0 series. Industry 4.0 and Society 5.0 seem like a very different concept, but they're somewhat interrelated and somewhat connected in the way the philosophy goes. So Industry 4.0 focuses primarily on production side, on the manufacturing field. But it talks about cyber physical system. It aims to integrate technology in production with human or people involved in production. Of course, in any factory, I'm an industrial engineer as well, so I understand factory a bit. In a factory, you have people, you have machines, you have systems working together. And I think Industry 4.0 established the concept of integrating those components, primarily the components of technology or machines, and the component of people or the human in the production. The aim is simple: increase productivity, increase competitiveness. But Society 5.0 broadened that scope into the entire society. It's not just a smaller scope of one industry, the manufacturing industry, but it broadens it to different components of the society, different domains, different dimensions of society. But the key concept remain the same: cyberspace and physical space integrations. It aims to create an ecosystem where human and machines or human and technology can coexist in the society. It's not aiming only to make those two coexist in factories or in manufacturing facilities, but also in a broader scope of our society. And just looking at that, it aims not only to increase productivity, of course, but also solve some of the challenges faced by the society. And you've heard of this term before, solving challenges faced by the society, when we talk about ASEAN. There are some challenges we're facing, the dualities on the negative side. And I think the key philosophy of these two concepts is something that we can use to extract the conclusion. The industries that define the next decade should advance not only the technology side, but also the humanity side together. This is a key premise that, in my own definition of future industry, a future industry is the industry that advances technology and humanity together. And that key premise visually might look like this, where technology advancement drives productivity and competitiveness, which we clearly need in the region. We need to close the productivity gap. We need to be competitive versus other regions in the world. We need to be future ready. We need to be future proof. So we need to be in the cutting edge of technology advancement. But at the same time, we also have this vertical axis where we want to enable market adoption. We want to make sure that we have enough talent to work on it. People are willingly support an industry, develop it together, adopt the technology, use it in their daily lives, and make sure that it's not just an experiment in labs, but it goes to the market. And so the key premise is that a future industry, or should I say future industries, should have technology advancement and human advancement at the same time. Looking back into some domains of industries that we've been growing in the past decade, we've talk about digital economy, modern healthcare, smart infrastructure, in which Malaysia has done very well in driving these industries. Digital economy is a huge thing in Southeast Asia. As we know, we have strong youth population, smart infrastructure, smart factories, smart city, smart homes, and modern healthcare. Malaysia has one of the most advanced healthcare or life sciences infrastructure in the region. Looking back, these three domains advances not only the technology side, but also advances the human side. Digital economy empowers small businesses. Otherwise, they couldn't pay for ads in televisions or print media or mainstream media. That becomes too expensive for them. But digital channels, social media and whatnot, enables them to go to the market in an affordable way. So it's not only advancing the technology side, it advanced the humanity side as well. Now the playing field is somewhat leveled, not only for big corporations, but also for small businesses. Healthcare is the same. If you want to pursue an industry whereby it helps people to be healthy, to live their life in a more meaningful and quality way, people will support it. They will have the willingness to pay, they will adopt the technology, they're going to support you in every step of the way. And smart infrastructure, if it helps make the living more livable and more quality, people will support it. Looking back at this premise, we can vision forward and see which industry might we unlock in the future, in the next decade, which is a natural progression of the three industries or domains that I've discussed. Human augmentation, let me come back to this. I don't like to call it the AI industry for the reason I've explored, I've mentioned. We don't want to replace the people, because if we aim to replace the people, it will not advance the humanity. It will be on the lower part of this chart. But we want to advance humanity. So we call it human augmentation. Why do we build AI capabilities? Why do nations invest in AI capability? Because they want to increase the productivity of the people. That's how we should look at it. That's how the lens works. We want to enable people to be more productive, work with machines, work with AI, not being replaced by it. Life sciences, a natural progression from modern healthcare. How do we use our understanding of biodiversity in the region, the diverse people in the regions with diverse background, into life sciences? What is inherently ASEAN DNA, literally, and put it into life sciences? And clean energy. Obviously, human augmentation, life sciences are two of the industries that are power hungry. Human augmentation, in particular, AI is very power hungry. Data centers, processing power, it needs energy, and we have an energy crisis. So renewable energy, clean technology could be a solution to support the other two domains. And looking at this, let me give you a clearer definition of each of those domains. Human augmentation is technologies that expands human capability, could involve robotics, agentic AI, or even autonomous mobility. Clean energy is a technology empowering sustainable growth. It powers your other initiatives. Any initiatives that are power hungry, you power it through clean energy or clean technology. It involves renewables, energy storage, or next generation energy. And lastly, science improving human longevity, life sciences, medical technology, biologics, precision medicine. In all these areas, Malaysia has played some role Some of them are pivotal role in the global landscape. Do you want to continue investing in it or not? It's really up to you. But looking at the market needs, looking at the ASEAN context that we've explored previously in the previous section, we see that it will be a smart investment to continue pursuing these areas or domains because obviously they're future ready and future proof, but they're also significantly fit with what we need. Technology makes you future ready, but humanity unlocks the market. So if your team is mission to market, you should never forget about the second part of this quote. It's not always just about the technology. Technology doesn't guarantee market adoption. Advancing humanity, on the other hand, guarantees market adoption. People are more willingly support any industries, be it becoming a customers, buying it, paying for it, or being a talent or workforce driving that innovation within corporations or within government institutions or government bodies. That helps market adoption. People willingly support it, being a customer, being a talent, being a workforce in that particular industry. Putting it all together, now we have discussed the market side and the product side. And of course, if you're a commercial guy or marketing guy like me, the next step will be the product market fit. How do you connect between the market opportunities, market challenges, the challenges that we're trying to solve with the product, and placing those bets, those investments in those particular area? So let's map those two. Human augmentation, for example, why is it potential to pursue? Because obviously we can leverage or harness this, we can harness youthful population. Do you know that AI interest in Southeast Asia is 3 times global average? Meaning that this huge buckets of youth in our region is driving AI adoption. They want to advance AI in their workforce. This is a signal where we can see quite obviously this is not a weak signal, this is a very strong signal that human augmentation could be a potential future domain because it gets the support of the youthful population. And obviously, it can help solve productivity gap issue where we have this huge gap, 19x, between the most productive worker in the region and the lowest productive worker in the region. And we can close that gap if we augment their capabilities using technologies, using AI and other related technologies. And regional integration is an enabler for all industries. Digital economy, the industry we have invested significantly over the past decade, has now matured. We are now able to utilize this as a platform to grow it even further with human augmentation domain. Clean energy. Obviously, we've discussed the renewable potential and the climate vulnerability, forcing our hands to pursue this objective. We have no choice. This is not an option. This is no longer something you ponder pros and cons and whatnot. You have to pursue this. If you want to pursue human augmentation, one of the prerequisites is that you have to supply the power. And we have issues with power supply when it comes to fossil fuels. We want to create an alternative ways to supply this power with renewables to help combat this vulnerability from climate crisis, whereby many member states are at risk of suffering it dearly. And regional integration, of course, we already have the initiative in place at the regional level to create this power interconnections. And every nation is pursuing their own initiative, obviously in clean technology and clean energy. And if we can combine those initiatives together, we might be able to leverage this potential. Finally, life sciences. We have aging society. That's a huge market, but it also helps solve those issues. We want to live longer. We want to live healthier. ASEAN is becoming an aging society at a faster rate than any other developing nations. And regional integration in medical science, life sciences, could prove to be a strong platform for us to grow further in this industry. At the end, the best bets are where the cutting edge technologies or innovation is grounded in the fundamentals, structural realities of the region. If you develop a product, an innovation or industry that is grounded in the realities, in the structural profile of the region, you have a very strong potential to have a successful mission to market. Thank you very much. Sure. Can you hold this?
Thank you, Mr. Iwan, for those insightful perspectives. And now we have one question coming in on the screen.
Let me read the questions because I don't think it's up on the screen. In your opinion, what ASEAN, especially Malaysia, to do in embracing the aging nation phase in order to keep the future industries in the next decade? So the aging society or the aging population, obviously a lot of young demographic population in ASEAN decided not to have kids, not to build a family, and the lifestyle is getting poorer and poorer with all the easy way of doing work, doing lifestyle chores. There is a huge potential in driving the longevity of the aging society. I think life sciences, which covers a broad spectrum of biotech, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, could potentially be a solution to those issues. It's not as popular as human augmentation or AI. It's not as big as digital infrastructure, business, or industry, but it solves a very critical problem. If you want the human and the technology or the machines to coexist, you want the human to live longer as well. So in a way, I think it's a good balance between pursuing something more of a machinery, technology, hardware side of things with the peopleware, the human aspect of it, the longevity of the people that are going to coexist with those technology. I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iwan, for sharing your insights with us. Mr. Iwan, may I kindly ask you to remain on the stage for the presentation of a token of appreciation. May I now invite Yang Berusaha Puan Nur Syam Abdul Latif, Deputy Secretary General, Technology Development of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, to the stage to present the token of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yang Berusaha Puan Norsham. And once again, our sincere appreciation to Mr. Iwan Setiawan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause. Before we conclude, we love to hear about your feedback on today's session. Please scan the QR code displayed on the screen and take a moment to share your thought with us. Thank you for your valuable feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Iwan has given us a view of what we could define ASEAN next decade. But perhaps the more difficult question is, what do we do with that view today? Which opportunities do we choose to back? What capabilities do we need to build? And what will it actually take to scale them? So rather than ending the conversation here, we are going to take it one step further. Moderating our next conversation is Mr. Kamarul Bahrin Harun, Senior Associate of Mind. Mr. Kamarul brings more than 3 decades of experience in journalism and media with a particular interest in innovation and how technology can improve people's life. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kamarul Bahrin Harun to the stage. And joining him for the fireside chat, please welcome back Mr. Iwan Setiawan. And with that, we move into our fireside chat, from future industry to real bets. What ASEAN must build back and scale now. We also invite you to be part of the conversation. You may submit your question throughout the session via Slido by scanning the QR code displayed on screen. Mr. Kamarul, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Atira. I always worry when the MC is young, female, and very intelligent, and when they come from MIT, the only think tank in Malaysia that I know have foresight that looks into 50, 100 years from now. So can you please give her a big round of applause? Because she has set the stage for us. It's very tough for me to accept today's assignment because not only do I know Iwan from afar, but when I was studying 3 decades ago, marketing and management, Philip Kotler was a textbook used in the local universities. And he has sat with Philip Kotler and with the father from what? Marketing 3.0 to 7.0. So I'm very honored to be sitting here on a fireside chat with Saudara Iwan. Can we also give him a big round of applause? So with that, selamat pagi, assalamualaikum, very good morning to those that have flown more than 30 hours to be here, those who took the LRT and MRT. My first opening is very simple. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has progressed and we have progressed well. The region has progressed and we have progressed well. But just like our favorite food, nasi lemak, the spice in that statement is certain things has not really changed and moved. And one thing, perception or otherwise, is that we suck at marketing. We have so much resources, put into commercialization. And I remember when I was a young journalist starting out, the target was to hit double-digit R&D commercialization. I'm not young anymore, and we hardly have hit the double-digit commercialization. I'm looking at you, the boss of Meranti. So, do you know who the boss of Meranti is? Yes, he's Mr. Ashrat. Please give him a big round of applause. He hosts us today. So now straight for the juggler. If you look at GDP, you look at the young population of the large population of the 11 nation states of ASEAN, numbers are good. But if you look deeper, if you look at the structural gaps and the mismatch, we have a lot of things to do. For example, very simple, the largest renewable green energy in the region is in Borneo. One of the largest, if not the largest, it is the largest state in Malaysia called Sarawak. But how does Sarawak share that? not only with Kalimantan, but also with those neighbors that need it the most now across the South China Sea. So when Iwan presented the duality of things from geo and geostrategy kind of view, population, otherwise, we get it. We, like me in the media, we've been seeing it. So this GMV of $305 billion and all these numbers, so I just want to go to Iwan in this way, because you have more than 20 years experience. You have both sides of the brain working, the engineering side, the marketing side, the DNA that you inherit from the Nusantara. You co-authored Marketing 3.0 all through to, the 7.0. And I want to start with the elephant in the room, Iwan, because when you talk about AI, you said that the way you define AI is not how it's popularly defined now, because to you, it cannot start with replacing human. So, 550 years ago, our forefathers, GDP-wise, because now with AI, agentic and stuff, you can calculate things like that. Malacca was 3 times the size of Venice. So our marketing was fine, our GDP was fine, but there was one force uniting the whole of Nusantara. So with AI, it's like, in that movie where Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman were trying to find land in America, they went on a horse, whoever put the flag first, they can claim that land. I get the same impression when I have to cover stories about data centers and AI, because it seems like we're coming at the raw end, not the applied end of AI. So if we're only building infrastructure mostly, how are we going to influence the utilization of AI that's supposed to be the game changer, not only for industry, but for humanity? Maybe I can start with that first, Fabian.
Thank you. Yeah, I think most people don't realize that AI has been around for more than 60 years, probably.
Correct.
But the young population, in their mind, AI is only 4 years old, probably. And the birth of AI in their mind is the launch of ChatGPT at the end of 2022. But way longer than that has been worked on, invested on in labs or in corporations around the world. And without realizing that even in digital platforms that we use in social media or search engines, AI has been working in the background for more than 30 years. So I think the key, just by looking at that evidence, is that AI can only take off if the application of AI is mainstream. If people can communicate with it, then AI can be scaled up and be marketable. And let me give you an example. Right? In the past, if you want to communicate with AI, you have to be able to code. So you have to study coding
Yes.
to be able to talk to the machine.
Mm-hmm.
And so not many people are willing to invest their time in learning how to code. We teach it in schools early on. We want the kids to learn how to code early on, but the interest was never there. People don't like to code. So the way we finally break that hurdle is that we teach the machine our language instead of we learning their language.
Okay.
So we ask them, learn human language, and there's a subset of AI called natural language processing,
Yes.
which is a specific field that teaches machine human language.
Yes.
And so when we teach the machine human language, now we can communicate with our language and become mainstream. People can ask things, people can prompt things they want to create in ChatGPT or Gemini and other platforms easily without learning how to code. We make it practical for market adoption. And I think that's a key. Whenever you have something so advanced and cutting edge, making it practical and making it easy for people to adopt is essential first step.
The market you have outlined clearly, like aging population versus young population, use the fourth industrial revolution for both, but harmonize the humanity, which a lot of people are saying, and research is proving this too. The young people of Southeast Asia, they're the best Gen Zs in the world because they're powered by the best of nature and culture, but they have, through agentic AI, for those who are initiated, the best in the world in terms of tech, the windows to the world. However, NLP, large language models, whatever you put is whatever is going to come out. AI is not so clever that what you didn't put will come out because it's what it's been trained on that it's good at. So, like Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Malaysia is hardly the content that's been exposed to the large language model of AI. So, just like the Industrial Revolution that saw the first Europeans coming over here and taking over all our spices and resources, will we see a new form of us being left behind? Because when we talk about marketing, it's like it's a homogeneous world society that wants anything good and new. But in the days of post-Trump and the word VUCA, V-U-C-A, volatility, politics is all disrupted now. So if we're just the backend or we're just the server platform, how are we going to influence the next revolution for humanity?
I can think of two things. First of all, we are accustomed to leapfrogging technology. We go to mobile technology without ever passing the PC technology. It's probably quite unique globally that Southeast Asian countries become a mobile-first society without ever understanding how to use a PC in a mainstream way,
Yeah.
of course. So we are accustomed to forget about our past weaknesses or our late entry to past technologies, and we just go straight to what's the most advanced and most cutting edge technology around.
Yes.
And since we have that youthful population, we do have that strength in adopting something so sophisticated. So that's one aspect that will help us combat the threat of being left behind in the race to AI. And I think there's another different aspect. If you look at the demographic profile, we have a very good balance between the youth population and the older generation.
Okay.
I think it strikes a great balance because, as you pointed out, youth population, they are accustomed to live easily without challenges.
Yes.
Because we paved the road for them. We
Yes.
kind of built everything to enable them to do everything easily. Whereas the older generation, they went through hardships.
Yes.
Their mentality is stronger because they face challenges without anybody enabling them to begin with. And in the age of AI, that wisdom of the older generation could counterbalance the inexperience and eagerness of the youth population. Because, as you pointed out as well, AI is only as good as its masters.
Correct.
If you don't possess that wisdom and just be a user of it, you don't have the cutting edge of AI. And I think the aging society is not only a burden in terms of life sciences and medical technology, but it's also a strong resources that we need to utilize in this race for AI.
I agree because I don't think people who started social media ever thought that social media could solve the macet or huge traffic jam around Jakarta. Anybody old as me would know that in the old days, you only arrange one meeting in Jakarta, not two or three, if they are far apart from Utara to Selatan or Timur to Barat. But with this thing called Gojek, you can hop on the motorcycle and you can go to 5 meetings. They can also go to where the computer doesn't have data, which is where the back end of buildings meet, like the rumah tepi sungai kind of thing. So we are having that ingenuity in our DNA since hundreds of years, but it will need the mentality to break down structures. I'll give you an example. I inherited this knowledge through the media newsroom that I entered, but the interview was about how Tun Mahathir was saying he wanted a car industry. It was supposed not to be for Malaysia, but car industry in the 80s was supposed to unify ASEAN's industrial capabilities. Thailand was good in rubber, Indonesia can do the trimmings and fittings. Singapore has the more high-tech engineering, and Malaysia is in between and stuff like that. But he got tired of waiting for whatever structure that couldn't be broken down. So he started it out of Malaysia, and we know if you don't touch 1 million cars sold, and that's why Tan Sri Said is here. I will bring that up again in the panel after this. But I'm just saying, examples abound. Policies, we have it great. South Korea will come here to Southeast Asia to study our industrial master plan. But the world seems to have left us behind in industrialization, have left maybe push Singapore a bit aside, but all the other 10 ASEAN nations. So what new things that can break this structure to do the things that you have shown in your keynote? Because if we continue to fight it every country alone, I don't think we have enough resources to fight with the best in the world, because one GPU NVIDIA chip is what, 20,000 US dollars? How do you see that? How do we break across these structures and silos? How can we be like maybe EU?
Okay. Yeah, I think from a private sector point of view, because I come from private sector, in Indonesia in particular, we never truly rely heavily on the government policy. So we don't really enjoy policies that go our way in doing our business. And that's probably why we're probably quite advanced in marketing field, because the marketing field is about, it's not about the policy, it's not about the top-down approach of strategy, but it's more on understanding what lies beneath and what is in the grassroots. And I think understanding the users of AI, understanding the market, help us bring that mentality. Because if you talk about Gojek, it comes from understanding that there are social problems on the grassroots.
Yes.
The things that the founders wants to solve. It doesn't come from the government trying to solve the issues with, with the traffic and all that. It comes from understanding deeper into what the market really needs. And it points out quite clearly from your own example that everything that doesn't rely heavily on the top-down policies or approach have a huge support of the grassroots. And if you have the huge support of the grassroots, people are willing to become drivers, people are willing to use the services even though the prices are no longer competitive nowadays. It helps scale that industry so that people from other parts of the world, people who are, we think, leave us behind, will never be able to leave us behind because we have enough scale.
In the 20th century, government's help is seen as the cane to help you. But what you're saying now, with all this advancement, maybe you should go the other way around. Go with the power of the people at the realities of the grassroots. Solve real problems, the marketing will come, the innovation will come.
In the order of importance, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that the government support or the policy that supports the entire initiative is irrelevant. It is very relevant. It's just that the way you start, you always start with the market. And then the policy obviously adapt
Okay.
to what the market really needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will leave you, because of the angle of the light, I can't really see the questions coming in. But as I go there and stand there, let's take the aging population.
Okay.
Right now in Malaysia, the issue is about the high cost, the duality. If you go to the government hospital, it's very affordable. But the waiting list to see Dr. Pakar or a specialist can go months or even more than a year. So, but if you go to the private sector, you can get it like that, but who can afford? So if we look at the aging population, and maybe I'm not good in insurance, but I think largely 80 to 85 years old is the max. But our former Prime Minister lived to be 100. So if we touch that longevity, how is the market going to deal with this? Obviously, we need the innovation. But MVP in the sandbox doesn't mean success in the real market. So I'll let you answer that and I'll go there.
Okay. Yeah, I think the topic of this event is spot on, mission to market. The way we view innovation, and that's how I start my talk, should never start from the product development, should not start from the laboratories. It should not start from research and development. It should start with trying to solve an existing problem.
Okay.
And when you have existing problem and you're obsessed on solving it, then the R&D, the product development, the technology people have a purpose to pursue.
I agree. Like we
Yeah.
have the haze now.
Yeah.
So if you can have an app that can make normal people stop any burning anywhere in ASEAN,
Yeah.
then that's needed. So let's go rapid fire now a bit. Azmi from, how do you pronounce this? SAFVE Solution, SAFVE. What is Malaysia's and ASEAN direction in defense innovation? Well, defense innovation requires highly classified and confidential processes and tech. Conventional financing ecosystem exposes critical defenses related innovation details to the en masse, non-privy to confidentiality level. How do we cope? So, defense innovation is clearly what this guy is asking.
Yeah.
But
That's probably not
Yeah.
my
exactly, the data,
expertise. Yeah.
I mean, the general point is that for AI, you need data points. So for some industries, the data points, data sets are, walled garden. So how do we innovate that?
This is clearly outside my expertise, but I think, and we have a president that comes from the military in
Yes.
Indonesia, and he used to be the Minister of Defense.
Correct.
So we are clearly doing something on that field in Indonesia, but I'm probably not the best person to talk about that.
Okay.
But I think linking it to our discussion on AI and digital economy, the threat of defense doesn't only comes from physical aggression.
yes.
It comes also from cyber attacks, and
Yes.
cybersecurity innovation could be a key ingredient in the
Okay.
future.
But if I'm going to be biased here, you can find top might leaders here. I've been with them on a visit to Turkey, and they do have all that, from fighter jets, 5th generation, to cybersecurity, to aerospace and space. So find one of the might people here. Jamuna asks, how do I approach the market when potential customers know they want to improve their businesses, but unsure what processes should be automated or enhanced?
All right. Yeah, I face a lot of similar questions from many companies in the region. I think the key is to understand which process is repetitive and also low value and predictable. And those are clearly low-hanging fruit for you to automate, because anything that has low value, it's not part of your core process, not part of your differentiated business model. It clearly can be made more efficient with automation.
Hendra Setiawan from KKM Malaysia. In healthcare, many innovations succeed as pilots but fail to scale because of workflow resistance, regulatory trust, and limited resources. From your perspective, what should healthcare innovators prioritize after the MVP stage to achieve real adoption and sustainable skills. Sounds like a med tech in Meranti question, but never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I think when you talk about MVP or minimum viable product, it's not about, again, it's not about the technology itself. It's not about finding the minimum features or attributes of the product for you to develop first and then scale later. But it's more on the more on understanding what problem you want to solve first,
Okay.
and then that defines the features. And so the order of things, I think I'm continuing repeating this.
Yep.
The order of the process of the way to think about this is start with the market and then the product later, instead of the other way around.
Yes. The slide has gone back to the full, but if I remember, for your own company, where has the AI gone from, development or application stage to the P&L? Has it gone to the P&L?
Yes. So many organization, including our own company, in the past, we think about enterprise AI. A lot of corporations or company or businesses think about how to create an enterprise level AI adoption in the company. But when it comes to enterprise or anything big or anything huge, it tends to be very slow, because you want to have the regulation in place, you want to have all the business process mapped out. So it's becoming very slow. Nobody are courageous enough to make decisions. And somehow the workforce itself are ahead of times. They are the one adopting it at a personal level. I'm sure it happens in your organizations as well, that a lot of young workforce are using AI in their daily tasks without any enterprise level involvement.
So don't jump straight to P&L. Develop real solutions by using tech to assist.
Yeah.
Okay. In the interest of time, I think one
Okay.
last question there was, if there's one thing that Malaysia or ASEAN has to bet on, what's that?
You mean in terms of industries?
Yeah. The safest bet.
Human augmentation.
Nice. One last from me.
Okay.
Moderator's right. I know there's a lot of agencies from the government, there's also the academic sector, there's also the entrepreneurs, startup, and everyone. For Malaysia specifically, I mean, we've gone through the industrialization, trying to have a car industry, then we try to go services, and now we're betting on AI. I mean, the rate of approval, I think, is the fastest in Southeast Asia, if not the world, for data centers being built. However, the human side that you said, only a minority understands that actually there's not many jobs that come with this building that's so huge, that takes up a lot of our power and our water. So what would your advice be for those who think that AI is the bad, but you can't just build data centers? How do you ride on top of that computing power? If it's not a human augmentation yet, I mean, closer to reality now, what would you advise us to do?
You want to be in the front end of things. You don't want to be in the back end of things. I think Malaysia is growing very strong in the back end. Obviously, you power a lot of semiconductor industries in the past, and currently still a major player globally. But being in the front end helps you understand how to bring this to the market, instead of being on the last part of the train in that entire ecosystem.
I think you get the drift. Pak Iwan will be going down the stage. You can mob him afterward and get that marketing question that's burning in your head. But for now, I want to end with a bit of culture. Malaysia, Indonesia, saudara Nusantara, dalam bicara, Pak Iwan juga yang juara. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Iwan Setiawan and Mr. Kamarul Bahrin Harun, for that engaging conversation. Thank you to everyone for your active participation and for the great question coming earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, Another round of applause of them. Okay, selfie. Okay, gentlemen, you may now take your seats. Thank you. We hope you found this morning session valuable. We also love to know what you think, and please scan the QR code on the screen to share your feedback with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we started by looking at what could shape ASEAN's future. We have now taken that conversation a little further, from what is coming to what we may actually need to build back and scale. And now, we bring that conversation home. What does all this mean for Malaysia? Where can we genuinely compete? Where do we already have an advantage? And where should we be placing our strategic bets for the years ahead? That brings us to our first panel session. Where should Malaysia play? Future industry, strategic bets, and national advantage. This panel will explore the industries and strategic sectors where Malaysia can build a sustainable competitive advantage. Moderating this conversation and joining us back on stage is Mr. Kamarul Bahrin Harun, Senior Associate of MIND. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kamarul Bahrin Harun to the stage. Joining him, we have Ms. Marisa Kepak, President of Lux Research. Ms. Marisa brings more than 30 years of experience in transformation, innovation, and growth, with leadership experience across Gartner, Sirius Decision, Forrester, and Lux Research. Please welcome Ms. Marisa. Then we have Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Said Zainal Abidin Said Muhammad Tahir, Chairman of DNEX. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri brings extensive leadership experience across technology, energy, and industry. He also serves as Chairman of Silterra Malaysia and previously held senior leadership position at Petronas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri. Next, we have Ms. Irene Omar, non-independent, non-executive director of Tune Protect Group Berhad. Ms. Irene brings more than 2 decades of experience across aviation, digital transformation, investment, and venture building, including serving as Asia's Berhad first woman CEO.
Yes.
Please welcome Ms. Irene. Before we hand the session over to our moderator, we once again invite you to be part of the conversation. If you have any question for our speakers, please submit them via Slido by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. Mr. Kamarul, the conversation is yours.
Thank you so much, Atira. Satu dua kucing berlari, lepas dia lagi. So I'm so sorry for that. I promise you there's no chronism or favoritism between me and the organizer, but it's just maybe for expediency purposes. But I do want to say this. The fireside chat and the keynote before is to just jostle our mind. Now to go straight down the jugular, to be more granular in discussing things, including for the country and the topic at hand, we have 3 very, very experienced, intelligent, and people who have done it from where they have come from. And as always, Marisa, in this country, we always look up historically to Europe since 550 years ago, also by virtue of that to America. So I'm going to give you the first chance to start. But in my intro, I just want to say, for the last 5 decades or more, Malaysia has built a highly reliable, globally trusted position as the bedrock of back-end electronics assembly in Penang. And then, as we sit here in Kuala Lumpur, the classical playbook of relying only on low-cost labor and basic testing is completely obsolete. Across ASEAN, every single neighbor is chasing the same headline titles in AI, in green tech, in advanced manufacturing, even food sustainability. The strategic imperative is no longer just participating in the global value chain, the imperative is capability, ownership, having our own IPs and all those stuff. So let us ground this session in hard reality. I'm just going to give some background for you and me and also Marisa. Under the National Semiconductor Strategy, NSS, Malaysia has successfully pulled in more than 85 billion ringgit in approved investment. You know, as we chart other numbers, when you look at NIMP, New Industrial Master Plan, to supercharge our ENE to about what, 1 trillion? We're looking at that, 1 trillion Malaysian ringgit by 2030. And if we look at slow, patient capital, sometimes people think that we don't give time a chance. But as Khazanah has done with Skychip, you know, oversubscription through the roof. The last big excitement in IPO that we have in our local stock exchange or Bursa was 2010. So Khazanah assistance through Dana Impact plays a role. IPO plays a role. It's not everything. And I just want to go to Marisa in this way. Through your organization, you have the bird's eye view of the world and also the region and specific pillars of the country. So based on that, the clear differentiation between the countries, the strength, and I stalk you a bit on LinkedIn, and one of your posting has been on heavily benchmarking ASEAN startup and innovation ecosystem to see where the real, less obvious opportunities sit. Because sometimes even in technopreneurship, there's a fad, there's a trend, like online influencer kind of thing, that people rush for the same thing. Yeah. But you guys, you don't do that. You look at almost 360 in that sense. So when global funds look at Southeast Asia, everyone says, wow, Vietnam is, you know, the darling now, aggressively leading from the front. And then Indonesia is big, large domestic mineral reserve for EV batteries. Thailand, now the Detroit of Asia, not just for car, but for everything else. So based on Lux research data, where is Malaysia's positioning becoming dangerously crowded? And where is the less obvious, highly differentiated niche space that our policymakers and industry should hyper concentrate on to build a truly defensible moat for Malaysia? Over to you.
All right, I have a lot to say. First of all, I'll start with our benchmarking study that you had mentioned. And I have been advising innovation leaders for over 20 years and studying innovation. And innovation success is not about the technology. I agree with the keynote. It is not about chasing that shiny object. Your real defensible advantage comes from the environment that is around the technology. So let's talk about Malaysia's environment. And at Lux, we have just completed, that I posted on LinkedIn, a study where we benchmarked all ASEAN countries in terms of their startup ecosystem. And we looked at it at a variety of attributes. Malaysia came in third, Singapore and Indonesia were ahead, but Malaysia scored the highest on two attributes that I thought would be really interesting to talk about today. The first is institutional infrastructure. You have the best institutional infrastructure, in our opinion, as experts. You have great universities, you have MITE, you have Moranti, you have the Cradle Fund, you have a lot of really good infrastructure comparatively. And the second attribute is government support. You have really clear policies, and also your government just doesn't even incentivize companies for R&D. You require some companies to invest in R&D as a mandate. It's very progressive. And then also culture matters. So you think about beliefs, motivations, and attitudes of people, which was part of the discussion already today. And you know, your culture is one where you have incredible network density. You know, in the United States, if I was to come to a conference like this and I lived in New York and I was going to fly to Houston, Even if it was a community of experts or colleagues, I probably wouldn't know anybody in the room, or maybe I'd know a couple of people. Here, you come to a conference, you might know 50 people. So there's a connection, a density that you have here that's very special in terms of the community and the relationships that incubate innovation and invention. And you also have kind of an ease of use and an ease of operation. I was speaking to the woman who was sitting next to me on the plane from London coming here, and I said, why did she was coming for a biomedical conference with about 50 people. I said, why did you guys choose Malaysia? She said, because everybody could get in easily into this country. So there's also an ease here. And when you think about what's going on in the world today, I mean, as a country, you're friends with everybody, right? You don't really have enemies. And that ability to have partnerships, I mean, being friends with everyone right now in the world and being able to operate with every country is a very scarce asset. So when I think about what your defensible advantage is across the data we look at, I think culture is not just your defensible advantage, it's your secret weapon.
Okay. Tan Sri, I have to look at you now. The males are the endangered species on this stage because you have been across both centuries. You've looked at the event of industrialization for Malaysia before 4.0 was spoken about, and now you have used that experience to also integrate it with the technological changes besorting not just our country but the whole world, including AI. And I need your wisdom on this. If Marissa says that structurally good policy, good institutions around us, and being friends with everybody is our secret weapon, like our nuclear weapon if it's in a war, then why are we not where we want to be? We have a lot of discussion on minimum wage, should be 3,100, not 2,500. We keep on having these facts being thrown at our faces that, oh, our GDP is good, not bad, but our wages are suppressed and depressed and stuck, and our inflation is going up and all this. In order to utilize the three things that Marissa said, the society needs to be excited. They need to be invigorated to take up all these technological challenges and be prosperous. So you sit right in the middle of all of this, and you have that wisdom. And I started with Iwan talking about how Tuan M wanted it to be an ASEAN car, but now we've moved beyond that. So how best do we respond to Marissa with all that? We're still not among the best in the world. We should even be closer to Singapore right now, actually.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. Thanks, Kamaru. Well, I'm not sure whether what much wisdom I can offer, but I can just tell you what I've gone through and my own perspective. I think just to correct, and there are things that we can do good. I wouldn't say that we make a lot of mistakes. There are things that we have excelled. But if I were to go look from my experience in the automotive industry and also sit now in this vortex of semiconductor, what we could have done better, and I always advocate Kamaru going forward, particularly today, we have so much competition. It's always best to reflect and, look at all our mistakes in the past. So I just want to maybe highlight what are the, in my perspective, what are the key and essential. I think here we're talking about just now, Iwan was talking about what's the next bet for the country. So first of all, let's define what a bet means. So when a country, decide to make a bet in a particular industry, it means it's become strategic in nature, right? Okay. Nobody is going to bet on something when they don't think it's strategic.
It's definitely not
So there's
gambling.
a conscious effort after all the consultation that we're putting our bets and our future on our hope on one particular industry. So the question is, when we say that, we don't practice about what we say. We're not consistent. Now, I say this because, for example, when we were in automotive industry, you covered auto for quite a long time. when Tun Mahathir decided that he wanted to put a bet in terms of the industrialization of the economy at that point in time. He carried that bet all the way and very consistently. He was like, lack of better word, the champion of automotive industry. So there were a lot of supporters and also a lot of, people were not very happy with the policy that they made. But he was very focused, very consistent, and he makes sure that every part of the government, machinery support the agenda, whether by force or whatever, they are supported. So there was a very clear window of attraction where whoever led the industry, I was part of it, that we have clarity what we want to do. There's consistency in policy. There is a proper infrastructure that is put in place, and people know, what does it take in order for us to invest and to get our return. So now, but however, when we are in today, and I take semiconductor, you mentioned now the National Semiconductor, what we call blueprint. I was part of the consultation. But I think what is lacking in it, there was a lot of hype, but today the follow-through, I think, is very dismal. In order for one bet to be successful, there's a few things that needs to happen. Number one, there must be a clear policy of the government. Unfortunately, sometimes we have policy, but we're not consistent on policy. So the policy must be clear and consistent. And regardless what government comes into play, whether we have a change of the government, it must go across, because this is a bet that you cannot stop halfway.
Yep.
It is a very capital intensive. That's number one. Number two, when the Prime Minister said it's a bet, everybody must follow the bet. There must be ownership and accountability. Unfortunately, I don't want to say, but it's not so consistent here. You struggle as an investor because some industries, some ministries are not aligned with the policy of the government. So that's the second thing. Third thing, just like the days of Petronas and Proton and others, there must be a champion to ride this bet. And whoever that champion, you can, do the proper interview and qualify, but that champion must be made clear to everybody in the system. This is going to be the champion. In the semiconductor, we have the foundry, we have the advanced packaging, we have the IC design, the three main components, right? So I always tell the government, let's appoint a champion. Who's going to take the lead in the next quantum? When you say a champion, just like a Petronas, right? When Petronas is a champion, all empowerment is given to Petronas to develop what we call that ecosystem. That's what the role of the champion is. But unfortunately, sometimes we pick the wrong champion, because the champion doesn't take that accountability seriously. It's always like enriching themselves, but not supporting the ecosystem. So there must be a champion at two levels, at the government level and then at the private sector level.
So you agree with the AI drive?
Yeah, we have. But
That's the bet.
I'm all for it. I mean, we are in the space.
So where are we having problems now?
Yeah, but because today, for example, in the semiconductor, we are a supplier to a lot of global companies in the AI space. But we only at the small value chain, Kamaru. I think we need to connect the dots.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, like for example, data centers. We are so happy, we got so much investment. But what's the value creation in data center in the country?
Okay.
They take our water, they take our electricity, but nothing is sourced from Malaysia.
Yes.
So that's still a space that we can go in. I mean, we have a product, but it's not the end product. So we need to put that ecosystem together so that at the end of the day, Malaysia can say, look, we are in this space in AI rather than just AI, in terms of data center and software, but we can actually have a product.
I got it.
So that's something we need to drive.
That's why I want to go to Irene. Irene, please help me here, because you've been in ecosystems where all the things that Tan Sri said, systems were there, but the offerings, the commercialization, the marketing was not there. Of course, I'm oversimplifying, but the airline industry, we were big, but then we had an issue. And then come this idea of everyone can fly, and that grew big. So if I echo what Tan Sri says, where's the product? Sometimes the ecosystems, right? Maybe we have even the good champion, but we're just not marketing it or selling it, or the market doesn't want what we built. So from your vast experience, looking at everything around here and future bets, I mean, Khazanah's bet on digital is clear, like Tan Sri said. what would your view be on making it real on the ground, seeing real products and services with the proud made in Malaysia or Malaysia IP so that we can reap the best benefits out of it?
Yes. So when we do innovation, digital transformation, or even the use of AI and so forth, the first thing that you have to think of is what are the pain points? What are the frictions, the pain points that consumer is facing, and also the company is facing in fulfilling the obligations or fulfilling the promise that it has to the consumers in whatever transaction that it may have and so forth, right? So that's the most important thing. Are we reducing cost? Because if we're not reducing costs in AirAsia's case, then we're not offering low fares, affordable fares, which is what the product is all about. Are we increasing revenue in terms of improving the conversion rate of the consumer transactions and so forth? And that means, are we increasing value overall in terms of cost efficiency and revenue optimization and so forth? And that means understanding the data that we have with the consumer. Are we part of the whole consumer journey? Where can we come in to fulfill more needs and wants that the consumer has and so forth? So it's very important to understand that in whatever that we do, whether it's adopting AI, adopting digital transformation and so forth, because if not, you're just adopting technology for the sake of adopting it.
Okay.
And then it'll become very, very expensive. At the end of the day, we want to reduce cost, right? So what are we addressing in terms of the problems that we're facing so that we become more effective, more scalable, and at the same time, we can reach wider markets than what we have right now?
It feels like we have a lot of big super tankers, and then we want to make them move like speedboats and jet skis. But in the case of AirAsia, if the need to be fulfilled is to make everybody fly, then come reducing the cost. How to reduce the cost? Then you innovate new ways, you look at supply chain, you look at tech and everything. And then you also have things like talent, where in Asia, very well publicized, you can be a baggage handler, then you can be a pilot. And even for Santan, I remember when you wanted to bring it up to speed, to advancement, you put somebody who never had any experience doing food and whatever, but because of that, they studied, they do the research, and they did it well. So, but what we've heard even from Iwan before, and I asked about structural changes, in our country, it seems like AirAsia is not the main. It's like an outlier, but we want the majority to be like that, to be able to find that marketing niche, and then galvanize every single thing to fit that niche successfully. Or am I wrong? Are we not having...
I think it's because we're driven, at the end of the day, a company needs to be sustainable.
Okay.
So it's driven by the P&L, the financials, the balance sheet, and so forth. So how do we make this financials even stronger? And that means, can technology or AI or so forth help us get there? Right? Because there's no point trying to hire the double of the staff that we have just to fulfill the needs and wants and so forth. At the same time, also, there'll be competition, right? There's not just AirAsia as a low-cost carrier.
Yes.
There are many other low-cost carrier and other airline that's coming into the space. So how do we be the leader of what we're doing and continue to be the leader? And in that case, understanding the customer itself, and how do we make it very personalized for them so that when you open up an app, it exactly meets the needs and the wants of that consumer, right? So in any consumer-facing business, this is something that we need to keep striving and so forth. It's about another form of marketing, really, because you're understanding that data.
Okay.
You have a lot of data of your consumer. How do we make this highly personalized for them so that they keep coming back, they keep wanting your product, and we keep providing the services and products that they want.
Just a bit more follow-up. Easier to do that in a full market economy, but where you've got public sector, how do you make that changes big enough and fast enough?
Sorry, what do you mean by
When you have the public sector interest also, like we have GOCs, we have GLICs, and it's not easy for them to move like Asia moves.
So I guess that's where you have to look at the whole structure. I mean, if you want innovation to take place in a fast way, do we need to separate a team, and do we need to have a governance structure that is, it's responsible, but at the same time, it's fast enough for people to move and to make decisions and to scale up fast and so forth. So it's taking a look at the current structure that's making you look at things differently, but at the same time, being able to use that structure to integrate with the others outside, as well as how do we feed into the needs and the ones internally as well.
And I think you will be one of the first to agree that talent is a huge part of that.
Yes, because the talent that's required will always be different. So it doesn't mean that you have to let go of the people that you have right now, because I don't think that's the best way to do so. But how do you educate the existing talent so they will have new skills to adopt and be able to contribute further to the organization?
This is why I'm going to throw it open. We're going to go into, Marissa, just for your background, we don't say Starbucks session anymore. We say Zeus session. I'll introduce you what Zeus Coffee is after this. But let's look at the trade-off. These things cannot be done in one financial year. To move a whole large industry like semicon, like IC design, you need years of human talent and capital to be built up. And thanks to mine, I'm privileged to have sat down and discussed things with Datuk Phua Ken Sin, who dumped 100 million Malaysian ringgit into the IC Design Park of Selangor. And he's the co-founder and CEO of Phison in Taiwan. And he went there to study at Kaohsiung University, never came back, because that's where the industry is when he graduated in 2000. However, the reality on ground, I think they were offering 6,000 ringgit for fresh grads to work. And they have about, at the time I was talking to him, 600 openings for software engineer, IC design, whatever. And at that time, they could only get less than 300. So I also remember the old Commie, we wanted 60,000 accountants. And we didn't even get anywhere near that. And now we shift to 2040, if I'm not mistaken. So talent is crucial. Marissa, please wait in here. How do you see? Because there's a lot of debate even about the quality of our school education and also university education. That the Prime Minister have even said the University and Colleges Act 1971 will be repealed altogether. So where should we look at talent if we want to have bets? Because we need people to drive it. Ewan said, we are lucky we have a young population, but only if they are trained and exposed to do the right bets that we do. Any takers?
I have just one thought is, in the United States, we work with a lot of the labs, government labs, R&D and scientific labs, and there aren't really any Americans in those labs.
Really?
No, I'm always surprised when I walk in that it's mostly people from other countries. So it's a very interesting question, even for us in the United States, is labor, and particularly labor in the science and computing industries. A lot of it is brought in from other countries. It is not US people.
Have you looked at how in Silicon Valley there was a lot of Indian expats, and then there were articles about how they then later become CEOs because they grew with the startups and the tech that they do. Have you ever come across that?
No.
Yeah. Okay. That's just an example. So Tan Sri,
Okay, I'll give you a classic example of what's happening today in the semiconductor industry,
Yes.
right? In the blueprint, we say we need about 60,000 engineers to feed the industry over the next
Yes.
5 years. So the question is, how do we then bridge the gap? A few things, Kamaru. I mean, all stakeholders must play the role. I think that's, I sit also on the board of the university. I think the university also must, be what we call a little bit more customer-centric. Be close to the industry and reorganize and and modify their curriculum and their training program to tailor for the industry.
At a time when their
Yeah.
budget has
So I
been
mean,
cut.
a good example, UTP is now very flexible. Their internship is no longer 3 to 6 months. About
But
a
they
year.
are special, that's right.
Yeah, no, but it's, I mean,
I'm
just
just
because
saying
they are
that's the model that we should follow.
That doesn't mean that the PTA cannot follow the same rule, because industry doesn't want internship for about 3 to 6 months. It want at least for a year. Then the student will be ripe to the industry. Number one. Number two, there's also must be specialization. We always say that to the Ministry of Higher Education. We have about 30 over universities. Not every university can do everything. So there must be 3 or 4 universities that specialize in semiconductor.
Okay.
Because the industry want to invest in the university, but if we have to invest in every university, then I think there's no specialization. I think that's the second thing. The third thing is, of course, the industry themselves. We also cannot just rely on the higher education to supply the. We need to also play the role of investing in R&D. But the problem is, Kamaru, today, to be fair, when we invest in R&D, we have no visibility where that R&D money goes and what actually goes. So there must be a very concerted effort in a particular specialized university to put that all the R&D grant in a pool where industry can also come in and be part of the R&D activity. So CREST, for example, today, when I sit on the board, it plays a very important role that connects both the two.
Yes.
So I think there is a lot of things that we can do in collaborating, and I would not want to blame both the university nor the private sector. I think both of us must sit down to converse. We have a very opportune time, because a lot of people say, what makes Malaysia good? Because, like Marisa would say, we have a good structural, in our education system. Really.
Okay.
Yeah, but it must be industry ready. Yeah? It cannot just be for theory.
I get that, Tan Sri, but the data is showing us that the inclination towards STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, is going down. You look at the passing rate of the core STEM subjects like chemistry, physics, maths, they're not on the up.
It's so, because today in UPU, the amount of students applying to go to civil engineering or electrical engineering is very low, because they want to go to this gig economy.
So how we
They don't want to. Why do I study 4 years to go in engineering when I get paid only 3,500?
So we are betting, but we don't have the talents.
Yeah, correct. So that's where the industry has to come in to create what we call the visibility about the career in the semiconductor industry. And of course, the government, we did say, if you see that decline, the government should encourage and incentivize people to go back to the mainstream university.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing the institution and the leadership that we have. But when I look at countries like Estonia, they just got their independence in 1990s early. And then they make that hard decision. Let me hardcore poor a bit more, but let's adopt ICT. So the politicians, some of them wanted money straight away because the raindrops were falling on the heads of the students in school. And the kids were still running after a bread truck because that was how hard their life was, enough to get a whiff of bread in the morning. So, but now they're the top 5 in e-government. And they can vote from overseas, they can register new companies from overseas. So I'm just saying, it needs a whole village to move what you are saying, but right now we still have legacy systems. So maybe I can borrow from Irene how they did with the All Stars, because if a baggage handler can dream to be a pilot, and you feel that, now you don't have to go to university, I can go through Coursera and whatever and get the relevant skills. What are your input into this?
Well, it's very important to understand what the industry needs are. And professional training can provide that professional certification and so forth. So when we had that digital transformation, we realized that we needed more data analysts, we needed more software engineers, cybersecurity experts, cloud infrastructure experts, digital marketers, and so forth. So how do we do this? How do we get the whole staff embrace this new skills that is important now and the future. And that's when we open up the courses. We design the courses as per what the head of the respective technology or department needs. So for instance, the software engineers needed someone who could understand Flutter or whatsoever, and what the cloud infrastructure needs, and so forth. So we actually work with our partners, our business partners, to design the courses because these are the industry needs. And then we open up to the staff and say, hey, you want to become a data analyst? Please do so. No, don't be stressed about what background you may have because you're starting over and we're teaching you what we need practically as opposed to what you need theoretically and so forth. And it just so happens because of that, everybody embraced it. And they have the technical skills that's required to work in the respective departments that's needed. I mean, some may start from scratch in a new position because you can't become a senior software
Overnight,
engineer
yeah.
if your background has been in let's say in cabin crew, or for instance, right? You have to start from the beginning, but
Yeah.
they are given the opportunity to start a new skill, a new profession for them. Some actually stay in their respective areas because they want to be better at their job. So it's interesting to see a security guard learning about cybersecurity because they just want to be better at what they do. And marketing team becoming more data-driven because they want to be better at what they do. So it's about providing them with the right kind of materials that is useful for the industry. And how do we design this in the sense that it's embraced widely as opposed to people shying away from it?
Do you have to change the structure, like the traditional HR approach? It's hard to do what you said just now.
Yeah, I mean, every department has to change structure. It's a whole mindset change, a cultural change, really. Just adopting from Microsoft to Google Workspace is a culture change in
Yes.
itself because people are so used to using Excel as opposed to use Data Studio to do their forecasting and so forth. So there's a lot of there's a lot of, I wouldn't say handhold, but a lot of encouragement and reminders and pushing people to go to where they should be as opposed to be happy in their existing, comfortable way of doing things.
Sustainability, I want to take one from the Slido. What does sustainable growth actually mean for the organization over the next 5 to 10 years? Tan Sri, you had to look at P&L and all that before. So with all the bets, how do you look at sustainability? Because certain things you cannot control.
Well, I mean, as a company, we look at, one is financial numbers, that's for sure. You want to make sure that the return of your investment can be sustained, and recover over the next 5, 10 years. But I think today we have to be more responsible. We have to look at how we then support the ecosystem and the community that we do. So I think that's today, the two measurement, Kamaro, that I think each company should be measured. We should not be just purely driven from bottom and, both top line and bottom
Okay,
line
got
numbers.
it.
It's how the impact the community becomes very important.
Marissa?
We're seeing quite a strong trend around the business case, and the business case can be really adjusted, and it's not really working anymore. So we're seeing a lot of leaders look at risk and trying to quantify risk across a number of different attributes: societal risk, environmental risk, technological risk, market risk, etc., and define those in order to figure out where the growth is going to come from
Okay.
long term.
As Malaysia identify future industry and strategy bets, what are the most important data points or indicators that organizations should monitor to make better long-term investment and business decisions? You want to take that
Get
data
back,
points?
we come back to the environment, but there's a number of core factors to look at innovation success, and that is market readiness. Is the market ready to adopt? We talked a lot about that today. Market organization, so very much the government support and structure that we were talking about today. The technology readiness, the commercial viability of the technology, So there are a set of core parameters that you can look at and evaluate to monitor long-term investments.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm just going to force everyone.
And I think you're missing a big opportunity to own the end-to-end value chain and produce bio-based products here with your
Like from
biomass.
medical to energy.
Bio-based products like taking palm oil,
Yeah.
doing fermentation and
Okay.
downstream processing, building those manufacturing plants, and create products like bio-based pesticides, bio-based proteins, flavors, cosmetic ingredients. Own the whole value chain. You have the waste here, the product capability to do that. Instead of exporting your biomass, keep it here and build a
Yeah.
dominant position in biomanufacturing. That's my call.
Nice. Irene?
Islamic finance, Islamic digital assets, the halal economy, I think we can become bigger with the adopting of AI and Web3.
Okay.
So I think it's something that we can be a leader. We are already a leader in Islamic
like
finance, but how do we
Sukuk
make
and
it
stuff.
better for ASEAN and also for the Middle East and Middle Asia?
Is that what you yourself are going into in the future?
Well, I've always been a proponent for Islamic finance since
Okay,
day one.
that's the tip. Thank you so much. Can I have a great round of applause for all three?
Thank you.
I just want to end with a bet is a bet, but for sure, ensuring humanity is sustainability. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Atira.
Thank you, Mr. Kamarul. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Said Zainal, Ms. Marisa, and Ms. Irene for that insightful discussion. May I kindly invite our moderator and panelists to remain on stage for the presentation of tokens of appreciation. May I now invite Yang Berusaha Mr. Boniface Anak Edwin Manung, Undersecretary Technology Transfer and R&D Commercialization Division, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, to present the tokens of appreciation. First, we have Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Said Zainal Abidin. Next, we have Ms. Marisa Kapek. Then we have Ms. Irene Omar. And finally, Mr. Kamarul Baharin Harun. May I invite everyone to come together for a group photo. Thank you, Yang Berusaha, Mr. Boniface, and once again, our sincere appreciation to our moderator and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of applause. And before we move on, we'd like to hear from you too. Please scan the QR code displayed on the screen and share your feedback on today's session. It will only take a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion just now has helped us answer one important question: where should Malaysia play? But identifying the opportunity is only part of the equation. The next question is about execution. How do we turn national priorities into industries? How do we move from ambition to investment, from technology to deployment, and ultimately from innovation to new sources of growth? This brings us to our next panel session this morning, Mission-Driven Innovation, Turning National Priorities into New Growth Engines. This discussion will explore how innovation, technology, and ecosystem collaboration can turn Malaysia's national priorities into new engines of growth. Moderating this conversation is Dr. Alizan Mahadi, Independent Sustainability and Climate Policy Advisor, with over 2 decades of experience across policy, international development, and corporate sustainability. He has worked extensively on climate governance, sustainable development, and Malaysia's economic transition. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Alizan Mahadi to the stage. Joining him, Mr. Alexandra McFall, Executive Vice President Group Strategy and Innovation Maybank. Mr. Alexandra leads strategic transformation initiatives across AI, technology, digital innovation, and business. Please welcome Mr. Alexander McFall to the stage. Next, we have Technologies Dr. Ahmad Khalid Mat Khairi, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer Uzma Berhad. Please welcome Technologies Dr. Ahmad Khalid Mat Khairi to the stage. And joining them is Ms. Masni Muhammad, Senior Executive Director, Investment Policy Advocacy, MIDA. With over 25 years at MIDA, she plays a key role in shaping Malaysia's investment policy. Please welcome Ms. Masni Muhammad to the stage. Before we hand the session over to our moderator, we once again invite you to be part of our conversation. If you have any questions for our speakers, please submit them via Slido by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. Dr. Alizan, over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel on mission-driven innovation, turning national priorities into new growth engines. As mentioned by the MC, we've heard just now about identifying some of those opportunities, the strategic bets. But really, in the context of Malaysia, it's always been about execution, about implementation. So in this panel, we will discuss how we translate these national priorities and missions into execution. I think as we all know, and we've heard this morning, Malaysia has already identified what are some of those national priorities and the strategic bets, if you like, that we heard earlier, whether it's digitalization, energy transition, healthcare, advanced technologies, sustainability, so on and so forth. I think we all know as well and can agree that Malaysia has many well-crafted policies. We have the new Industrial Master Plan, we have the 13th Malaysia Plan, the National Semiconductor Strategy, National Energy Transition Roadmap, National AI Action Plan. I can go on. But identifying priorities, developing well-crafted policies is only just the beginning. The real challenge really is implementation, is translating these priorities into new industries, new businesses, and new sources of economic growth. Now, before we begin, consider a bit where we stand now. We have approved investments that reached a record of almost 430 billion last year. The economy grew about 6% in the second quarter of this year, and we rank 34th in the world on Global Innovation Index. So this is relatively a very good performance. But yet we have our challenges. For example, the gross national expenditure on research development sits around about 1%, where the target is 2.5 to 3.5%. Our Global Innovation Index rank has not really moved for the past decade as well. And a third of our graduates, when we heard about human capital and the brain drain this morning, a third of our graduates are considered underemployed, and domestic ownership of domestically invented patents have also declined. So the question again before us is not really about have we chosen the right priorities, have we crafted those policies, but it really is about execution. So we are lucky today. We have three very experienced people with different perspectives to discuss this issue. With me, we have Puan Masni Muhammad, who is the Senior Executive Director for Investment Policy Advocacy at MIDA. And of course, MIDA is a key player in driving the strategic initiatives and policy frameworks to foster investment landscape in Malaysia. Welcome, Puan Masni. We have with us as well technologist Dr. Ahmad Khalid Muhammad Khairi, who is the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer of Uzma Berhad. Uzma is an oil and gas services company that last year put Malaysia's first commercially operated very high resolution Earth observation satellite into orbit. So a proof of concept, if you like, for diversification and turning national priorities into reality. Finally, we have with us Alexander McFall, who is Executive Vice President for Group Strategy and Innovation at Maybank, the largest bank in the country, of course, and one that has just committed to 10 billion ringgit to technology, data, and AI over the next 5 years under its Raw 30 strategy. Okay, with that, we'll do a few rounds of questions, depending if time permits. And I'd like to first ask the panelists really about some of those opportunities, but also the feasibility of those opportunities with execution in mind. So, Puan Masni, let me start with you. When we talk about execution, we have to acknowledge it's quite a challenging landscape now. We've got geopolitical shifts, supply chain restructuring, growing China Plus One strategy, and so on and so forth. So, against this backdrop, how can Malaysia leverage its strengths to create investable future industries and position itself as a leading destination for strategic investments? Bearing in mind as well, Malaysia is a small and open economy, and we are exposed to the external environment as well. Puan, would you like to take this question?
Okay, thank you, Doctor. In MIDA recently or lately, we are seeing that there have been change in terms of how our investors are making decision when they choose a certain location to locate their projects. With geopolitical tension, like you mentioned, frequent supply chain disruptions. So investors are no longer looking at a location that is cheap. Cost is no longer one single factor in choosing an investment destination. Now they're looking at stability, reliability, as well as a good infrastructure. So it's not just cost. I think some of these points have been mentioned earlier by Ms. Marisa, and I think being a neutral country, friends to everyone, is an advantage for Malaysia. I think that is number one. Number two, I think many of us know this. We are at the center of Asia. We are a natural getaway to Asia market. We are at the center of ASEAN. Again, a getaway to ASEAN market of 500 million. We are near to China, near to India. So that is like what? Half of the global population. We have signed 18 free trade agreements. So we are getaway to huge market access. That is number two. And I think the last one, which is for MIDA, is very important. I think Tan Sri also mentioned earlier, we have a very good ecosystem. We have a very deep ecosystem specifically for semiconductor. Malaysia hosts end-to-end value chain for semiconductor. We have fabrication, we have testing, we have IC design. So in terms of testing and assembly, Malaysia hosts 13% of global capacity. So that makes us indispensable for semiconductor industry. And because of this, we continue to attract semiconductor industry player. But of course, we will continue to deepen this ecosystem. And similarly for other sectors as well. Marisa mentioned about, which I agree, we need to take advantage of our palm oil-based, bio-based industry. We have the natural resources to deepen this ecosystem. So these three factors, neutrality, friends to everyone, market access, deep ecosystems. And I think maybe I can add one more. Doctor, you mentioned about policy. We have so many policy documents. Of course, execution is everything, but it also gives our investor a clear direction. Where is this country going to in the next 5 to 10 years? That is a clear direction for Malaysia, where we are going. And it gives comfort to our investor that we know where we're going and they can be part of that national agenda.
Thank you, Puan Masni. So the message is Malaysia has strong fundamentals. But just to provoke you a little bit more on that as well, because the external environment is very volatile now. Do you think these fundamentals are sufficient? Because the goalpost keeps on changing. So when the geopolitics move again, we can talk about tariffs, we can talk about protectionism, so on and so forth. Do you think the fundamentals will be sufficient to weather this geopolitical situation we have now?
Fundamentals is important, it's very important. But of course, at the same time, it needs to be supported by the execution, For MIDA, we cannot do this alone. Even MITI, we need a whole nation approach. Even we need the support of academician, the industry player, to face whatever geopolitical tensions that we're facing. That's the reason why the team of our investors in making decision is about resiliency. When they locate in a certain location, they need to be resilient. That's why the fundamentals, the supporting ecosystem, the enablers, the talent must be there to support their operation.
Okay, on that note, whole of nation approach and resilience. I think we can move to our next speaker. I'll move to you, Alexander. Because when we talk about resilience and the importance of finance as well, one of the biggest, I think, transitions in human history is this shifting landscape that we are seeing, if we can call it the AI revolution. So Alexander, financial services is being fundamentally reshaped by AI, data and digital technologies. So from Maybank's perspective, where do you see the biggest opportunities for technology to create maybe entirely new sources of growth rather than simply improving existing processes? Because I think if we think about banks, I'm just thinking rather crudely here, maybe when we talk about AI, it's about improving the customer services such as chatbots and so on and so forth. But I think there's something more significant that we have to face in the future, whether it's a risk or challenge, but also potential new engines of growth as well. So Alexander, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very important distinction, this distinction between efficiency and growth. And in many banks in Malaysia and elsewhere, we've seen use cases that improve productivity, they improve service to customers, or they improve risk management. And all of these are very good use cases and the value is there, but they focus on moving the cost curve. So they change the cost to operate the bank. They're not growth engines per se. And for me, a growth engine, it really needs to do one of two things. It either makes an entire customer segment economically viable to serve, or it creates an entirely new revenue pool. So for the customer segment one, consider micro SMEs. Right? There is no issue with demand for financial services in micro SMEs in Malaysia or anywhere else in the world. The issue is that it is not economically viable or is very difficult to serve these customers, in part because it is very difficult to get sufficient data to serve them responsibly. However, then we look at new data and technology that's emerging. If we can look at digital transaction data or e-invoicing, right, or real-time cash flow, then that gap of data narrows and it becomes more possible to serve them. So a growth engine is to look at availing new data, new technology, new AI to find a way to serve these customer segments that are currently underserved. And so for an organization that manages to solve that puzzle, they're not taking market share away from a competitor. They're creating entirely new value within the economy, right? So that's one. Another good example would be if we look at advice at large and the expertise involved there. So if we consider, say, wealth or protection or retirement advice, the barrier has traditionally been finding sufficient human capacity. So what we're talking about is relationship managers that have both a deep understanding of the products that they're serving, but are also able to have a deep understanding of the customers and specifically each and every customer and what they need. Right. Now we have additional data capabilities, and the use of AI in this space, where it's a lot easier to get a tailored proposition for a customer. We can crunch the numbers, we can look at what comparable customers typically have, and easily generate, or more easily generate, what a next best offer might be. But the nuance for this example is it cannot just be outsourcing that thinking to the machine. The winning model will always be, in this situation, a combination of having that data and that information, but still having the customer service professional who truly knows that customer and can tailor it. I would say the third bucket where we can see real growth is in participation in ecosystems. So I like to think of it as bringing the bank to the customer rather than bringing the customer to the bank. And this is not new. Banks have been doing partnerships and embedding themselves in ecosystems, as well as orchestrating their own. But new technology is now allowing contextual data use, so to better understand within that particular non-banking customer journey, what is the opportunity to serve a banking offering. So it's not just about making existing banking more efficient or to go faster. It needs to be about creating new areas. And these are three where we're seeing a lot of potential.
And I think that distinction is very important, especially if we think about, again, turning these national priorities as a mission to grow. If not, it will be efficient, which is part of it, but really it's really looking into addressing new engines of growth. But can you just elaborate a little bit more? Is this something deliberate? I mentioned there about Raw 30, for example. Is this something deliberate that Maybank is looking into searching for new engines of growth, because there's been a lot of investment when it comes to Raw 30, and really it looks like shifting the way of doing things. Can you comment a little bit?
Sure. So absolutely. And you would have seen in Raw 30. So Raw 30 is Maybank's 5-year strategy through to 2030. One of the areas we're focusing on is what we call new economies. So this is sectors in the economy that are, for example, sustainability or advanced technology or modern infrastructure, right? And we've committed 100 billion ringgit in financing over the next 5 years to serve these sectors. However, these are not your typical companies, and we cannot treat them like a mature incumbent for a lot of fairly obvious reasons, right? This is sometimes unproven business models that are working in very, very complex new areas. There are new and potentially unknown risks, and there is potentially a long path to scale. And customer needs are constantly changing, especially on the more frontier industries where everyone is collectively figuring out the direction that will go, right? So in some ways, there's an evolution of the traditional role of Maybank, where it's not just the provider of finance. And in this case, finance is a core part of it, but the nature of being a financier of a customer changes, and we need to understand their needs and their challenges. And so there is a very deliberate effort to open the dialogue with these new industries and really understand how we need to treat them differently and to come to a solution together. But I would say beyond just the provision of finance, Maybank is also pushing into this involvement in other ecosystems, right? And playing even a role as an orchestrator or a connector within the industry. So if you take, for example, the Scale Up SME initiative, this is a program where after onboarding a customer, so an SME into this program, this gives them access to a whole suite of curated business solutions. For example, payroll software, accounting software, access to marketplaces, and of course, access to the traditional financial services, right? So that means that an SME operator can spend less time administrating their business and more time actually running the business and innovating and coming up with new things. If you take Salam Market, which is our partnership with Borong, which is a major marketplace here, we're focusing on supporting Malaysian halal SMEs. And so supporting them in, for example, getting halal certification or being export ready or getting access to markets. And we're doing this at the moment with over 12,000 buyers, but also over 1,400 sellers today. So the role is shifting beyond just the traditional financing role and starting to look at the, I would say, banking adjacent areas so we can help more of the customer needs and not just the banking ones.
Thank you, Alexander. Now, talking about shifting landscapes and the need to align to national priorities. I'll go to Dr. Khalid now because USMA did a significant shift from their core business. And I think this is important because we've heard today, this morning, often when we talk about targeting or executing these missions is always a lot of criticisms, but we have success stories as well. So, Dr. Khalid, USMA built its foundation in the oil and gas industry, but has since ventured into new technology areas. This includes space technology. So really, what drove the decision? It was a very bold decision. So what drove the decision to move beyond the company's traditional core business, and how did USMA identify space technology as a potential new growth opportunity? Was it aligned to some of the national priorities? Was it more purely an economic decision? So what drove this decision? Please, Dr. Khalid.
Thank you, Dr. Lizan. Just to give a context that our satellite was launched as early as I think last year. And this is the first Earth observation satellite that been launched. The last one that Malaysia had about 15 years ago, right? So that just to give context, the USMA-SAT one. What the strategy that USMA adopted is literally we taken out from Peter Thiel 0 to 1 book. If anybody has read that book, there's kind of the two strategy, right? What number one is 1 to many, another one is 0 to 1. So we look at our portfolio, the one that we have, 1 to many is pretty much whatever capability that we have. For example, our asset and whatnot, we can do incremental value by addressing some sustaining innovation, such as our asset with oil and gas. We can do geothermal application, for example. That's what we call 1 to many, using existing assets that we have. The next one, which is Peter Thiel suggested that this is kind of what we adopt this philosophy is creating new capability and new value. That's what we decided to venture into what we call it space economy, right? The question that we should ask is, what USMA has been successful for the past 25 years, can this still be successful if we don't innovate? So that's basically the philosophy that we question ourselves. So as a matter of fact, we noted that energy industry pretty much have been increasingly more digitalized with AI, IoT. Even we increasingly seeing that satellite information has been using more, what do you call it, ubiquitously across all sectors. So the way we look at is we continue to strengthen our portfolio by embarking into this space economy, because at the same time we strengthen our core business and also give us the opportunity to venture into new segments. Thank you.
Just out of interest, it must have been tough to convince your investors, your shareholders. How did you manage to do it?
I think one of the parameters that we look at, I think my agency, the one that we adopt some of the methodology, I think I'd like to hijack what Mike has put very systematically. When we table the parameters, I think we used what we call it the first principle, which is F, the funding capital. In a nutshell, it's a mid-tier size company raising 50 to 100 million, relatively quite easy for us to do. We look at the I, infrastructure, right? With the democratization of the launching, SpaceX, Japan and whatnot. So we look at this area. So we know that infrastructures are fairly ready. Regulatory, pretty much it's been well covered by the world body. Another one is what do you call it? S stands for skill or talent. This is where we think we can have some local talent, or even we can hire data scientists or satellite imagery specialists from outside. The last one is where the most important, which is technology ecosystem, which I think we can do partnership, where we can have this software or the what I call the hardware partnership that we can work with. So I think this is the parameters that we look at, and we map it out and we present it to the shareholders. This is something that worthwhile pursuing. Okay.
Thank you. I think that's a good segue into the next round of questions, really about getting to execution, the enablers of the execution. I'll go to Alexander first. Large established organizations often have the capital, customers, capabilities to innovate, but we're talking about upscaling. So transformation at scale remains difficult. So what does it take for an established organization to really move from just experimenting with new technologies? Because often we see them at very small scales, some of these success stories, to really actually building new business models and sustainable growth around them.
So getting out of pilot hell, that's what you're saying. I love there's a classic anecdote about a CEO who once said, "I've got more pilots than Malaysia Airlines." So we want to avoid staying there. I mean, the way I think about it is almost like you can think of trains and then railways. And focusing on pilots is, imagine just focusing on building a new train, right? It's the obvious thing, and it's probably what the customer thinks about. But unless you modify the railway, and I would say the railway is not just the tracks, it's the stations and their facilities and their locations and their pick up and drop off. It is the scheduling, it's the ticket purchasing platform, it's the maintenance, it's the timetabling and all this kind of thing. If you don't think about all of that, then the experience doesn't really change so much by plonking a new train onto an existing railway, right? And so if you apply that to a business context with something like AI, if the center of your universe and the focus of what you're doing is building another use case, but you don't consider everything that's upstream and everything that's downstream, then the value is going to get trapped, right? And so the way we're thinking about it at Maybank, and the way I would encourage organizations to think about it, is you are running a business transformation and not a tech implementation. You're building the railway and the train at the same time. So you start with not which use case can we do, but what is the economic outcome that we're trying to achieve? Why can't we get there from here? So what do we need to do to change our customer journey or our operational workflow in order to enable that? And then naturally, the use cases, plural, will fall out of that. You'll understand what you can or should do with AI. But then it doesn't stop there. You need to think all the way down the value, the AI and data stack, right? So you would say, for this use case, which data product or products does it consume? Which data platforms does that product sit upon? Which non-data infrastructure does that platform touch? Which ways of working need to change? Which incentives, which job descriptions? The list goes on. And eventually you can see you're changing the whole picture, right? You're changing all of the railway and the train as well. And all of this needs to be led by the business that is accountable for both the usage of that use case, but also the economic value that's generated from it. So by thinking much more holistically, you can deliver the overall transformation, but in doing so, you realize you're not doing AI. You're not doing an AI transformation. You are changing the way your business works to better satisfy your customers, of which AI is a very important, but only one piece in the puzzle.
Thank you, Alexander. And going with the railway analogy, Puan Masni, and also taking a question from the floor as well. So we're going into the overall ecosystem. And how can Malaysia bridge the innovation with investment to accelerate commercialization and strengthen local capacities and capabilities to transform innovative ideas into globally competitive industries, especially focusing on, we've already heard this morning about the issue of our capacities, our local capacities and capabilities. And we have a question from the floor as well. saying right now we're producing grads faster than we're creating high-value jobs. So how will these national missions push industries to actually offer more skilled, well-paying roles? So two things there. Generally on the ecosystem, what do we need to bridge innovation with investment, but also focusing a little bit more on our capacities as well?
I think I'll start with capacity. I think in terms of capacity to host R&D, to create innovative economy, the capacity that we need to have, one is talent. Number two is our domestic industry player. Yeah. So in terms of talent, I think in MIDA, we have quite a number of programs to ensure that our talent meets the demand of the industry. I think the government has established a special task force for talent facilitation where MIDA is leading task force and collaborating with, I think, 17 institution, higher learning institution, I think TVET included, to ensure that whatever that we are producing meets the industry demand. It's not that we are not producing, we are producing, but whether what we are producing meet the demand of our industry. That is where MIDA is playing the bridging role. Okay, and number two, we also collaborate with many multinationals to do on-the-job training. You know, we place, we do matchmaking, and we place certain talent in this company together, collaborating with organizations like MARA to train our local talent. So these are some of the programs that we do in MIDA to ensure that our talent meet our industry's demand. The second part is making sure our local industry player is capable of working closely with our multinationals. So when we bring in our FDI, we bring in multinational cooperation, and we encourage them to work with these multinationals to be part of the global value chain. We need to ensure that this local company have the capacity and capability to work with these multinationals. So there are certain programs that we provide. We provide grant in terms of ESG adoption, which is very important. Multinationals, they have commitment in terms of net energy operation by a certain number of years. They're exporting to Europe. They need to meet the CBAM and everything. So their supplier, which is our local company, must also be in line with whatever commitment they have made. So we have provided certain facilitation for ESG. We provide facilitation or tax deduction or rebate for automation of IR4. So these are some of the programs. So of course, we have a long list of research and R&D tax incentive, R&D contract company, establishment of R&D unit in your company. So the objective of this tax incentive is basically to make your R&D activity more, it's cheaper. You know? So you don't have to spend so much because some of the expenses that you made for R&D is deductible from your statutory income. So that is some of the programs that we have to encourage research and development and R&D. Maybe I could add one more.
Please, yeah.
We have this commercialization of R&D findings. Many don't know about this incentive. So I'm very sure we have many talented researchers here, as well as budding entrepreneurs. So if you find any R&D findings, whether it's in the private institution or public institution, and you want to commercialize this, you establish a company, you are able to offset some of your expenses and claim some tax incentive for this activity. So I hope many of our researchers and young entrepreneurs take advantage of this incentive.
Thank you, Puan Marsini. We're running out of time here, so I would like to ask each of the panelists to really directly answer some of these questions for about 30 seconds each. So we've heard just now, we have a lot of these programs, initiatives, so on and so forth. So in 30 seconds for each panelist, please answer two things. Firstly, where is the disconnect? Where's the biggest challenge and disconnect today between these national ambitions, some of these initiatives, and what happens on the ground? Is it technology, talent, capital, partnerships, market access, regulation? Where is the disconnect? And also, just answer one question. If Malaysia wants to create its next generation of growth engines, what is the one thing we need to do differently over the next 5 years to end this session? So I'll go first to Dr. Khalid. The disconnect and the one thing we need to do differently over the next 5 years.
I think the biggest challenge is moving from pilot to scale. So that's the biggest disconnect. I think we are fairly good in doing the pilots program, but in terms of scaling it up, it's something that I think it's not a sole responsibility of industry or government and whatnot. So this is something we need to think about. Some of the good ideas that we have, some of the pilot that we have, how we can scale it up. We need to take a look at what kind of enabler that we need to put in place. I think we had pretty good track record when it comes to semiconductor. I think the next thing is how we can do it in terms of AI or space economy, high value manufacturing or whatnot. So this is something we need to think about.
Thank you. Alexander?
I think the biggest disconnect is we're taking a cohesive national policy and then breaking it up into hundreds of pieces that each individual contributor, a company, for example, is expected to solve collectively. Each of those actors acts economically rationally because they are a free enterprise typically, and needs to do something that makes financial sense. They need to make their own prioritization, reprioritization, deprioritization even of what they're doing to share their own limited capacity and capital to make room for these things. So if each individual actor solves a piece in the overall national policy puzzle, it doesn't guarantee that when we put them all together, we collectively solve the puzzle. Is there a solution to this? I think the obvious answer would be more collaboration between organizations. However, I think that's a bit naive to suggest that that will fix it, because the more interdependencies we introduce, the more expectations we put on companies to work together so that my solution reinforces yours, that reinforces yours, the more complex we make it. And the harder it is to thread the needle where you can make something that works for you and collectively solves the national level. As to what is the one thing that we really need to establish growth engines, I think it's building the muscle at scale. So getting the foundations right. Maybank, as you said, has committed 10 billion ringgit over the next 5 years on data, AI, and technology, because we know, again, that we can't get there from here. To make this new frontier, we need new technology. And that is not going to just take us to 2030. That's going to take us beyond, right? But it requires the investment now to get the foundations right so that we're future-proof for at least a while.
Thank you. Puan Masni, you have the final say.
I share that sentiment. There's a disconnect between the federal policy and at execution level. I understand that each agency has its own mandate, but if everyone can come together and focus on what is aspiration, I think that is where we will create more success stories. And coming from MIDA, what will be the next one thing that we'll do differently? I think for MIDA, we are transitioning from just traditional investment promotion agency to a ecosystem shaper. So we need to create more spillover, create more value from the investor that we brought into the country, so that we can create more positive outcome and spillover for our Malaysians.
Thank you, Puan Masni. I think this is very apt. The theme of the expo is mission to market. And I think from the mission side, it's quite clear, but the market requires a lot of coming together, collaboration. It requires really all the parts to be working together to make up one sum. And for that, it requires really, perhaps going back to the previous session, really bold strategic bets. So not just strategic bets, but they have to be bold so it can be deployed at scale. That requires a lot of confidence, a lot of trust in institutions and so on and so forth. But as mentioned, Malaysia do have the strong fundamentals. So with that, thank you. Would you please join me in thanking all the 3 billion panelists we have today with a round of applause. And thank you to all of you for the questions and for your participation. With that, I end this panel session. Back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alizan, Ms. Masni, technologist Dr. Ahmad Khalid, and Mr. Alexander for that insightful discussion. May I kindly invite our moderator and panelists to remain on the stage for the presentation of tokens of appreciation. May I now invite Yang Berusaha Mr. Robert Tai Chiang Wen, Senior Vice President of MITE, to the stage to present the tokens of appreciation. We begin with Mr. Alexander McFall. Next, technologist Dr. Ahmad Khalid Mat Khairi. Then Ms. Masni Mohamad. And finally, Dr. Alizan Mahadi. May I invite everyone to come together for a group photo. Thank you, Yang Berusaha, Mr. Robert. And once again, our sincere appreciation to our moderator and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, your feedback matters to us. We invite you to scan the QR code on the screen and share your thought on today's session. Thank you for helping us make future session even better. Throughout this morning, we have explored the industry that could shape ASEAN's future, where Malaysia should place its strategic bets, and how we can turn those priorities into new engines of growth. But ultimately, innovation must lead to something more. It must create value. And that brings us to our next keynote, Innovating to Create Value, Why Malaysia's Mission-Oriented Initiatives Matter. Before we begin, we once again invite you to be part of our conversation. If you have any question, Okay, I'm sorry, there is no question for this session. So to take us through this, it is my honor to welcome Yang Mulia Academician Datuk Dr. Tengku Muhammad Azman Sharifuddin, President of the Academy of Science Malaysia and STI Advisor to the Prime Minister and the nation. A pioneer in Malaysia ICT development, Yang Mulia Datuk Dr. Tengku brings decades of experience in science, technology, and innovation, including 21 years as the founding Director General and CEO of MIMOS. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Yang Mulia Academician. Datuk, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ms. MC. Assalamualaikum. Salam sejahtera and a good afternoon to all. Having listened to some of the sessions earlier, I hear the word mission peppering the discussion, as well as doing things differently. So I'm going to continue on that track. What are we going to do differently, and where are missions heading for Malaysia? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to be with all of you at the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo, or NICE 2026. I thank Mosti Emaranti for this wonderful opportunity. The theme before us today, Mission to Market, Malaysia to the World, could not be more timely. The central question for Malaysia is no longer simply whether we can generate good science, develop new technologies, or produce innovative ideas. The more important question is, can we systematically organize our economy so that these capabilities are directed by design towards solving the problems that matter most to Malaysia? In the process, we will be creating new markets, industries, and opportunities for the world. This is where our conversation must begin today. And this brings us to the idea at the heart of today's theme, the mission economy. Professor Mariana Mazzucato challenges us to rethink the role of government in the economy. Rather than seeing government simply as a regulator, a funder of last resort, or an institution that steps in only to correct market failures, the mission economy positions government as a market shaper and a co-creator of public value. It means setting a clear direction for growth and then mobilizing the capabilities of the public sector, private sector, universities, research institutions, and society around that direction. In other words, government does not have to pick the winning technology, but it must be prepared to help pick the problems we collectively want to solve. And once we recognize that markets can be shaped, the next question is, in what direction should we shape them? The mission economy approach is ultimately about ensuring that economic and technological progress translates into broader prosperity. It is about a form of capitalism that creates not only private value, but also public value, where the benefits of innovation are distributed more widely across society. This is particularly important at a time when technological change can create enormous opportunities while simultaneously widening inequality. This concern is also reflected in Daron Acemoglu's Power and Progress. Acemoglu won the Nobel Prize in Economics a couple of years ago. The central lesson is that technological progress does not automatically translate into shared prosperity. The direction of technological development matters, the institutions governing it matter, and the distribution of its benefits matters. When gains from science, technology, and innovation, or STI, become increasingly concentrated, socio-economic disparities can deepen rather than narrow. Therefore, the question before policymakers is not whether technological trajectories can be influenced, they can. The question is whether we have the institutional courage and capability to deliberately guide those trajectories towards outcomes our nation needs. This is why government leadership matters. A mission economy approach provides directionality, a clear sense of where economic and technological capabilities should be mobilized. It does not replace markets. Rather, it works with industry, the scientific community, and society to shape markets around shared national goals, crowding in investments and creating opportunities for innovation. And this shift in directionality is especially important for Malaysia's research, development, innovation, commercialization, and economy, or RDICE ecosystem. Malaysia has invested significantly into the RDICE ecosystem. We have strong universities, research institutes, industries, government agencies, and talented scientists and innovators. Yet, when these efforts operate independently of one another, we risk producing excellent individual projects without generating sufficient system-level impact. Programs may succeed, but the larger national challenge remains unresolved. The mission economy, therefore, asks us to move from projects to portfolios, from sectors to challenges, and from isolated interventions to systems transformation. And to understand how Malaysia can make that shift, it is useful to distinguish three interconnected levels of action. At the highest level is the mission economy. This is the overarching economic philosophy. It is where government actively shapes markets and mobilizes public, private, and civil society capabilities around ambitious societal goals at the systems level. The purpose is not merely to correct failures in existing markets, but to create and shape markets that generate shared prosperity. But a philosophy needs a mechanism for implementation. This takes us to the second level, mission-oriented initiatives, or MOIs. MOIs translate broad societal challenges into missions that are ambitious, measurable, and time-bound. They coordinate policies, investment, institutions, innovation programs, and stakeholders across sectors. The mission provides the direction, while each actor contributes specific solutions towards achieving it. And because missions define the problem rather than prescribe a single solution, they open the door to the third level, mission-oriented R&D. Mission-oriented R&D directs scientific research, technological development, and experimentation towards solving specific problems within the mission. Crucially, the government does not need to determine in advance which technology will succeed. Instead, we enable multiple technological pathways, encourage experimentation, accept uncertainty, and manage a portfolio of solutions from which successful approaches can emerge and scale. Put simply, the mission economy sets the direction, MOIs organize collective action around that direction, and mission-oriented R&D generates the scientific and technological options required to get us there. And Malaysia is not alone in moving towards this approach. Across the world, mission economy approaches are increasingly being used to address complex societal challenges. The OECD now tracks more than 40 mission-oriented initiatives representing 241 active missions worldwide. But an important lesson from this international drive is that missions need not be confined to the national level. Many operate regionally, and many more are implemented at the city level. Consider the European Union's 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030 initiative. Although it forms part of the EU's wider mission framework, individual cities develop their own goals, interventions, and governance arrangements. This demonstrates an important principle. Missions require common direction, but they also require room for local autonomy, experimentation, and learning. This is because missions are fundamentally mechanisms for collective action. They bring together disciplines that traditionally work separately, ministries that operate under different mandates, businesses from different sectors, researchers from different fields, and communities that experience problems differently. Missions therefore create value by connecting the silos through the exchange of knowledge, coordination of plans, deliberate combinations of policy instruments, and cooperation across institutions. And this is precisely the journey Malaysia has now begun. In May this year, the Majlis Sains Negara, or National Science Council, chaired by the PM, approved 7 mission-oriented initiatives addressing some of Malaysia's most important strategic challenges. They are: 1. food sovereignty and security. 2, value creation in the oil palm industry. 3, energy sovereignty and security. 4, well-being and empowerment of aging society. 5, advanced semiconductor industry. 6, digital healthcare. And 7, forging a quantum future. These missions deliberately cut across traditional sectoral and ministerial boundaries. Food sovereignty, for example, is not simply an agriculture issue. It involves biotechnology, automation, sensors, artificial intelligence, water management, climate resilience, logistics, financing, skills, and consumer behavior. Similarly, digital healthcare cannot be delivered by healthcare institutions alone. It requires capabilities in data, cybersecurity, AI, regulation, medical technology, infrastructure, behavioral sciences, and talent. And because national challenges change, this list must never be regarded as static. Through the Advanced Semiconductor Industry MOI, a government industry consortium is being mobilized to strengthen Malaysian capabilities in advanced packaging, supported through government industry matching grants. This illustrates the principle of crowding in, where strategic public action does not displace private investment, but creates confidence, capability, and new market opportunities that encourage businesses to invest alongside government. Future missions will emerge in response to Malaysia's evolving priorities. The objective is therefore not simply to spend more public money, it is to use public investment strategically to shape the direction of innovation and mobilize complementary private investment. And this mobilization has already begun across all 7 Malaysian missions. All 7 MOIs have commenced engagement with quadruple helix stakeholders, meaning government, academia, industry, and civil society. The food sovereignty and security, advanced semiconductor industry, and value creation in the oil palm industry MOIs have already undertaken substantial stakeholder engagements. But engagement is only the beginning. Every mission must eventually establish a target that is clear enough to mobilize action, ambitious enough to inspire innovation, and measurable enough to establish accountability. Around that target, we then need a portfolio of projects and interventions. This portfolio approach is fundamental to MOIs. Complex problems are rarely solved by one breakthrough technology or one program. They require different technological, institutional, regulatory, and behavioral solutions working together. Some projects will succeed, some may fail. Others will generate unexpected spillovers that create entirely new directions for industries and applications. Therefore, we must move beyond evaluating every project only as an isolated unit towards risk. If the government wants innovation without uncertainty, experimentation without failure, or transformation without risk, then we will inevitably fund only incremental solutions. Mission-oriented policy instead requires us to develop the institutional capability to experiment, to learn, and to adapt. This is why Mazzucato's observation is so appropriate. I quote, "If it's not difficult to achieve, then it's not a mission." And nowhere is this combination of ambition, experimentation, and coordination clearer than in Malaysia's food sovereignty and security MOI. Consider one specific mission target, which is to increase Malaysia's paddy yield from approximately 3.5 tons per hectare to 7 tons per hectare by 2040. At first glance, this may appear to be an agricultural productivity target, but viewed through a mission lens, it becomes something much larger. Achieving it may require better seed varieties, precision agriculture, targeted fertilizers, improved soil management, climate resilient cultivation, automation, water management, sensing technologies, AI-enabled decision support, better extension services, new financing models, stronger supply chains, and improved farmer capabilities. In other words, the mission creates direction, but it deliberately leaves space for many solutions, many sectors to contribute. To develop this mission, ASM has conducted a series of engagement sessions involving 427 quadruple helix stakeholders. From these engagements, 20 sub-projects have been identified, bringing together existing and new research activities into an integrated mission portfolio. This is an important change in how we think about national R&D. Research projects should not sit on shelves waiting for an uncertain pathway to commercialization. Where appropriate, they should become part of coordinated portfolios connected to national demand, government procurement, industry participation, regulatory pathways, talent developments, and ultimately market creation. And this is where mission to market becomes more than a slogan. Commercialization should not only happen at the end of the R&D pipeline. A mission should begin by creating markets from the outside, by establishing demand, coordinating investment, building infrastructure, developing standards, mobilizing procurement, and giving industry confidence about the direction in which the country is moving. The Food Sovereignty and Security Mission can align R&D, innovation, and technological deployment with this national investment, so that the public and private resources reinforce one another rather than operate independently. But such alignment cannot be achieved by one institution alone. Implementation will require close coordination among the relevant ministries and agencies. The Food Sovereignty and Security MOI should be monitored through close coordination between ministries and public agencies so that science, technology, and innovation are connected directly with the policy and delivery mechanism that are responsible for food security. And that brings me to perhaps the most important question of this keynote: what must Malaysia change to make the mission economy work in practice? So we are moving into implementation now. I would like to propose 5 areas of action. The 5 M's, which are mandate, money, manpower, machine, and method. Together, these 5 elements can provide the operating conditions required to move Malaysia from individual projects to a functioning mission economy. First, mandate. Ministerial mandates must be interpreted around national outcomes, not only institutional jurisdictions. Grand challenges do not respect organizational charts. Food security does not belong exclusively to one ministry, nor do energy security, aging, semiconductors, digital healthcare, or quantum technologies. Malaysia therefore needs mechanisms that allow ministries to work across institutional boundaries, align responsibilities around missions, and establish shared accountability for outcomes. A ministry should contribute to fulfill its statutory responsibilities, of course, but these responsibilities must be connected to a larger national purpose. If missions provide direction, our mandates must enable institutions to move in that direction together. Second, money. Mission financing should not be viewed simply as another dedicated funding program. Instead, we should ask how existing and future resources across ministries and industry can be coordinated around shared mission outcomes. Transparent visibility over mission-related expenditure will help Malaysia reduce duplication, pool resources where appropriate, identify funding gaps, prioritize investment across an integrated portfolio. Public finance should also be used strategically to crowd in private investment, create markets, and build capabilities. Where public investment helps create significant private value, we should also consider how contracts, partnerships, and financing arrangements can ensure reciprocity, so that the public shares appropriately in the rewards created through collective investment. But money alone cannot deliver missions unless Malaysia also develops people capable of managing complexity. So we come to the third, which is manpower. A mission economy requires multidisciplinary and adaptive talent, not only scientists and engineers, but policymakers, economists, program managers, regulators, designers, social scientists, entrepreneurs, and implementation specialists who can work across institutional boundaries. We therefore need targeted capability building in mission design, systems thinking, portfolio management, cross-border cross-sector coordination, experimentation, monitoring, evaluation, and implementation. Importantly, the public sector itself requires stronger dynamic capabilities. The ability to learn, adapt, coordinate, and respond as technologies, markets, and evidence evolve. And when capable people are connected to the right physical and technological resources, Malaysia can multiply the value of investments already made and investment to be made. Fourth, mission. Our national SDIE infrastructure. Malaysia already possesses significant infrastructure across universities, research institutions, government agencies, and industry, but access is often fragmented. Mission-oriented implementation requires us to think of laboratories, pilot plants, testing facilities, data sets, high-performance computing, specialized equipment, and other research infrastructure as part of a broader national capability base. More systematic sharing can reduce unnecessary duplication, improve utilization, and enable researchers and innovators, particularly smaller firms and emerging innovators, to access capabilities that would otherwise remain beyond their reach. The fifth and final M is method. Mission implementation cannot rely entirely on traditional linear and mechanical program management. Missions operate under uncertainty. Technologies change. People's perceptions and ambitions grow. Evidence evolves. New opportunities emerge. We therefore need an agile, network-based, and portfolio-oriented approach that allows institutions to experiment, collaborate, learn, and adapt continuously. This means stronger feedback loops and iterative decision-making. Clear milestones combined with flexibility in how they are reached. Portfolio management rather than isolated project management. And an institutional culture where calculated risk can be shared rather than avoided. In a mission economy, the question should not simply be, did every project succeed exactly as planned? The better question is, are we learning fast enough? Building capabilities fast enough? Mobilizing investment fast enough? And moving the system relentlessly and speedily towards the mission. And when all 5 M's come together, mandate, money, manpower, machine, and method, missions can move from aspiration to implementation and from implementation to market. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia does not lack ideas, and we certainly do not lack ambition. Our challenge is to orchestrate these existing capabilities around a shared direction. The mission economy offers Malaysia an opportunity to rethink innovation, not as a collection of programs, technologies, or sectors, but as a mechanism for achieving national purpose. It allows us to move from correcting markets to shaping markets, from funding projects to managing portfolios, from institutional silos to collective action, from technological outputs to public value, and from research excellence to national impact. The journey from mission to market does not begin when a technology reaches the end of a laboratory pipeline. It begins when Malaysia makes a strategic decision about the problems we are collectively determined to solve, creates a clear direction for innovation, mobilizes public and private capabilities around that direction, and creates the conditions for new technologies, companies, and markets to emerge. These solutions will strengthen Malaysia through the creation of entirely new industries, and some will hopefully become solutions that Malaysia brings to the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yang Mulia Academician Datuk Dr. Tengku, for those valuable insights. May I kindly invite Yang Mulia Datuk Dr. Tengku Azman to remain on the stage for the presentation of a token of appreciation. May I now invite Yang Berusaha Mr. Muhammad Zakwan Muhammad Zabidi, Senior Vice President Malaysian Industry Government Group for High Technology MITE, to the stage to present the token of appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Zakwan. And once again, our sincere appreciation to Yang Mulia Academician Dato. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him another round of applause. Before we conclude, we'd love to hear your feedback on today's session. Please scan the QR code displayed on the screen and take a moment to share your thought with us. Thank you for your valuable feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the conference segment this morning. We begin by looking at the industry that could shape ASEAN's next decade. On behalf of MOSTI and MITE, our sincere appreciation to all of our speakers, moderators, and panelists for sharing their perspectives. And to all of you for being part of the conversation. We hope this conversation continues beyond this hall through new ideas, new partnership, and most importantly, action. Before we break for the lunch, we invite you to take some time to visit and explore the exhibition here at NICE 2026. The dining hall is at level 1, hall 6. Lunch is open until 1:45 p.m. We look forward to welcoming you back here at the conference hall at 2 p.m. for the next session. Thank you, enjoy the exhibition and your lunch, and see you again at 2 p.m. Selamat menjamu selera and have a nice day.
Cubaan 1, 2, 3. Dari Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. This session will be starting shortly. We invite all attendees, exhibitors, and invited guests to make your way into the main halls at Hall 1 and Hall 2. Just a quick reminder to keep your phones on silent throughout the conference session and closing ceremony. If you need any assistance, our NICE 2026 crew wearing the official lanyards will be happy to help. And while you're here, don't forget to check out the exciting activities happening around the exhibition area today, including the People's Innovation Market by Yayasan Inovasi Malaysia, NICE Business Matching, Cradle Pitching Sessions, MTDC Pocket Talks, and podcasts at NICE Recordings. Enjoy the program and have a great NICE 2026. Assalamualaikum, Salam Malaysia Madani, and a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo, NICE 2026. My name is Hazika Amer and I will be your MC for today. Today we gather under the theme Mission to Market Malaysia to the World to explore how innovation is transformed into real-world impact and global commercial success. NICE 2026 is proudly brought to you by MOSTI, and this session is created by MIMOS, Malaysia's National Applied Research and Development Center under MOSTI, which for over 4 decades has translated cutting-edge research into technologies that power our nation's digital economy. Earlier today, our discussions focused on the future we must build, featuring welcoming remarks by Yang Berusaha Puan Norsham binti Abdul Latif. Boleh. Panjang sangat. Oh, betul. Ini I pun rasa macam tak perlu. This afternoon? Okay lah. I agree too much. Alamak. Tak payahlah over the cost.
Our first session.
Ini perlulah.
Okay, to our audience, Slido. Okay, without further ado, straight away lah.
This one, I will look if dia masa berjalan, I panjangkan kalau tak.
Okay, boleh. Tak, dan disambung terus.
Oh, yeah. Our first session today is on unlocking value in the data economy from insight to commercial impact. This keynote explores how organizations can move beyond simply collecting data to unlocking real commercial value from it in today's data-driven economy. To our audience in the hall, you may submit your question for this keynote via Slido at any point of this session. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screen. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Paul Scanlon, Chief Strategy Officer, AI 5G Australia. With over 30 years in the telecommunications and technology industries, Paul brings a deep experience in 5G, AI, and digital transformation. Let's welcome Paul! With the Q&A session, we've approached the end of this keynote session. Thank you very much, Paul, for an enlightening session on the topic of unlocking value in the data economy. You may take your seat. Sekejap, Macam banyak sangat round of applause. Paul, you may take your seat. Okay. Before we conclude, we appreciate your feedback. Please scan the QR code and share your thoughts with us. Your feedback is valuable. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next session, a fireside chat on the crucial topic of AI nations who will build who will depend, and who will lead. In this vital conversation, we dive deep into the shifting global landscape of artificial intelligence, where we will examine which nations are strategically positioned to build sovereign AI infrastructure and capabilities, which risks remaining dependent on foreign ecosystem, and what critical choices will define true global and regional leadership in the intelligence economy. To our audience in the hall, you may submit your question for this fireside chat via Slido throughout the session. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screen. Without further ado, it is my honor to invite our moderator, Insinyur Dr. Hazian Mamat. Insinyur Dr. Hazian Mamat has over 27 years of engineering leadership experience at MIMOS, where as the Group Chief of Corporate Planning and Strategy, he aligns the organization's R&D with Malaysia's national economic priorities and has overseen major national research. Next, we would like to invite our guest speaker. Let's welcome once again Mr. Paul Scanlon, Chief Strategy Officer, AI 5G Australia. Over to you, Dr. Hazian. Okay, Q&A session. With the Q&A session, we've approached the end of our fireside chat. We would like for the moderator and guest speaker to remain on stage for our token of appreciation. I rasa with the Q&A tak perlulah. Boleh. Next. Before we conclude, we'd appreciate your feedback. Please scan the QR code and share your thoughts with us with our fireside chat session just now. Your feedback is valuable to us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next session on the topic of From Innovation to Industry. What will it take for Malaysia to scale AI? This panel brings together leading voices from academia, industry, and the public sector to discuss what it will truly take for Malaysia to scale its AI innovations into full-fledged industries. Throughout this session, our distinguished panelists will explore critical pathways for bridging the gap between research breakthrough and commercial deployment, addressing key challenges in infrastructure, talent, regulatory frameworks, and market adoption necessary to position Malaysia as a regional leader in the AI economy. To our audience in the hall, you may submit your questions for this panel session via Slido throughout the session. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screens. Without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator for this session. We would like to invite Mr. Ahmad Fitri Ishaq, Senior Manager in R&D Management and Collaboration under MIMOS Berhad's Corporate Planning and Strategy Department. His role is significant in working on technology research, development, innovation, and industry collaboration. Next, we would like to invite our panelists, Emeritus Professor Dato Dr. Muhammad Ridza Wahidin, Cybersecurity Expert, International Islamic University, Malaysia. He has a long-standing academic career focused on quantum optics since obtaining his PhD in 1989. His major accolades include winning the MOSTI 1994 National Young Scientist Award and being conferred the title of Emeritus Professor by IIUM in 2024. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Umang Varma, Head of Customer Engineering, Google Cloud Malaysia. He has over 20 years of experience in technology consulting for large global enterprises using AI, blockchain, and cloud technologies. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Se Keng Ngoy, Director of Solutions Public Sector, Alibaba Cloud Malaysia. He is a seasoned technology leader with over 20 years of experience delivering large-scale cloud, IoT, and telecommunications solutions. Let's welcome our panelists. And over to you, Mr. Ahmad Fitri. All right, we kindly request that our moderator and panelists remain on stage for the token of appreciation presentation. At this time, we would like to invite Mr. ABC from DEF to step forward and present the tokens of appreciation to our distinguished panelists. We would like to invite Mr. Ahmad Fitri to receive his token appreciation. And next, Emeritus Professor Dato Dr. Muhammad Ridza Wahidin. Next, Mr. Umang Varma. And next, Mr. Se Keng Ngoy. Thank you, Mr. ABC, for the token of appreciation. And ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our wonderful moderator and panelists for this insightful session. Before we conclude, we appreciate your thoughts and feedback. Please scan the QR code and share your thoughts with us. Your feedback is valuable to us for improvement. Thank you. We will now prepare for our next session, From AI Hype to Measurable Business Value. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next session on the topic of From AI Hype to Measurable Business Value. This panel examines the gap between AI hype and measurable business outcomes, offering practical perspectives on how organizations can move from experimentation to real quantifiable value. To our audience in the hall, you may submit your questions at any point of this session for this panel session chat via Slido throughout this session. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screen. Without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Muhammad Nazri Arshad, Chief Operating Officer, Malaysia Blockchain Infrastructure. Malaysia Blockchain Infrastructure is the national blockchain platform under MIMOS, where he leads efforts to integrate blockchain technologies into a unified, interoperable digital trust infrastructure for Malaysia. And next, we would like to invite our panelists, Dr. Jasmine Begum, General Manager, Corporate External and Legal Affairs, ASEAN Microsoft. She brings over 30 years of expertise in law, public policy, and geoeconomics across multiple jurisdictions. Her notable achievements include being recognized as one of the 30 most influential women in tech in Asia in 2025. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Azhar Hussain, Malaysia Technology and Transformation Leader, Deloitte, Southeast Asia. With 25 years of experience, he drives digital and business transformation across Southeast Asia and Australia. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Al-Hafiz Yahya, Director of Innovation, National AI Office, Malaysia, NIO. As the Director of Innovation at NIO, he is spearheading major national projects like the Malaysia AI Sandbox and the development of a sovereign AI system. Over to you, Mr. Nazri. All right, we kindly request that our moderator and panelists remain on stage for the token of appreciation presentation. And this time we would like to invite Mr. ABC from DEF to step forward and present the tokens of appreciation to our distinguished panelists. Okay. Ada.
First one will be Encik Boni. Second one is Encik Boni, and then second one will be this one, Suryono. Okay. Suryono Dano. That will be the Chief Operating Officer. So you ambil yang ini lah. That one jangan dulu. Kos dia datang lambat. So you give this one first.
Yang berusaha Encik Boni kan dia ada kata
So
dia
no
tak-
Cenderatik.
So from
Okay, so for Mimos, I will need three people to give away Chandra. To give the token. Can the same person Suryano can give?
Boleh. I mean for the token.
To give the first token to siapa?
Paul.
To Paul.
Paul and Razian.
To give to Paul and Son.
Suryono or
Suryono, Mr. Suryono Dano.
Iya betul. Suryono Dano. Suara akan kuat sebab akan cepat ditangkap. Dia ringkaskan. Suryono Dano, Chief Operating Officer. Mimos International Ventures Namrahat.
Mr. Boniface ada ke?
So Boniface ada, tapi won't be giving the children hati. Alright. So he wants to give chance to everybody. So what we do is Suryono to give to Paul.
Paul and
then
Razian.
And Razian.
Then the rest.
No. Gift will be given at this session together with Dr. Hazian. So this one is one. I need another two more.
Hopefully,
Two
okay,
more,
we
right?
play
I know.
players.
Yeah,
Play
you know.
players.
Okay.
If Dr. Syuk datang, then kita bagi itu bagi Dr. Syuk lah.
Okay, so two for CEO. So then the last two panels is for the CEO. You take down the CEO name. Ada. Dah ambil dah?
President and group.
So clear. Salutations is Encik Boni and Suryono.
Yes.
Masa giving the token of appreciation, Suryono to the first two, and then yang lagi dua is Dr. Saad lah.
Hopefully they boleh reach by then.
If none also, Suryono will take over.
Yep.
Okay. Alright. I'll take care anyway. Okay.
So, salutation. I cakap bila start, I just tambah lah. Contoh, opening. Assalamualaikum. And then baru I cakap good. Again, good evening once again. So, Mr. Boniface bila I nak cakap.
Yeah. Okay. Where does it go?
Maybe after this.
Yeah. Yes. Maybe you'd like to welcome. Okay. Maybe the salutation. We'd like to welcome the honourable. Siapa yang honourable? So we'd like to welcome Mr. Boniface and Suryono. This.
Lepas tu I should put distinguished speakers ke apa ujung-ujung tu.
Di mana?
Contoh, I cakap salutation. Very good evening. Welcome to the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo. We would also like to welcome Mr. Boniface,
Yeah.
Pengusaha Mr. Suryono, blah 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 blah, and all distinguished guests.
Yang berusaha, correct? Correct. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay then.
And then distinguished guests, panel, and
Assalamualaikum, Salam Malaysia Madani, and a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo NICE 2026. We would also like to welcome Mr. Boniface Anna Edwin Manung, Undersecretary Technology Transfer and R&D Commercialization Division, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Yang Berusaha, Mr. Suryono Dano, Chief Operating Officer, Mimos International Venture, Sendirian Berhad. Our panelists, distinguished speakers, industry collaborators, academia, and our distinguished guests. My name is Nurhazika binti Muhammad Amer, and I will be your MC for today's session. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to NICE 2026. For the next session, we would like to request for you guys to fill in the seats first at the front row so that you can enjoy NICE 2026 better and in the best perspective. Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. The session will be starting shortly. We invite all attendees, exhibitors, and invited guests to make your way into the main halls at Hall 1 and Hall 2. Just a quick reminder to keep your phones on silent throughout the conference session and closing ceremony. And if you need any assistance, our nice 2026 crew wearing the official lanyards will be happy to help. And while you're here, don't forget to check out the exciting activities happening around the exhibition area today. And that includes the People's Innovation Market by Yayasan Inovasi Malaysia, Nice Business Matching, Cradle Pitching Sessions, MTDC Pocket Talks, and podcasts and nice recordings. Enjoy the program and have a great nice 2026.
Arrival of you already announced kan? Oh belum lagi lah.
Assalamualaikum, Salam Malaysia Madani, and a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo, NICE 2026. We would also like to welcome our honorable guest, Mr. Boniface Anna Edwin Manung, Undersecretary Technology Transfer and R&D Commercialization Division, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Yang Berusaha, Mr. Afzal Shahadat, Chief Executive Officer, Mimos Technologies Sendirian Berhad. Yang Berusaha, Mr. Suryono Dano, Chief Operating Officer, Mimos International Venture Sendirian Berhad. Our distinguished speakers, panels, industry collaborators, academia, and distinguished guests. Once again, welcome to the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo, NICE 2026. Give yourself a round of applause. Today we gather under the theme Mission to Market Malaysia to the World to explore how innovation is transformed into real-world impact and global commercial success. NICE 2026 is proudly brought to you by MOSTI, and this session is specially curated by MIMOS, Malaysia's National Applied Research and Development Center under MOSTI, which for over 4 decades has translated cutting-edge research into technologies that power our nation's digital economy. All right, our first session today is on unlocking value in the data economy from insight to commercial impact. This keynote explores how organizations can move beyond simply collecting data to unlocking real commercial value in today's data-driven economy. Without further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed speaker, Mr. Paul Scanlon, Chief Strategy Officer, AI 5G Australia. With over 30 years in the telecommunications and technology industries, Paul brings deep experience in 5G, AI, and digital transformation. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much and welcome. We have a much smaller audience I can see here. How do you make a spanner? Does everybody know what a spanner is? In the US, they call it a wrench. A screwdriver. How do you make a spanner? How do you make a spanner? Anybody, please. Look, it's made of metal, right? So you have to dig up the iron ore, you have to dig up the coal, you put it in a furnace, you melt it down, you forge it, and you have a spanner, right? That's how you make a spanner, correct? You're wrong. 17 years ago, we used an AI engine to simulate an AutoCAD design for a spanner. 17 years ago. So we didn't need a draftsperson. We developed the AutoCAD directly from an AI 17 years ago. We then sliced it up. We sent it 30,000 kilometers away to the International Space Station because we're on the other side of the world. So by the time we relayed it to Sejuna and from Sejuna up to the space station, and up there, molten plastic and a 3D printer, and in 1 hour we have a spanner. And when we finish with it, we put it back inside this and we melt it up, we reuse it, we recycle it. So just think about how things have been done differently. The challenge we all have today is 200 years ago when the Industrial Revolution started up, you used to make the cotton, grow the cotton, passed it to you, and you would spin up the cotton as a yarn, you'd pass it to you. Your company would then go and make the fabrics and cut it and make a suit, right? We did it linearly. 200 years later, we have these great factories everywhere which are automating everything. Robot A does this and robot B does that and it's still linear thinking, okay? And this is some of the fundamental challenges we have today. All the speakers have been talking about earlier have two common components. And the first common component is, how do we take a product to the market? And the second thing you heard, even from Matthew, is what is a new product? So what I've just given you is a concept of how did we have a product before, what's its requirement, where's the requirement, and how are we going to make it and take it to market. And it doesn't matter whether it's a process or a physical entity or whether it's software, it doesn't matter. So I want to tell you three things. I want to tell you how to make a product. I'm going to tell you how to make that product really quickly. And I'm going to give you some suggestions on go-to-market strategies. That's what we're going to do here in about 30 minutes. So first of all, if you're not building something for a customer, you're wasting your time. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. So you have to know what customers want. I'm predominantly talking about enterprise-based solutions. The principle applies to consumers, but consumerism is driven differently. But in an enterprise, if you don't know the problem of a customer, you can't sell him anything. It just doesn't work. And some of the key two things are, what does he want and what does he need? He only wants two things. I've got to get my cost down and I've got to make more revenue. How do you do that? Yeah. What does he need? He may need compliance, regulatory compliance. He may need to fight against competition and competitive pressures. Okay? He may need to improve his margins because of shareholders or other reasons. So the key I'm trying to show you here is you have to understand this customer. And if you don't understand the customer, what are you trying to invent? Let me give you an example. The previous company I worked in, the founder, every year, we have about 200 executives like this, and every year we would stand up here and we would announce our commercial results. And as a result of the commercials, we would then say, what is our bonus going to be? Very interesting. What is our bonus? And so here, Fitri, you'll come up here and, you just invented this great product. And I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, he's a good friend of mine. He's just invented this great product. And I'm going to give him his bonus. And all the other executives are here and saying, oh, what's his bonus going to be? He's been singled out. You know that amplifier you made? Here it is. Yes, there you are. I invented this. Yes, you did. And that's your bonus. Everybody's scratching their head. What's all this about? Well, this is the product you invented that nobody wanted. You got it? So what I've been doing since I left that last company, which was Huawei, I was the CTO there for many years, and we did a lot of innovative things. But the gap I find in industries, people invent things. People may research things. But how do you take those things to a market? I invented this great thing. I've got great ideas. Who wants to use it? So this example here is how we want to achieve three key things. If you want to make it, it's got to be rapidly deployable. It's got to be something that somebody can consume and deploy easily. And that's why I call it deployable. The second one is it must be repeatable. There's no point in making an orange which you can eat and only 2 people in 7 billion want to eat oranges. No value. So don't do those things. Scalable. I make oranges for people who like oranges. What about all the other people on the planet who want other things? You've got to be able to scale. So how did we do these things? We're here, and a lot of the friends and people I know are in research institutes, or they're in product development, or they're inventing things and they want to develop new products, or they want to enhance products. So I see 2+1 key components. The first one is what I call fundamental research. Fundamental research is not stuff that you do today that you're going to make a product out of tomorrow. Let me give you an example of how powerful fundamental research can be. Material science. In 2017, we developed the first 5G base station. It weighed 40 kilos. The CEO said, "Don't you know the occupational health and safety in Europe is 30 kilos? Do you know there are 100,000 base stations? If we want to swap everything and go from 4G to 5G, here in Malaysia you have about 20,000. Do you know how expensive it is? We have to put a crane. A crane is $1,200 per day to lift up these three things. You multiply the numbers. It's too expensive, right? But if it's less than 30, 2 persons are allowed to do that, so I don't need the $1,000 to $1,200 crane per day." So what did we do? We used advanced materials to reduce 10 kilos. The next product enhancement, which is over here on roadmap, is about how do I make it so that 1 person can carry it up. This is about deployable, right? How can I take a technology, in this case, and deploy it rapidly? How can I scale it? So material science, algorithms, you can call them AI if you want, but mathematical formulas, etc., and different types of algorithms, fundamental. We talk about quantum and other things. They're related, of course, to physics. But there is more. Psychological components, sociological components. Innovation, fundamental research doesn't have to be around technology. Some of the core things you can do in innovation is take an existing process and shorten it. You heard examples and discussions earlier about healthcare, medical. Let's take an example. The chairman of the Medical Association in the UK, very good friend of mine. We were back in early days of COVID in China. We were already using AI-based analysis of scans, X-ray scans of the chest. 2020, April 2020. I had a video conference call with him and I said, "We have this new technology." He said, "Paul, let me tell you how the industry works. First of all, I want to see you. I want to touch and feel you because that's how we've done it for 150 years. Second one, yes, I like this idea, but you know what? I want to see the X-ray first and maybe I will use the AI to help me." Today, what happens? It's taken 7 years, but we've adopted that, right? You can now start to use those sorts of things. So you have to take ideas here in fundamental research, but fundamental research isn't done because, oh, I have a great idea. It might be. But if it's not going to aim for doing one of those 5 things for a customer, you aren't going to get it to market easily. Working with MIMOS over the last couple of years, it's largely driven by applied research. So applied research, a little bit different, yes? We're focusing on maybe solving some problems. Some of them could be related to standards and regulatory compliance. Some are based on existing products in the market or products you already have and you want to expand it or you want to enhance it. It's called roadmap. People don't buy a product, people buy roadmap. If Apple didn't continue to have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their Apple phone, nobody's going to continue with Apple, right? Just to get the idea. And the last one is competition. So, this is all about insight, the word I'm going to use. Market insight is not about going online in Google or using one of the chat GPTs and asking the question what you get over the internet. And I'll come to that in one of the other slides. It's about data. The reason it's not is because you're not getting understanding of the customer. It's all about collaboration with a customer. If you understand a customer intimately, you know his business, you know the problems, you know the challenges. Now you have to make something that's going to be deployable, repeatable, and I think I've just lost the point. How do you make a product fast? Earlier in the session, you heard people talking about minimum viable product. Yeah, we all talk about minimum viable product. The minimum viable product is the one you make with a customer. You don't make a product without a customer. It just doesn't work. All right? So that means you have to somehow deeply collaborate with this customer, or somehow you have to get data from this customer. Some examples. In 2019, end of 2019, maybe 2020, 2021, we analyzed in China 100 million naturally occurring compounds in 9 months. 9 months. 6 weeks afterwards, working with the University Hospital, we aligned a naturally occurring drug with a disease and cured it. That's the power of data. So how did we do that? You've all heard about 5G. Maybe you've heard about IoT or NB-IoT. When 5G was first touted, and we did this back in 2017, everybody's saying, oh, it's faster, it's faster, it's faster. Is everybody enjoying the fast 5G? No value, right? And your customers. The first thing 5G did was, it's cheaper than 4G. Look at that. It's about money. Okay? The second thing is, it's highly secure. Despite the geopolitics you heard back in 2019, and I think you know what I mean between the US and China, 5G is so much more secure than 4G. That means if you've got $76 billion worth of satellites spinning around the world trying to eavesdrop on everything, you've got a lot more challenges under 5G. Just letting you know. The third thing that 5G did was it enabled billions of connections. Why would that be important? Coming back to the customer, how to know what's going on in a customer. Collect the data. How do we get the data? Lots of sensors, lots of information. If you can do that, the only reason the AI is working better today than 45 years ago when we first developed the algorithms is because it's cheaper to collect the data. I can collect more data, I can store it cheaply, and therefore I can analyze it more quickly, and I can get a business result more quickly. I don't use ChatGPTs or any of those algorithms. I have a particular reason, and that's because of commerciality. Every time you ask all these questions of these couple of companies, they've got your data. They know what you're doing. And you're training their systems free, or in some cases, you're paying them. You know what they're going to do in a couple of years? They're going to come back and market and sell you those services that you've been training them for. So, this thing, I have intentionally not used the word AI. Yeah, it's got some positives, it's got a lot of negatives coming around. Tan Sri Syed Zainal mentioned about data centers. The value today is really the application of the analytics by collecting all the data and applying it to improve efficiency, because every single business wants efficiency. Yeah, I either want to reduce the time in a process, so you take a process, you analyze it, you collect the data, and you figure out how can I either use technology to reduce the time, or how can I do things in a different way. There are discussions, issues, problems, perhaps opportunities in workforce optimization, I'll call it. But just like when Henry Ford developed the motor car and other sectors and other technology improvements along the way, some sectors were disrupted. That's what's going to happen here. But it's going to create new opportunities. That's why, if you want to have national agendas and you want to focus on something like AI, it's not about building the data centers. It's about applying the collection of data across all the industries, analyzing them, and figuring out these three things. Because if you can figure these three things out, you get those results. And they translate to money. So if you do it this way, you can do it very quickly. So the minimum viable product is working with a client, collecting his data, understanding it, using the power of different type of models, and then, as it was said, making bets. Let's give you a couple of examples. Everybody today sees the problem with the price of energy. It's not going to go down. Right? It's not going to go down. And there are reasons for that. It's in the vested interests of certain players to keep the price up. Yeah? Otherwise, how are you going to make more money? So that's not going to happen. That's not going to go down. If that's the case, how do we reduce the consumption of energy? How do we reduce the consumption of energy? Let's take this centre here in KLCC. It has three fundamental costs. The costs of running this whole floor, whether it's I either own it and depreciate it or I have to rent it. The second one is I have thousands of people here, operational cost. And the third one is it costs a lot of money to light up this Christmas tree, right? That's the same three things in every single enterprise in the world. Yep. Optimize the workforce, reduce the energy cost. This is how we make money. So imagine if we could analyze all the electrical consumption. Imagine if that information could be fed back in more or less real time to the people running the facilities. Let me give you an example. Outside here, you've probably seen it. I think the company is called Solid. And they have a great little machine here, and it does 3D printing of metals. In Australia, we're working with a French-based company that makes one type of metallic item. I won't tell you what it is. And they make millions of these all around the world. And can you believe, in a 1 by 1 metre induction furnace, in about 2 minutes, a blob of steel goes in here, molten metal comes out here, then it goes there where it's made and forged into that wrench I mentioned, and then thousands of extra joules of energy are used by a compressor to cool it back down again. Do you know how much that thing costs to make a 30-cent piece of metal? Well, compared with an additive machine, just think about these sorts of components. Now, how do you get that type of product into the market? Yeah. What's the business model you heard earlier? I think Melissa or one of the other people said about the business model. Not necessarily about the business model, but that's where we can be creative. My last bit is about go-to-market strategies. So, let's start with the customer. What we're doing today is we are not knocking on the doors of customers. It's not promoting solutions on the internet. That's not what we do. We engage directly enterprises and we upsell. And the only way you can do that is if you have a good understanding of the customer and you have a methodology for making that minimum viable product. That means you have to have the teams behind that, some doing some fundamental research, some doing this applied research, and you have to understand the customer, and with him you'll make a product. And you will get the roadmap from the customer and you will continue to upsell. Very straightforward. I didn't mention one thing in the previous slide, but that was about the control point of an industry. So I'm just going to go back to that slide. When we talk about the control point of an industry, it's very important to understand what is a control point. You heard from Tan Sri about semiconductor. So an integrated circuit or the chip you could consider, because I can make it in this, I can put it in a phone, I can put it in a car, I can put it anywhere, right? So if you own that, then if you can't make a mobile phone anymore, you can make a 2-ton car, the same chip, right? Batteries, battery technology. Everything needs a battery. So if you own that core technology, for example. So it's very important to understand the control point. And the reason it's important is because when you come here, how do we go across the supply chain? If you can embed yourself in a supply chain, you are not restricted to any of the ups and downs in a particular industry sector. All right? You're not. And if your product can be relevant in adjacent industries because it's a control point, then you can cross-sell. All right? There's nothing remarkable about the things I've said here. But as I learnt a lot of these things from this $150 billion company over about 16 years. And they became very, very good at it. So today I see the opportunities in this nice 2026 and the last year 2025, and I believe next year 2027, is how do we take these really simple concepts and how do we apply them to the 200 SMEs or startups that we have sitting outside here? I used to do the same thing in Singapore for the Innovation Festival, InnoFest. I used to stand up and give a keynote speech. First year 200, next year about 400, the final year was about 800 exhibitors. It took me 3 days afterwards to go through and please pitch, please pitch, please pitch. Yes, 800 times. 5 of them were valuable. 5 out of 800, in my opinion. Okay? Do you see how hard it is? Working with another research team, another research group, we found of about 20 pitches, most of them are irrelevant. I wouldn't score them 2 out of 10, I'm sorry. Yes? I'm trying to be practically critical rather than be, critical for the sake of being critical. So how do we, as a group of, I'll say, learned people, across the government, across private industry, how do we collectively set up a mechanism that helps those 200 out there to go to market? The first one is cut it off. If it's not valuable, don't exhaust resources. Remember strategy, right? Strategy, application of limited resources, time and money and materials. That's what we've got, people and, right? So, if you're the government, you have limited budgets and you're going to plow it into everything, it's not going to work. I'm not a big believer necessarily of make bets, but the way you make bets is because you go back here to the controlling point. That's the most important part. Because if you can do that, then you get to do this. You can embed yourself in a supply chain. And if you do that, it means you are valuable. This is the most important part, yeah? This is a roadmap for continuous customer engagement, because if you're valuable, you'll have business forever. Anyhow, I'm Paul Scanlon. Thank you very much. Do you want me to take some questions or?
Thank you very much, Paul, for an enlightening session on the topic of unlocking value in the data economy from insight to commercial impact. You may take your seat. Did you enjoy this session? Because before we conclude, we appreciate it if you could take a moment and share your feedback on our keynote session. Please scan the QR code and share your thoughts with us. Your feedback is valuable and can impact the nation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next session, a fireside chat on the crucial topic of AI nations. Who will build, who will depend, and who will lead? In this vital conversation, we will dive deep into the shifting global landscape of artificial intelligence. We will examine which nations are strategically positioned to build sovereign AI infrastructure and capabilities, which risk remaining dependent on foreign ecosystems, and what critical choices will define true global and regional leadership in the intelligence economy. To our audience in the hall, you may submit your questions at any point of this fireside chat via Slido. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screens. Without further ado, it is my honor to invite our moderator, Insinyur Dr. Hazian Mamat. Insinyur Dr. Hazian Mamat has over 27 years of engineering leadership experience at Mimos, where as the Group Chief of Corporate Planning and Strategy, he aligns the organization's R&D with Malaysia's national economic priorities and has overseen major national research funding programs. Next, we would like to invite our guest speaker, Mr. Paul Scanlon, once again, Chief Strategy Officer, AI 5G Australia. Let's welcome them. Over to you, Dr. Hazian.
All right. Thank you very much, MC, for the introduction. First of all, it's nice. My pleasure to meet you again.
Pleasure.
And I think I want to stay here that from your keynote speech just now, you mentioned, before we start the fireside, you mentioned about people don't buy the products, yeah, and then people will look for the roadmap. So that's a very nice thing that I think, as R&D entities that we need to bear in mind. All right. Okay.
Maybe I enhance that because you see, the reason I mention that is if you're a vendor and you sell to a customer, enterprise customer, an enterprise customer has to go through a lot of checks and balances to make sure that you're the right company, you're viable, you've got history, you're not just a startup and I'm buying. They want to know that there's going to be this relationship. Otherwise, it costs them too much to buy from you the water bottle, to buy the water bottle with something else with vinegar in it or with something else in it further down and pick a new vendor, another vendor. That's a very expensive, yeah?
Definitely. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Paul. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for our President and Group Chief Executive, Saad Shukri, for be with us today. Also, I see Mr. Boniface, SUB PTK, okay, and all the VIPs and participants on. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thanks and congratulate MOSTI for having this such a great event. Actually, it's a good opportunity for all the industry players or the strategy agency like Mimos, and policy makers, funding manager, and also strategic research institute. Yeah. So this is a platform for us to have exchange the idea and also update the technology update to all. And the most important is the commercialization of the product. That's the goal for this event. All right. And then special thanks to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Paul Scanlon, that able to be with us today and accepting the invitation for the fireside chat. Okay, our fireside chat is entitled AI Nation, Who Will Build, Who Will Depend, and the last one is Who Will Lead or Who Will Drive the technology. So, are we ready? Can we start the session? All right. So we go to the first question. All right. Let me see. Okay. So you spent a decade at the center of a global 5G build-out. And you have been candid that many operators and many countries deployed had cellular networks and then struggled to monetize them, as you mentioned in your speech just now. And then the technology arrived and the return log stuck there. And what actually caused the gap? Okay. What is the use cases, the business models, the regulation, or the sequencing? And as you look at how Malaysia and this region are approaching AI and data infrastructure today, so are we going to repeat that? Over to you.
It's a long question, right?
Yeah,
Very close one. That's okay. Let's try and take it bit by bit. So I'll take on the reason for the 5G, why we discussed to put that component in. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to any country or government or anything like this, all right? And nor any telecom operator. But let's have a think about it. A telecom operator spends hundreds of millions of dollars or ringgit or pounds on buying the license, 2G, 3G, 4G license. They spend another few hundred million of the same, and probably billions over many years, building out a network. So they build thousands of towers and they sell SIM cards. They actually they're actually a finance company, right? They're renting you the phone and you know that whole cycle, but they sell you a SIM card, okay? And they sell millions of these SIM cards and they make between 32 and 54% EBITDA. That's a great business model, right? So now, when we were engineering this thing called 5G, we saw three key benefits. One was the speed, but the other was the latency linked with security and connection of everything, all right? So now you've got these commercial enterprises that have been selling SIM cards to consumers to take a new technology and promote it to enterprise to solve enterprise problems. The DNA is not there. They don't have the workforce, the talent, they just don't have it. They don't have the sales force. It's just not equivalent. So when I was thinking about how to encourage the telecom operators to adopt this, I went along and examples were Celcom or Digi or Maxis or U-Mobile, for example, or these traditional mobile network vendors. And I just stand in the shop and I say, who's coming here? Well, it's not a consumer that's coming here. It's the CEO of Mimos. It's the professor from Osti. It's, hang on a second, this is the school teacher is coming here. The head of IT is coming here. The director general, everybody comes to the shop, right? So if you had people there in the shop who could engage, you've sort of got a captive audience if you can promote the use case. So now I'm going to jump out to the front here because myself and my colleagues wandered round there for about an hour looking at them. And if there's, what's the one thing that's missing from every single pitch deck out there? Can anybody tell me? What do you think is the one key thing missing? Where's the money? Not one of them says, you will save 16%, you will make this, not one. All right? So do you see the challenge in having just pure technology or having technology companies or standards groups, which are largely built by technocrats, coming together and promoting a technology? That's not what Steve Jobs did, right? He pulled up a thing here, stood in front of 10,000 people and swiped it and did things and gave us an application of a technology that would profoundly change our lives. So in your question, when you ask, what are the challenges? The challenge comes to the very first principle that I mentioned, that is understanding. The key message from the 3 slides is the same, customer, customer, customer. Okay? The second component is always about innovation. You must have innovation and new products or enhanced products. Those 2 things are terribly important if you want to adopt any technology or any solution in any market. They're exactly the same.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul, for that clear and insightful explanation. So if I can summarize from your statement just now, we need to have a scale of our products. Then the customer have a choice to. Yeah.
And you need the DNA. You know, the DNA is you have to understand the customer, right?
Yeah.
You have to understand the consumer or the sector or the segment, but you have to have a deep understanding of that. That's the real insight.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So that brings us to the second question. So the title of the session as of who we depend. So let us make that concrete because dependency is often discussed as a matter of pride when it's clear really matter of the economics. Okay. In practical terms, pricing assess term of service, what you are and are not permitted to be on top. Okay. So what does a country actually give up when it depends on the foreign AI capability? And be honest with us about the matter, the other side, where the dependency is simply the national choice, because no mid-sized economy should be trying to do everything. Sorry for the long question.
Yes. So the last point is very important, right? Because the last point is nobody can do everything, all right?
Yeah.
Even if you have Superman, okay? Superman can be very fast and very good at doing something, but he can only do everything one by one by one. He can do them fast, but he can still only do one by one, right? So the most important part, I still think, is focus. So and we had these questions earlier, or similar-ish questions about national agenda, making a bet and things like this, yes? And I can't remember all the national agenda topics, but I do remember one or two, yes? One of them was about space, or space, I'll say space communication, but it's relating to satellite-ish technology, let's call it that. Another one was relating to quantum, okay? So let's just take those two things. AI, perhaps we put later on, because people have talked about that forever. But how do we then take something which we hope the government sees as strategic, but that can be applied in the supply chain? Okay, remember I came to, because if a government can make these types of policies and the programs to take something, let's call it quantum, or let's take it space technology, and embed it in a supply chain, then it's very valuable. And the reason it's very valuable is because it's going to provide automation, it's going to provide better security and all those things that I mentioned, and that's going to translate into either competition because you are more efficient, or because you become more valuable to the rest of the world because I can export the products. So either of these two and some of the other topics that the government has promoted under its new development plans, yeah, focus is terribly important. But just as Alexander mentioned from Maybank, expecting 10,000 smaller companies to each take a blob of each thing and put them all together to make the top one is not going to work. It will never work. You have to think about layers. So that means you have to have something that enables layer 1, which will drive layer 2, which will drive layer 3. And you want, there are clear pillars, right? You want education to be improved. Yeah, you want e-government. Mentioned Estonia. I know Estonia quite well, about 400,000 or 500,000 people. So it's a very small population. When you're very small, if you're not manufacturing something and you're not great at services, what are you going to do? All right. So you need to start thinking about it. So they headed down the track of e-government and efficiencies to make business simple in the country, to adopt or attract investment. So you see, it's very clear. I don't have any natural resources, nothing else I can do. What do I do next? Yeah. In Singapore, it was very pragmatic what we promoted. Eventually, cities in China will have better logistics than Singapore, will have more money. So what does a country like Singapore do in the next 10, 20, 50 years? It becomes a problem, right? The same thing in Malaysia. You have here 42, 43,000 manufacturing companies, yes, predominantly manufacturing things for the rest of the world. So if you wanted to look at how to make an impact, how do we make those companies not just more efficient, because that's what the automation bit does, but how do we make them also more relevant to their customers? Environmental solutions. In end of this year and early next year, if you want to do business in Europe, you need to comply with the CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Directive. And if you don't, you can't do business with them. That's a pretty good reason. So you have these 40,000 companies making things, and they're going to have a compliance problem. So how do those pillars of the government say, I need you, Malaysian enterprises and research facilities and universities, educational facilities, to scale and develop talent and make products that support my industries so they don't collapse tomorrow because Vietnam suddenly says, I'm going to be sustainable, and show Europe that if you take my manufacturing, it is more environmentally friendly than Malaysians. You'll lose it tomorrow, just tomorrow. Okay, so how do we take quantum ideas or satellite-based communication ideas that the government has these pillars and say, how do we put them into this supply chain? You already have a huge supply chain here already. So I always think about how does the government's concepts translate into practical solutions that can be scaled. And by that I mean across a supply chain. And you heard a completely different example coming from Marissa when she said, you know, your bio products coming from the oil industry, it's a gold mine, but you export all that. So that, and just like a data center, you build a data center, it's like providing a connection in the network. You know, a narrowband IoT service is about 5 ringgit per month. In Australia, it's about $16 per month. I can deploy 1,000 devices. I can make $10,000 to $100,000 per month. But the telecom company is getting 16 or 5 ringgit.
Yeah.
Do you see the value difference? The value is in the application of the solution and the AI, not in building the infrastructure. All right?
Okay, all right. So thank you, Mr. Paul, that provide us with the practical and balanced perspective and on the technology dependency. Okay, and then I think talking about these sovereign things, yeah, this is where MIMOS has an important role to play, which is we are the R&D for the government, okay, which is the nation's sovereign technology enabler, okay, and then we can help Malaysia build and retain critical technology capabilities, develop local intellectual property, strengthen the trusted digital infrastructure, and form the strategic partnership. That which is reduce the risk of dependencies, while the accelerating the innovation and the commercialization. Okay, let's come to the last question for our discussion today. So this is a very important, question. Then please put your full attention to this answer from our expert. So the question is: you have worked across jurisdiction with radically different rules about data, where it may sit, who can move it, what may be done with it, and most government frame data governance as a protection. Your keynote argue is actually the precondition for the commercial value. So take the practitioner view, which governance and infrastructure setting genuinely unlock value, and which intentional rules quietly destroy. And what would you tell Malaysia to fix in the next 24 months rather than next 10 years? Okay.
Yeah, that's a complicated series of things. You started with MIMOS and some of the challenges, and then data and governance.
Yeah.
I think the data governance, I gave a small example earlier, and that is one of the reasons I don't ask questions of a third-party GPT-style model, right, with a transform engine or a generative one, doesn't matter, yeah? And the reason for that is there is no governance around the information that was provided to that AI agent, okay? So there's none. And an example would be, you know, you can very easily troll and extract a history of every legal case in the world since the world started, right? You can do that very quickly using AI engines. And that now means that if I was an OpenAI or a ChatGPT, I'd make a new department and call myself AI legal or something, because I have all the case studies. I know every single term. I know what will win, what will not win, and everything else is a services business, which means it's based around people, and I can be much more efficient, right? So I could undercut every legal company and every legal solution by orders of magnitude. Yep. And that's all been done free. But the legal profession today, you need 4, 7, 10 years worth of experience and study to get to that capability, and the AI solution does it in no time. And we've trained it to do that. So the reason I mention this is there's no protection there, okay? There's no protection whatsoever. And that's why I think it's very dangerous. We talk about data protection and sovereignty, where we want the data stored, but all of that information flow, that proprietary intellectual property, is being drained. Okay, it's going out. So let's relate that maybe a little bit to the challenge, and I see, Dr. Shukri and everybody else here from MIMOS, and this is sponsored, largely with MIMOS and by MIMOS, in its challenges. And you say, what can we do in 24 months rather than 10 years, yes? So the first point I mentioned is, I can't recall exactly, but I think 80 or 100 products or intellectual properties over the years that MIMOS has developed. The methodology that was applied was largely driven by government, okay? The government agendas, government funding, and all of these things. Now that creates a work ethic and a DNA in the company, okay? Because we're doing it on behalf of the boss. You pay me the money, so I do what you say, okay? So how do we now say the government is trying to shift by trying to make and asking enterprise, which will always be much more efficient, in helping me, Mr. Government, improve my country, all right? How do we get this workforce of 500, 600, maybe 1,000 people? Just like with a telecom company, it's very hard to change the DNA, right? So the only way I can think practically is to do it collaboratively, okay? We can't retrain the workforce. I can't take engineers who for 15 years have been thinking this way. It's not going to happen, all right? And generally, a researcher cannot make a product, generally, okay? And they can't be a manufacturer, and they can't be a product development or a marketing person or a salesperson. It's just not in the DNA. You get a few key people, special people who can do that, but generally you cannot. So you need multiple functions and talents to build a product, build a company, and make it successful. So the only way I can see that happening is to take the framework of the government's national agenda in the back of your mind, and then to say, how do we apply those principles to fix industry problems, or to fix industry problems that relate to the country? So that way, because you're still a GLC, you're still supporting the national agenda, but you're doing it with enterprise, all right? We are one company working with MIMOS, yeah? We need more companies like this who are prepared to do the hard work, to sit with the teams in MIMOS, knowing industry problems, because we're the industry players, so we know what's going on and wrong outside and where the opportunities are, and to help drive those topics in research institutes like MIMOS. All right? So we use the best of both companies, and that comes back to this ecosystem, the best of commercial companies, enterprises, together with the best of research people, people who do want to do research. The same thing happens whether it's at Utah or University of Malaya. They have the same challenges. Okay, they've got lots of research people doing lots of research for lots of reasons. The key here is, how do we focus all that talent to be relevant? Relevant to industry, relevant to government. Industry will be much more practical and faster to drive the agendas of the government. Yeah. So that's what I would be trying to encourage over the next 24 months. I would be looking at institutionalizing programs like this. You have, I mentioned, you have 40-something thousand, 42,500 manufacturers. Why don't we have a conference with 10% of those? Bring in 1,000 people here. Have your team sit up here and say, right, I'm manufacturing this, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Don't tell me 1 or 10% of those customers out there aren't going to say, hey, I want that, right? Now, the challenge you have is you need the pitch, and the technology research people are not always the right people to pitch. So you need somebody who can bridge that gap in being able to join the two together to get the dots. But there's some ideas I have, yeah?
All right. So thank you very much on the valuable insight. So you're saying that we need to have a right ecosystem for all the yeah. Okay. So that comes to the end of our discussion today. So
any questions from me?
I now would like to open to the floor for any Q&A. So please come forward, state your name, and please from which organization, and please make it your question brief and direct.
Excuse me, Insinyur Dr. Hazian,
Yes.
we have a question for you that has been highlighted by the audience in the screen near you. In the TV screen in front of you.
Screen's over there. Just a moment.
I need to go there.
If each national project implements AI systems from different companies, there may be issues with silos and fragmentation. Who should ensure integration, compatibility, and data portability among the systems? Yep. Okay. Okay. I think the best way to answer the question is not from a government thinking, but because they are systems, then you really want somebody who understands systems to be able to put together this concept of not having silo or fragmentation. The problem is when you use an AI agent to address a problem, you can't be certain that it's actually giving you the right answer. So you don't know that the method that you've employed to ask the questions to get a solution is correct or not correct, and you don't know whether heading in one particular direction will create a silo or fragmentation. Okay, so that's the first part of this problem, yeah? But if you are using it, the way we've used AI systems is we take an AI, usually a neural network or something similar to that, and we have it as an entity, and we have a problem statement, and we get it to improve or fix a problem. So the best way to prevent that problem from happening would be to segment or to list down a series of requirements to drive a national project and to get each one adopted and have a solution generated from each of those. All right, so I want to build this forum. I need a platform here. I need all the chairs and I need the food. So you could dissect those three things, knowing that there are only those three things for this facility, and allocate them to three separate companies or entities or agents to do three different types of tasks. Please optimize the stage from materials, from size, from lighting. Please optimize this. Please, you could do that way. So it's really in understanding the limitations of AI agents and then having those limitations mitigated by putting the right sequence of activities in a project. I think that's the best way. That's the way we've been doing it in the past. Yeah.
All right. So MC, we still have time?
Okay, we would like for the moderator and guest speaker to remain on stage for our token of appreciation.
Thank you.
We would like to invite Dr. Saad Shukri Embong from Mimos Berhad to present the token of appreciation to our guest speaker, Mr. Paul Scanlon, and our moderator, Insinyur Dr. Hazian Maman. We would like to invite Dr. Saad Shukri Embong, President and Group CEO of Mimos Berhad, to present the token of appreciation to Insinyur Dr. Hazian Maman. Please give a round of applause. And next, a token of appreciation for Mr. Paul Scanlon, Chief Strategy Officer, AI 5G, Australia. Thank you, Dr. Saad Shukri, and our panelists and our moderator for today. And that brings us to the end of the session for AI Nations, who will build, who will depend, and who will lead, where we discuss how us as a nation can work together with MIMOS and other agencies and organizations with the same mission to build AI sovereignty. Before we conclude, Did we spark any thoughts within you? We would like to hear your insight, and please kindly take a moment, scan the QR code and share your thoughts with us. Your feedback is very, very valuable. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next session on the topic of from innovation to industry. What will it take for Malaysia to scale AI? This panel brings together leading voices from academia, industry, and the public sector to discuss what it will truly take for Malaysia to scale its AI innovations into full-fledged industries. Throughout this session, our distinguished panelists will explore critical pathways for bridging the gap between research breakthroughs and commercial deployment, addressing key challenges in infrastructure, talent, regulatory frameworks, and market adoption necessary to position Malaysia as a regional leader in the AI economy. To our audience in the hall, you may submit your questions for this panel session via Slido throughout the session. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screens if you have any question at any point. Without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Ahmad Fitri Ishaq, the Senior Manager in R&D Management and Collaboration under Mimos Berhad's Corporate Planning and Strategy Department. His role is significant in working on technology research, development, innovation, and industry collaboration. And next, we would like to invite our panelist, Emeritus Professor Dato' Dr. Muhammad Ridza Wahidin, Cybersecurity Expert, International Islamic University, Malaysia. He has a long-standing academic career focused on quantum optics since obtaining his PhD in 1989. His major accolades include winning the MOSTI 1994 National Young Scientist Award and being conferred the title of Emeritus Professor by IIUM in 2024. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Umang Varma, Head of Customer Engineering, Google Cloud Malaysia. He has over 20 years of experience in technology consulting for large global enterprises using AI, blockchain, and cloud technologies. His key achievement is leading the customer engineering team at Google Malaysia. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Sir Keng Ngoi, Director of Solutions Public Sector, Alibaba Cloud Malaysia. He is a seasoned technology leader with over 20 years of experience delivering large-scale cloud, IoT, and telecommunications solutions. Once again, let's welcome our panelist and moderator. Over to you, Mr. Fitri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Very good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. For the afternoon session, second row coming up. So today's the second session's theme is with regards to what does it take for Malaysia to scale AI. So we have three themes actually. One is what is stopping Malaysia for scaling AI? That's number one. Data infrastructure sovereignty. What are the challenges? Talent and ecosystem collaboration. So we're going to talk briefly on that. Just to give you an overview. So from innovation to industry, what does it take for Malaysia to scale AI? But the real question is, how do we move from experimental to adoptions at scale? What is actually holding us back? So we have three prominent panel members from academia to industries. So we're gonna slowly untangle those questions and come up with a different answer from different perspective and probably come up with the solutions moving forward. So let's start the ball rolling with regards to what is stopping Malaysia from scaling AI. So we have seen many AI policies, well, not AI policy, AI pilot for that matters, POCs, experimental in Malaysia, but relatively fewer makes transitions into a large scale sustainable deployment. And what is actually holding us back? Prof. Ridza, trust, security, and more basic constraints. We often hear that organizations are hesitant to scale AI because of concern around security, data, and governance. model assurance and trust. But in your view, are these genuinely the biggest constraint? Or are we sometimes blaming trust and governance when the real problem are more basic, like data quality of skills or leadership appetite for that matter? Please share your view on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fitri, my colleagues here, panelists, Mr. Umang, Mr. Sikeng. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Actually, on the contrary, none of those are actually holding us back. In fact, the ones being mentioned there, they are all critical ingredients. Okay, they are very important and enablers to scale AI in Malaysia in particular. So let's just focus. I mean, if we take data, okay, we're talking about data, we're talking about governed data. Okay, when we talk about governed data, you are really looking into what we're saying as strictly controlled data so that we have quality, accuracy, privacy, and security. Okay, I'm going to give you an example here. Industri asas tani, cottage industry. Keropok leko. Keropok leko in English apa? Anyone? Paul dah balik. In English, keropok leko. Umang, you know?
Crackers.
Almost, tapi tu kopok. Kopok kering. I think the nearest we can give is fish sausage. Okay, if fish cake tu mungkin not that accurate. Okay, if we talk about keropok leko or fish sausage, it's actually cottage industry in Malaysia. Why I'm highlighting this? Because eventually, if I have the time, I'm going to relate this to the digital divide. We are talking about scaling here, but let's start off with data, governed data. If you are talking about even this keropok leko industry, you see, when you actually engage AI, you're talking about IoT data. You're talking about IoT sensor data. You're talking about vendor invoices. You're talking about customer feedback. So this data, if ungoverned, will cause a mess. So what we need to do is to ensure that the data that we have collecting from the IoT sensor, for example, to ensure if you are going to boil the fish at a certain humidity, temperature, and the sensor is giving you the wrong data, it'll make a mess of your production, okay? Even the customer feedback, because the question is about trust, it's about security. Customer feedback, if you get the wrong data, which is ungoverned, you are infringing PDPA. So in actual fact, if we are talking about trust, we are talking about governed data, deployable products, these are all in fact critical ingredients to scale AI. They are not actually hindrance. Okay.
All right. Talk about data. Umar, based on your experience in managing data centers from Google Cloud, how do you see right now in Malaysia projects that run on at a proof of concept level reach productions while others stall? Do you see some patterns in that?
I see quite a bit. So one of the most common patterns that I see, right, is if a company wants to start on the AI journey, I think some of them take a natural choice saying, oh, let me launch an internal GPT for everybody, right? Or let me just launch Copilot or the equivalent, right? And then I'll be AI enabled. And then we go a step forward and say, okay, by the way, let's now measure productivity by number of agents everybody's making. Now, these are all good technologies. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, how is it changing our basic business workflows, right? Which means if I go to a bank for a loan, am I getting the loan faster because of that technology rollout? Is it taking less number of people to deliver that loan to me? Or how is it fundamentally changing your business outcomes, right? So the projects that I see are successful is where we don't start with the technology, we start with a business problem. The CEO says, hey, I want to disburse loans faster to my customers, right? Now let's work backwards. It may be an AI problem, it may not be an AI problem. That technology is secondary. Here is my business problem. I want to reduce my loan disbursement time from 2 weeks to 2 hours. How can technology help me do it? And then we as technologists work backwards, help you figure out the right technology. Now, also work with you on helping find the right governance, which means how do you make sure there are no DDoS attacks? There's no SQL injection, there is no AI-based attacks for you. How do we build the guardrails for you? How do we make sure you're BNM compliant? So I think to answer your question in a nutshell, it's working backwards from a business problem that is worth solving, that can be solved with tech, building the guardrails around it, and if somebody does that successfully, then those projects reach production.
Okay, so basically you start with the problem. What are the problem you want to solve? Because by doing so, then you have the end game to look into. Now, SK, I just want to check with you. How does, from a government's perspective, I'm not saying that you speak on behalf of governments, but you have experience in working with governments. In terms of potentially, it is enormous in terms of AI adoptions, but it also has a procurement process, legal, legacy systems, data sensitivities, multiple agencies involvement. From experience working with public sectors, and what are the biggest blocker? Is it procurement? Is it data sitting in different silos, risk appetites, or something else that you see as a stumbling block from your perspective?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you, Mr. Fitri. By the way, I was part of the ex-public sectors, hopefully. I'm an ex-Mimosian. So this is my pleasure to be here again, you know.
Now I know.
Okay. I think back to this question, right? I think you were right that, of course, usually in government, right? Usually in government, I would say any projects, the blockage usually is just a single issue, single things, right? So what we're looking at it is that whenever we're sitting with our public sector clients, especially on AI projects, there are three things they need to, clear the gates up where before it can be launched. So firstly, of course, whether or not the use case is worth for funding, that's for sure, right? Second thing, of course, is there a very good data that can support the particular use cases? And thirdly, of course, what happens that, if let's say the use case, pass the pilots, who gonna to own it, So these are the three things, missing any one of those is very likely that, the project will not get through, right? So, and like what Mr. Fitri pointed out, so many of us, whenever the project didn't get through, the first thing that we will try to blame is the procurement process, yeah? But again, I agree that, public sectors or procurement process may be slower as compared to private sector, yeah? But again, to me, that is just a symptom, it's not the cause. Yeah, in fact, the rails is already set from what we see. For example, we do have the MyGov Cloud, we do have the cloud framework agreements, which already, pre-qualified cloud service provider like, Google's. And also, they have already dictated on who are the implementation partners. So should any agencies, they come up with something like, measurables, or I would say measurable business case, I'm sure there's a way for procurement to go through. Yeah. So of course, if your use case is very vague, right, there's no process will help you, right? So, and if you ask me, so what would be the real or quiet killer that stop us from adopt AIs in public sector? Then I will echo to what Mr. Professor said. Actually, this is the data itself, specifically on the data, resides cross-agency. From our experience, a pilot looks very brilliant, with a clean sample data set. But when it comes to that, the actual messy data, fragmented production data that come from lots of production systems, that's where it dies, right? So, and from our opinions, the most trackables or the things that are fastest to handle with, in fact, this is the business case and data readiness itself. Those things we can tighten up, within weeks, actually. But the hardest part would be that, legacy systems, the cross-agencies governance process, that is the hardest part that, we need to solve. But in short, if you ask me, my honest answer is that if you really want to, accelerate the AI adoption in public sectors, I would say before we approve any pilots project or POC, whatever it is, so I think we need to ask three things. First thing, is there a measurable, business outcome? Firstly. Second, is the measurable business outcome, is it measured based on specific production data, not a POC set of data? And thirdly, if the products or if the projects goes live, who will own it? That will ensure that continuities of the project in terms of will have the real impact to the society. Yeah.
Okay. I think all of us, the challenge in AI is just one part of the story. Is they have the technology side on the side. Another side is about talent, people. Yeah. We talk about talents and ecosystem collaborations. Let me just throw back to Prof. Riza with regards to what's missing or what's the fill-in in between universities towards building POCs, towards commercializing certain technologies. How does talent play in this journey towards scaling up AI? And what's your view in the next 2-3 years now that we need to do and change from academia perspectives? And how does it jive together with the ecosystems, as in the industries, the societies? I know it's a big question, but yeah, feel free to see your point of view.
Okay, in a nutshell, if we look into, as I was mentioning just now, the critical ingredients or enablers. So one of them is actually strong talent. So we need to have strong talent here. If you are talking about Malaysia here, we're talking about a nation. We are not talking about certain elite communities where you're focusing on them, and then you're not really scaling up Malaysia as a nation. So from the academic point of view, let me start like this. Let us be realistic in Malaysia. We have a digital divide, whether you like it or not. Okay, so digital divide means there are certain community underprivileged or marginalized with what we say as low resource availability. So if you are talking about talent here, one of the things that we need to focus is how do we reach out? How do we reach out to these marginalized or low resource areas? So it's going to be different from my two colleagues here because they are cloud-based. Cloud-based, there will be some challenges. On the other hand, if you are talking about bringing a nation up and scaling AI, you need a very broad talent base.
A value chain that will stitch all together.
Correct. And we know that STEM is the foundation, is the enabler, okay, for us to talk about economic prosperity, innovation, technological progress. But then again, if we are not able to reach out to the bigger so-called potential talent pool, then we have a problem. So let me put it this way. If we are really serious about this, we may have to consider what we call as SLM, Small Language Model, simply because it will detach yourself from too dependent on cloud. You can actually have an interactive kind of mode, okay, very specific, not only for the educators and the students, but also for example, the cottage industry people, the kampung-kampung. Okay, they have very restricted access to resource. So if we actually also focus about this SLM, this small language model kind of thing, you can actually have a lot of saving on your budget. Okay, and you can reach out to the many people out there. So talent from one perspective is if you really want to move the agenda to scale up AI, we need to also focus to bring out the B40 out of that category.
Yeah.
So I'll stop there.
Okay, all right. So it's a journey of bringing the right people, solving an issue at the national level, and then move forward, I think, together with industries that provide the solutions.
You see, the first question you asked me just now
Yeah.
is about awareness. People get a misconception about, security is actually stifling the scaling of AI. So if you are not able to actually educate them, to have the awareness what it means to have AI,
Yeah.
so you don't expect to address this.
True. Hence, I think a lot of programs right now, I think with the leading agencies, NIO, in Ministry of Digital, is taking the lead in providing the target or the envision by 2030 to do, I think, 300 to 500 AI professionals. So again, that's one part of the story. But how does, if I may, to address Omar, if you don't mind, how do you bridge the gaps between the academia so that whatever that you do would actually help them to transform and use certain services in the Google Cloud, for example, that enable them to use certain computes and certain pilots that they can build to the point of commercialization, certain technologies. Are there something in your mind that there's a journey that allow that some sort of platform to enable that cross services in terms of providing commercialization journey?
So this is the way I think about it. Our educational institutions provide critical thinking, provide numeracy skills, provide STEM understanding, which are critical, right? Whereas industry is solving certain different set of problems. And which is where there is a need to work greater together, where, for example, industry can bring in real problems that they're working with. So I'm working on a manufacturing problem where I'm looking to reduce the supply chain by X or simplify the supply chain by X. We have students who have the numeracy and STEM skills. They've learned a bit of AI in colleges, so they can work on some of these real world problems and get a taste of what it takes to solve real problems. I think many organizations are doing similar things. I know other organizations are. At Google, we run something called Google Developer Groups.
Yeah.
Very well attended. Every quarter, we get students from multiple universities, invite them. And the attendance is in at least 1,000 students each time. And it's done every quarter in different parts of Malaysia, where they come and we run hackathons on real business problems using Google Tech. I know of partnerships with, for example, APU, and there are other universities where we are collaborating them and giving real life problems to students to solve, right? So that's one attempt in making sure there is the bridge, there is a bridge established between students and between industry. But I think that bridge needs to be strengthened.
Okay.
I'm sure there is more that can be done from everyone to make sure the students that come out of colleges are far more ready to work on AI and other problems.
Okay. SK, if you don't mind, share from Alibaba Cloud. What kind of programs that you've worked upon so that, in a way, bridging the digital divides?
Okay. Before I go into the program specifically that we offer to the our to the societies, right? Probably that I will also want to clarify a few things, because from what we look at, I mean, at least from what I see, ecosystem collaborations, right? We look at it as something like divisions of responsibility, yeah. So as a hyperscaler like Alibaba Cloud, same goes to Umang's teams, right? We are here to provide the engine or the platform itself, right? Including compute, including storage, including some tools, and even open models. Yeah. So whereas we believe that the government agency, for example, MIMOS, NIO, or known as the AI Malaysia Berhad, right? So they are here to set up the policy, rules, guideline and even, probably cross data infrastructure, yeah. So, and that's the part that we look at as a collaborations, yeah. And of course, Alibaba Cloud, we ourselves, of course, not only that we're providing platforms, but at the same time, we have programs like, be it programs to educate our local partners, so that, they are able to provide delivery. And actually, we train more than thousands of local partners throughout the workshops, throughout our events. And also at the same time, actually, we have programs that, running for some universities like University Malaya, University Utah, and also, some of the private university as well. Yeah. So these are existing programs that we are having with them.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Fitri, can I interject? Sorry. We were talking just now about trying to put whatever we have from the academia to the industry.
Yeah.
So we may have this challenge passing the baton, right?
Yes.
So I think one of the things that the government of the day may be able to do here is actually to think about incentives, rewards. So
Incentivize to some extent.
Instead of just focusing, because the word R&D,
Yeah.
we are quite well in terms of R, but the D, I think when we talk about, to have this product-driven outcomes instead of grant-driven outputs.
Yes.
Okay, how do we actually reward people or organization that's actually taking the prototype production and scaling it? So we need enough incentives to reward them so that, once they're able to see this, it'll be easier for them.
Rightly said, because we need to have some sort of a runway long enough so that as you go through the journey of R&D and C, it's ready for commercialization. And what you highlighted is true. One of the areas is grants or funding, seeding, to enable such exercise or activities to do R&D, be it fundamental or applied research. I think we know quite a number of government fundings and supports to do that. But I think what's your view in terms of if we were really to move towards scaling AI in Malaysia, what's your view in terms of mission critical kind of approach where we could all look into certain area? Because we know Malaysia enough that we have strong commodities such as agricultures and whatnot. We can't compare to US because they have different area of interest. What's your view? And if you don't mind, share some level of mission critical AI that can be a center point for us all.
I think you already mentioned a keyword there, mission. And I think one of the speakers before lunch just now talking about mission-oriented kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So I think the way forward here is we do not want to have players in silos. We are talking about coordinated execution. So who's going to coordinate it? Right? Nayo? KD? So we need a concerted, coordinated execution to move the needle. So if we have that, a lot of things can be settled. Because, as you say, we know Malaysia. So we need to solve that, I think.
I think that there's the early speakers that they shared about advanced materials, where they use AI to harness how to speed up accelerate the process of identifying the certain materials. Again, the technologies is there, but there's a gap in terms of are we serious enough to, for example, how to increase the yield of rice paddy, for example. So if it's a whole value chain from upstream, midstream, downstream, like you know it. So again, how do we play in this game? Like for example, if we use the use case of paddy, for 60% are produced in Malaysia. Another 40 we do importations. So how do you see AI can help? And I'm going to ask as well for other panel members as well. I know it's out of the box kind of thing, But I think you've seen quite a number of initiatives around the world that you've been exposed to. Maybe you could share some thoughts on that. Yeah, Umar?
So some of the things that, so I firmly believe that in Malaysia, there are a few areas where Malaysia can really get the pole position, right? Be world leaders in a few areas in AI. It'll not be in building the next LLM. That's fine. It'll not be in building the next hyperscaler. That's not our game. Somebody's built it. We use it as commodity. But can we build some Malaysia-specific solutions that we can take to market? Some of the things that come to my mind are, for example, around Islamic finance, right? We understand that very well. Our bankers understand what is Al Rano, what is gold loan, how does Islamic finance work? Can we build some Islamic finance products, sell to the world? We are very good in semiconductors. Is there a niche for us to play there, right? Where we go and build some Malaysian products, take it to the world. Manufacturing, can we do something? So I believe we have these hidden pockets. I would love for some entrepreneurs to leverage the technology that's available, take some of these ideas, build some solutions that I would love to see on a global stage.
SK, any add-on for that?
Yes, actually, I would like to correlate back to the last question about these ecosystem collaborations, right? I think in Malaysia, we have researchers, for example, Prof, we can do research, we can use the tool. There's a lot of, developer, for example, they can call LLM, they can query integrating with API. But what we are really lacking, for example, here is something like, a deployment layer. What I mean is that, local service provider, SI, they're actually on the last mile. I think that's the part that, not as a hyperscaler, we cannot do it. Because that's the part, local SI, for example, right? They are the one who actually turns our solution, our platform capability into a solutions and implement into agencies and maintain it. And that's the part that, I believe, in order to solve the problem, regardless it's AI problem, regardless it's, say 60-40, whatever, local need to own it. It's not hyperscaler. That's how, our jobs, the capability stay in Malaysia, yeah? So, and as a hyperscaler, we are here actually to nurture and certify local partners. We are not here to delivery, yeah? So I think just to add on, I think that's the part I think we are trying to, that's the gaps that we're trying to bridge out, right? To enable or to nurturing local talents, especially on the delivery partners.
Mr. Peter,
Yeah,
just a little bit here.
Yes.
I know that Mimos is doing something because I'm taking from what Umang is making.
Yeah.
You see, you can actually look at Mimos. One of the projects they're doing is quantum machine learning, relating it to finance sector, detecting anomaly kind of disaster, and then cybersecurity. So that is actually is blue ocean, okay? And you don't really need a quantum computer to do that. You don't have to wait for a real quantum computer to do that.
Yeah.
So I think Mimos has a blue ocean project already. There are many more, I'm sure, but I'm aware of that.
See. So basically, we need to nail down the real problem. And then from there, only then we can move forward. Otherwise, it will be like tit for tat. I'll start first, and then I'm going to pass the baton to you, and then I don't know what to do next, so to speak, that kind of scenario. So it's very much, what you call that, it's no longer made by Malaysia, but we need to extend further from, just a second, yeah? By Malaysian AI first. So it's not flip of a coin from made by Malaysia, but by Malaysia AI first. So again, that's the journey of startups they're going to go through, where they build confidence in industries. So it will take some time, but more importantly, when it comes to talent, as you highlighted, Prof. Riza, it is not just about what do you call that, generic AI talent, but we need to bring also different level of talents. I'm just not just to quote from AI literal workforce to generalize the awareness. And then we need to build some domain expert in the AI using it, and AI engineers, AI scientists, and AI entrepreneurs who want to build the business case. I think from the talent perspective, if I may extend to SK, how do you build AI talent since the infrastructures are having businesses in Malaysia? How do you create talent pool and you do the talent searching within Malaysia?
Okay, I think that's a good question, right? Of course, like I mentioned earlier on, of course, we do have researchers that can research AI, and we do have we are not shortage of the user that can consume the LLM services. But the thing is that when we say AI, we are not about only consuming. We want to turn it into a production that solves the real problems. Yeah. So what we do here, of course, in Alibaba Cloud here is that depending on the industry. So one way of doing it, of course, from time to time, there will be a workshop, there will be hackathons on specific problems, So with that, we are throwing up problems statement to the society, And of course, the problem that we're throwing up here is that localized problem. It's not the problem that we're getting from US, it's not the problem we're getting from China, for example, but it's the problem that, make a real impact end of the day, yeah? This is one way, we are not directly, coaching them to achieve their problem, but we make them think more, in a way, do a research on the problem itself. Then when you resolve it, of course, end of the day, you're not only getting the solution, but you already go through the methodology, the process itself. Yeah, this is where value most. Yeah, it's not about solving the real problem, but it's the process. How actually you're solving the problem. That is the things we can bring that methodology to any problem that you're facing later on. Yeah. So in short, in a nutshell, what we do here as Alibaba Cloud, of course, we do workshops, we do hackathons, and of course, we extend our collaboration to the industry. For example, university. Yeah. So yeah, that's how we doing it in short.
So please extend that invitation immediately. Yeah, we're looking for that.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe Umar, you want to share how does Google Cloud nurtured or groom local talent to the level of part of your engineering team?
In multiple ways. One is obviously the people that we work with, that we employ at Google, the partners, the local partners that we work with. But most important, and 2 or 3 things that I think are very important is, one is my customers. So my customers have hundreds of local engineers, right, who work on complex problems with us. Business people. So if I work with a bank, then the people there, bankers, are learning AI to solve the day-to-day problems, right? And to me, that's the most amazing miracle that I've seen in the last 1 or 2 years, which is where business people now have access to technology to become more productive by themselves, right? And it's not just about Google, it's about technology. You could be using an SLM or LLM, doesn't matter. You have tools like Anti-Gravity to wipe code and build your own applications. Anti-Gravity, Claude Code, or whichever is your favorite wipe coding tool. You can use that to build applications to become more productive as a doctor or as a banker. For you to learn, you have technologies like NotebookLM, where you can learn things very, very quickly. You can take some very dense technical material, have it played to you as a podcast, have it explained to you in a very simple manner, so you can learn and then apply it in your own life. Right? So I am seeing that ecosystem build in Malaysia, slow, steady, but with my customers, my partners, with the general population, with the developers that we work with in GDG, with students. I'm seeing a lot of students today use NotebookLM. There is a government MOHE project for top 20 public universities to use NotebookLM, but then you have lots more students use NotebookLM for their day-to-day learning. So I'm seeing this AI pervase come to students' lives in every day. And I'm hoping this will allow us to, start coming up with those wild ideas which can change the world. So I think it's a revolution that started. Yeah. We are not the only ones doing it. We are part of a group, collective group that's doing it. But I see that AI come to every part of our life and change how we learn things. Yes. And I'm hoping we can start seeing some real world solutions coming from Malaysia.
All right, we hope so for that. Maybe due to time constraint, I think, could we do a, yep.
Yes,
flash-
to our moderator, you can look at the TV screen in front of you for the question from the audience.
So let's look at the, if you don't mind. Okay, this is, okay, there's one question. There is much discussion around adoptions, integrations, and scaling of AI, growth of data center. What's the readiness of Malaysia in preventing energy disruptions and lives of residents around these data centers? Is Malaysia ready proportional to the push of exponential growth? Okay, I think I need to ask the cloud providers for that. So that's the first question. Next is at what point can we say Malaysia is truly scaling AI? What are the measurable benchmark we should be watching? And where do we stand against our regional competitor today? So that's the first question. If you don't mind, talk about, is Malaysia ready proportionately to push for exponential growth with regards to data center growth and the readiness of energy disruption? Yeah.
Probably I can start with it, the questions, right? I look at from the other perspective. Before we are talking about, how can we achieve to that status, we need to ensure that is the environment for us to achieve that, right? I think first thing first, we have to, the platforms, yeah? And when we're saying the platforms, that comes into a very, I think, hot topic, which is referring back to the sovereignty, yeah? So if let's say you build something relying on, other countries' technology, end of the day, you might be, I'm not saying blackmail, but you'll be holding by someone's, on someone's hand. So first thing first, I think Malaysia, or as the governments or public sectors, one thing that we really need to look at is sovereignty, yeah? So, and very interestingly, probably that my answer will be a little bit long, but very interestingly, what we see is that sovereignty has been, quietly shrunk into just one thing. People may think that, is a server hosting in Malaysia. That equivalent to sovereignty. But I will argue that is not the same, yeah? Data residency, server residency doesn't mean sovereignty. From what we are looking at it, sovereignty is split of layer, including data where data resides is just one of it. The more crucial part would be that who actually control, who actually operate it. For example, who hold the encryption key, who has the root admins, who have the admin access in the day-to-day, who can audit it freely, Is there any technology dependency? All those things, we need to answer it before we talk about, how can we scale it up? Because end of the day, if you scale it up into very high point, then there's a restriction imposed by someone from some other countries, then we'll be in big trouble, right?
So it's basically you need to bring in the people, the community around it, so that once the data centers are in or turned on, they are also part of the community that fits in what they would be getting or be involved with. Because I think the concern was the use of the energies moving forward, disruptions. So in a way, to bring the community in as well, as part of the equations, rather than it's just a government-driven kind of thing moving forward.
Right.
To some extent.
Yes. In addition to that, of course, we need some things that, when we say sovereign, when I say sovereign, is that we need to have the control, the full control.
Yeah.
We are not bounding to any legal or foreign law, for example.
Okay.
And we have our own local talents to support the ecosystems, like what you just mentioned.
Yep.
And of course, there must be a way for us to move up, from any technology provider like Alibaba Cloud or even Google Cloud, and freely. Whenever you need to move, you just move it without any, re-platforms or effort that require. That's the thing we need to do in order for us, really to scale up in terms of AI, in terms of, to higher reach.
If I may, Omar, just from your experience, the booming of Johor's data centers, how assurance are you in terms of creating or building data centers with AI? And how does assurance from the community or the governments or TNB for them, they provide the energy? how do you go about doing it to some extent? I think you've shared some experience on that.
So it's not on me to give an official comment on it, but I'll tell you the things that I know
Yes.
are being done, right? So of course you have a very capable energy provider in Tenaga, which is very responsible. And if they approve data centers, then they know they have the capacity to service it. Second is, as my colleague was saying, there is a lot of local community development and involvement near the DC to make sure their life is not disrupted and it's enriching their life in some way. Third thing is net zero. We're all aiming in the entire industry, all hyperscalers are aiming at net zero, which means if there is a data center set up, then we are actually giving something back in terms of energy, in terms of other natural resources, right? So there is a lot of programs happening around it. A lot of these are measurable, but obviously there are more people more involved with the data center business in my company who can give a better data-based answer.
Okay, all right. The last questions, if you don't mind, mungkin Prof. Riza, if you don't mind, share your thoughts on that.
If we look into how are we going to say that Malaysia has reached a certain level, okay, in terms of scaling AI. So I will put it like this. We are not only just delivering the technological progress, but at the same time, we are talking about industrial competitiveness as well as social benefit. Okay, so before I just finish with this social benefit, I'll talk about industrial competitiveness because Seeking also mentioned just now a bit on this. You see, if we talk about paddy, let me give you an example of oil palm. Okay, so if we export palm palm to Japan, okay, and then they process it and then sell it back to us, vitamin E. So something is wrong. Okay, something is wrong. So similarly, if we are talking about the industrial competitiveness here, we need to go through the innovation value chain, right, to the highest level. If we are not able to do that, we are doing something at the lower level. Similarly, it applies to AI. So for social benefit, if you are scaling Malaysia as a nation, don't forget the B40s. The question about data centers, about SDGs, one way out is SLM. Sorry. SLM. Okay, thank you.
All right. So what you want to add?
Yeah, sorry. I think Dr. Prof, it's okay. I think the SLM actually, the LLM itself, we have a range of the parameter complexity of models. And of course, Google and Alibaba Cloud, we also promote open models, meaning to say the SLM can be built on, for example, Quant's open model, which is you can pick the smallest parameter set, say 4 billion parameters. So you can implement it, become Malaysia on. That's okay. Perfectly okay.
Let me give a take on SLM as well, since I've heard it twice. I think the LLMs and SLMs are commodity. Doesn't matter. It's like the bulb that you use. You can get a 15-watt bulb. You can get a different one. You can get with a different engraving. That's fine. You can use whatever you like. I think the key thing is, what are you doing with that bulb, right? What are you eliminating? So I think SLM, LLM, whatever you use, as Google Cloud will support you, I'm sure Alibaba does, and all hyperscalers does. That doesn't matter. What matters is what room are you illuminating and at what form.
Okay, last questions, okay? Rapid fire. All right, so all three, one answer. If Malaysia could fix just one thing in the next 12 to 24 months in accelerating AI adoption at scale, what would you choose?
Yeah, me.
Yes, we start with you, Prof.
Okay, I think when we talk about trying to scale here, we need to understand that trusted governance. Okay, trusted governance is not meant to stifle the scaling. In fact, when we talk about governance here, it's actually moving away from compliance-only mentality. Okay, you move away from compliance mentality to something that is risk management enablement as well. Okay, so that in this way, we are talking about supporting safe, responsible innovation instead of slowing everything down.
Okay, safe, scalable innovation in AI. Okay, great. What's your one word?
SME solutions. I'd love to. SMEs are a huge part of our GDP. I would love to see more solutions built for SMEs. So, for example, how does an SME does his accounting, does his finance using AI? How can they do HR or marketing using AI without them trying to become a marketing specialist, right? So, I would love to see more SME solutions come out from Malaysia.
Okay, SK, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think I will answer from public sector perspective. So what I would choose is a trust, as I would like to echo what the professor has just mentioned. And specifically for the trust itself, I would like to see there's a governance frameworks that, allow data to be shared across agency. As you know, compute we can buy. Models is increasing openly. Everyone can download, everyone can fine tune. But until government has the approach, can share the data across agencies freely, then every of the AI project, we need to start from zero again. Yeah. So I think that is a trust that I think I'm really hope and anticipated to see it in the future.
Trust in the governance, responsible, and SME applications coming in. That's the end of the session. Let's give a round of applause to all the three panel members here, Prof. Riza, Omar, and SK. So I hand over to MC. Thank you.
All right, we kindly request that our moderator and panelists remain on stage for the token of appreciation presentation. And this time, we would like to invite once again Dr. Saad Shukri Ambong, President and Group CEO, Mimos Berhad, to step forward and present the tokens of appreciation to our distinguished panelists. All right, we would like to invite Mr. Ahmad Fitri Isha, Senior Manager and Head of R&D Management and Collaboration Divisions under Corporate Planning and Strategy Sector, Mimos Berhad. Next, Mr. C. Keng Ngoy, Director of Solutions Public Sector, Alibaba Cloud, Malaysia. And next, Mr. Umang Varma, Head of Customer Engineering, Google Cloud, Malaysia. And next, we would like to invite Emeritus Professor Dato Dr. Muhammad Ridza Wahidin. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again for our wonderful moderator and panelists for this insightful and heated session. And thank you, Dr. Shukri, for the presentation of token appreciation. All right, from this session, it is important for us to acknowledge for Malaysia to scale AI requires holistic approach in the aspects of infrastructure, quality data, skilled talent, and strong governance while turning AI research into real products, productivity, and economic value. All right, thank you, gentlemen. You may take your seat. Before we conclude, we'd appreciate our audience feedback and thoughts. Please scan the QR code and share with us what do you think of this panel session. Your feedback is valuable to support the scaling of AI in Malaysia. Please take your moment. We will now prepare for our next session, from AI hype to measurable business value. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next session on the topic of from AI hype to measurable business value. This panel examines the gap between AI hype and measurable business outcomes, offering practical perspectives on how organizations can move from experimentation to real quantifiable value. To our audience, once again, you know the drill. You may submit your questions anytime for the panel session via Slido throughout the segment. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screen. Without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Muhammad Nazri Arshad, Chief Operating Officer, Malaysia Blockchain Infrastructure. Malaysia Blockchain Infrastructure is the national blockchain platform under MIMOS, where he leads efforts to integrate blockchain technologies into a unified, interoperable digital trust infrastructure for Malaysia. And next, we would like to welcome our panelist, Dr. Jasmine Begum, General Manager, Corporate External and Legal Affairs, ASEAN Microsoft. She brings over 30 years of expertise in law, public policy, and geoeconomics across multiple jurisdictions. Her notable achievements include being recognized as one of the 30 most influential women in tech in Asia in 2025. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Azhar Hussein, Malaysia Technology and Transformation Leader, Deloitte Southeast Asia. With 25 years of experience, he drives digital and business transformation across Southeast Asia and Australia. He is currently Malaysia's leader for Deloitte Technology and Transformation Southeast Asia, shaping transformation programs for national champions and global multinationals. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Al-Hafid Zahia, Director of Innovation, National AI Office Malaysia, NIO. As the Director of Innovation at NIO, he is spearheading major national projects like the Malaysia AI Sandbox and the development of a sovereign AI system. Once again, let's give them a big round of applause. Over to you, Mr. Nazri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon. I think we are at 4:10 already. So we have 1 hour to complete this last session, but we try to make it before 5. So perhaps you guys can go out a little bit early before the massive jams. Okay, once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our last panel discussion, from AI hype to measurable business value. Over the last few years, we have had extraordinary expectation around artificial intelligence. But for business leaders, the question is increasingly no longer whether AI matters. The most important question is, where is AI actually creating measurable value? So are organizations seeing improvement in revenue, cost, productivity, and customer experience? And if the value is there, why are some organizations able to scale it while others remain stuck at experimentation or pilot stage? That's what we are going to discuss today. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the obvious question behind today's title. Beyond all the excitement around AI, where are we actually seeing measurable value today? Dr. Jasmine, the first question goes to you. Microsoft has a global presence, and you also have the ASEAN perspective. Where are you seeing measurable returns from AI in this region today, whether in revenue, cost, productivity, or customer experience? And does Malaysia look different from our neighboring countries like Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam? If it does, what explains the difference?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. I also want to address my team in MIMOS, Dr. Shukri and team. Thank you for having me here. I wear both hats, both my Microsoft hat and my MIMOS hat. So first of all, thank you. And I know you want me to speak from a Microsoft perspective. What I think productivity gain is where we started. That is the lowest hanging fruit. Across the world, across the region, the biggest gain is in productivity. It's verifiable, right? We have seen reports to that effect. customer experience because of that instantaneous response and feedback. We are very close to Singapore. Malaysia is very close to Singapore. Where do I see opportunity? I think the opportunity to build something ground up. What is uniquely Malaysian? I think in the panel before, our colleague from Google spoke about Islamic fintech. The halal industry is the other one where we can build what is uniquely ours. That's the opportunity, the potential where we are not harnessing enough today. Where how do we use AI for product development? How do we ensure that we are harnessing insights quickly to be able to be ahead of the market? And that's an opportunity where I think perhaps our industry could invest more, especially to ensure that we are ahead of the curve and not just consuming and marketing, but actually developing. I think we have seen that Indonesia, Thailand have started creating their niche market. And I think Malaysia has its own niche. We just need to ensure that we are seizing that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Me too, I think Malaysia is not too late behind because we have out there almost 200 vendors showcasing their products. And recently, I was with Sidex as one of the jury for the startup to pitch their idea. Surprisingly, we have so many talented in Malaysia. Okay, Mr. Azhar, that's the technology provider perspective. So you may see this from another angle. Organization actually trying to make this investment works. So the main question is, across your Malaysian and Southeast Asia clients, which AI use cases are genuinely delivering a return today, particularly when measured against real business relevant and data readiness? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think before I attempt to answer the question, I think the conversation, the caveat that I would like to make here is, in my capacity now as transformation and technology leader for Deloitte Southeast Asia, so we work with clients, especially in implementing AI solutions that give the most value, not necessarily outputs, but outcomes. So in my capacity, I think to what Doctor was saying, efficiency, probably productivity gains and whatnot, is quite documented in terms of benefits. I think the challenge as we present our solutions to board or leadership, the conversation is around what sort of outcomes you're going to get, right? So as an example, being efficient, instead of doing it for 8 hours, now with AI, you're doing it for 4 hours. Yeah, so what are we going to do with 4 hours? Are we going to allow our employee to go back early because it's so efficient? So I think the question is, I think it's well documented in terms of efficiencies. I think telcos are using it to predict in terms of their customer retention and whatnot. They're all good and dandy stuff. I think the bigger conversation is, yes, it's efficient, but at the same time, what sort of benefits and what sort of value we can get out of it? I think as we implementing, I think the previous panel, I was there for a bit, talked about technologies and whatnot. It's okay. But when you go and present to the board, the conversation is what outcome? Does it impact P&L? Does it impact my balance sheet? Does it impact, customers? Are we doing more with less? I think the conversation is more around we save number of hours. What are we going to do about it? I think that's probably the conversation. But in terms of value, yeah, efficiencies, but efficiency comes with proven processes, right? So if you have a broken processes, that means that you are using AI to amplify your broken processes. That's also another challenge in terms of, so it can be done if your process is good, you have a regimented, automated processes for it, and then use AI to take away the mundane stuff and put it more into a high value. But if you use AI for broken processes, your processes will be broken.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Azhar. Let's now zoom out and look at Malaysia as a whole. So, Mr. Al-Hafiz, from where you sit, what does the national picture honestly look like? How much AI activity in Malaysia today is genuinely in production and creating value, as opposed to pilots, partnership, and announcements? Actually, what is the reality?
All right. Thank you so much, Nazri, for that. I think a very good question. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to Mosti and Mimos for having me here and for having us here. I guess for that question, I would like to really try to take a step back and look at the big picture. On when we say adoption, there are actually things that need to happen before. So meaning before you get to adoption, there are a few steps that need to happen. One is you need to create a certain level of awareness. And once the awareness is there, then the organization or the individual will need to be ready. The readiness level must be of a certain level before you are ready to adopt successfully. Because if you are not ready, if you don't have your processes in place, you don't have your data and all this, then whatever adoption, like Mr. Azhar just mentioned just now, if you adopt AI and your processes are broken, then you are going to amplify the negative effect and not get the right level of impact in terms of benefit. And once you get to adoption, then the next step actually is scaling up. And I think the last step is where, or the next step is where a lot of organizations kind of stutter a bit. That's where they kind of, take a long time to move from adoption, POC and whatnot to actual integration and scaling up. So when we run a survey and study last year, both on the public and private sector. With the public sector, we found out there are a lot of interest. So in terms of like awareness and readiness is quite okay, especially awareness. They are like about, in a scale from 1 to 5, about 4.1, 4.2 is on awareness of AI, awareness of the benefit of AI. But then there's also things that are not up there yet. Things like, okay, are your governance in place? Do you have like a structured training process and all these things? And those typically score a bit lower, about 2.5 out of a scale from 1 to 5. And when we talk to private sector and through the the research that we did together with our partner in Red Hat, we asked SMEs, so they all said the same thing. We all have a certain level of awareness. We want to go on the hype train for AI, but ultimately we are not fully ready. We are adopting in pilot stage, and only about 15 to 20% are now at the stage where they are ready to start scaling up, integrating. So the big picture is that a lot of organizations are at potentially level 2 and level 3, meaning starting to get themselves ready and starting to adopt via POC and whatnot. But ultimately, there are still a bit work that needs to be done as a Malaysia as a whole, as a country, where we start putting in the right, ingredient, so to speak. Data needs to be there, talent needs to be there, the right governance process. I think the panel previously mentioned that governance actually is not shouldn't be stifling innovation. It actually should be helping through trusted governance, should be helping push the innovation forward, because that's a steady platform and foundation to build on. So I think in general, that's where we are. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we hope within the next 5 years, as part of the AI Nation 2030 target, we'll be able to move the needle and increase that level of adoption towards a tangible effect for the country as a whole. Hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Hafiz. I think awareness is quite famous today. I mean, the words awareness, because it's been picked up at least been discussed in sessions before. Because I think I still remember one of our speakers mentioned about awareness, and Mr. Azhar also did mention about the value, because we need to have, instead of just depending 100% on AI, we need to have a person or people who can drive the AI. I mean, prompting out the truth and also the good value to that. Okay, so now we are on round 2. I think we are almost there, 423 already. So now we move from where is the value to what needs to be in place for organization to realize that value. So round 1, we discussed about the value. Round 2, we discussed about what needs to be in place for the organization to realize the value. So, Dr. Jasmine, let me put this as a slightly contested question to you. Board frequently says that governance slows AI down. Others argue exactly the opposite, that the absence of governance is why project remains stuck at pilot stage because nobody is prepared to sign off the productions. Which is closer to the truth? And practically, what does good enough AI governance looks like for a mid-sized Malaysian company that doesn't have Microsoft legal resources?
Governance does not kill. Ambiguity kills projects.
Yes.
Because when you don't have clarity, a defined process, that kills it. Because no lawyer, no compliance team, no risk assessment team will sign off on ambiguity. So therefore, governance actually provides clarity. It's like almost saying we don't need traffic lights because everybody knows how to drive. The traffic light is there to regulate. And that did not stop roads and highways, right? Similarly, for AI, we need governance and guardrails, but we need to know where we want to get to, right? That is what we are looking at. We need clarity. We need clearly defined outcome. And most importantly, we need to know what data we are holding. The challenge with most organizations is that they do not know the size of their data estate. And we can ask this question to anyone, right? Do organizations know the size of their data estate? Rubbish in, rubbish out, right? In order for you to get meaningful AI output, you need to make sure your data estate is clean, your data is structured, right? So for us to get to that outcome, you can't blame governance. You need to get your tech stack right. You need to get your house in order before you can have an AI output that is not impeding innovation, but making sure that you are following the process. So to me, coming back, governance is needed. Ambiguity kills it. So there should be clarity. The board needs to understand the responsibility that comes with it. And I do want to emphasize, when we are talking about artificial intelligence, we are outsourcing work, but we are not outsourcing accountability. And that is something we all need to sort of take back and stand back and say, it doesn't mean if I get AI to do something, I am outsourcing my accountability. And that doesn't require lawyers. It just is an organizational discipline by design. I think those are some of those things that we need to think about when we are engineering an AI product. The responsible AI framework should be built into that engineering process and not something I do as a post facto and think about compliance. So those are some of the things that we need to think about.
Thank you, Dr. I would like to echo what you have said just now about we just need to give AI instruction, not to give AI accountability, right? But I think most of us now, without realizing it, we tend to give AI accountability because what we prompt to AI, we just believe and take it as a guidance for works to be done. I think we need to, all of us need to look into that carefully. Governance is one part of the equation. The other challenge management teams constantly struggle with this is measurements. Mr. Azhar, how should an enterprise actually measure return on AI? Many of the gains are diffuse, time saved, fewer errors, and shorter cycle times. And they don't always land neatly in the P&L. So what does a credible AI business case look like?
Doctor, I like your answer because you are saying clarity, right? The other one which I'm sharing because I present to board, I present to leadership all the time around this topic. Apart from clarity, meaning that you know what you want to do, the other important aspect to this, which is quite crucial, is communication. I may sound controversial here, I may not be a popular guy in the room after this, but in my conversation, in my presentation with the board, more than often that the challenge is when AI project is being led or being managed by IT people. Why? Because of IT people, I used to be, okay, I'm still an IT person, but I'm more business now rather than IT person. Because IT person like sexy stuff, right? I want a new tool, I want this. Without you blink an eye, the report will go up and whatnot. So, which is typically an IT ways of looking at things. But where I found it's a little bit more successful in terms of measuring value, in terms of getting adoption, in terms of getting people to use it, is when business take the lead and communicate to the board and leadership, this is the value that we're going to get. And this is the outcome that we're going to get. And this is how we're going to measure it. So to your question, if you talked about process efficiencies and everything, yes, PR to PO process, we're putting in all agentic AI and whatnot. Your PR to PO process right now is 6 days. With AI, it's 2 days, right? But I am pretty sure, okay, I'm pretty sure is such a strong word. But I'm sure there's a lot of organizations that I know don't even measure the process it takes from purchase requisition to purchase order, right? So if you don't have a baseline, then how are you going to measure? So having a baseline information is key. Number 2 is with AI, we have to measure how long can you cut short in terms of processes. Let's say right now is 8 hours to my example just now, and then with AI, you put 4 hours. Good, you have saved 4 hours. The next conversation, what we're going to do about the other 4 hours? Am I going to move you to more higher valued sort of jobs? Can it save money? Can it basically, I don't have to recruit more people? Do I have to optimize people at some point from an organization standpoint? So it has to hang together, right? So my answer, short answer to it has to be a business transformation project enabled by AI, but we have to be clear in terms of clarity and being able to communicate what sort of value we're going to get from an organization standpoint.
Yes, that's very clear, because the other 4 hours left after the AI complete its jobs has made a lot of people, especially the young generation, a little bit worried about am I going to lose my jobs, kind of thing. So it's very clear now, because we need, yes.
Sorry, just to add on that one, right?
Yeah.
That's why the communication is important. Yeah. You will use your job if you don't use AI. Yes. So that communication has to be clear so that the adoption can be uplifted. Yeah.
Thank you so much for clarifications. Mr. Hafiz, what is AI Malaysia's role in the value question specifically? Is the office there primarily to set guardrails, coordinate adoption, build workforce capability, or act as a demanding first customer that forces the market to mature? And which of those does Malaysia most need over the next 2 years?
Okay, maybe I'll go back a bit to the previous question, in case just to highlight a bit. So I mentioned just now that we are at a position where there's a lot of POCs, but that gap to go from POC to wider adoption, scaling up and whatnot, probably is something a bit lacking. One reason probably because we haven't been able to really articulate clearly to the board, to the decision maker in terms of what value does AI brings. And one of the things that NAYO and AI Malaysia has been entrusted to is kind of to set the direction for the country in terms of where we are heading for the next 5 years, in terms of AI adoption and innovation and all this. And that's where the AI action plan comes in. So I think that is one of the primary things that we need to do. We set at the national level the agenda, the policy of what needs to happen, and then we work towards pushing this together, working together with partners and whatnot, so that this trickle down to organization level, to individual level and whatnot, so that everyone can see value and adoption can move from that POC level to a more integrated, holistic scaling up, right? And I think there's also that misconception, again, maybe some of the panel members have mentioned this, that governance at the end of the day, it's not antithesis or opposite to innovation. It can go hand in hand with the right level of governance, with the right level of policy. You are actually providing the platform, and you can actually accelerate innovation in a much faster way. And that is quite key. And because of what we do in AI Malaysia, is actually really focusing on setting up the right level of governance for the country that actually allows for this to happen. And as part of AI Malaysia, one of the things that we do also is looking at establishing an AI Safety Institute to create this trusted environment where there are certain level of, we use all governance instruments of guidelines, of standards and whatnot, so then this can be used by companies and organizations where they want to adapt. Because a lot of questions that we get is like, okay, I want to adopt this, but I don't know how to control this. Is my data going to be sent to some cloud somewhere, and I'm going to be subjected to certain things and all these things? If my employee uses AI, is there a risk to my organization? And all of this, once we have a clear governance process that can be adopted, then it provides that clarity. Again, Dr. Jasmine used the word clarity. It provides the clarity for you to actually move forward. Okay, we set this in place, we can actually go forward. So, and I think that's within the next 1 or 2 years, the most important thing is to set that baseline governance level. And of course, things like data, and also, again, I reiterate, having the right level of talent, those also need to come hand in hand. But ultimately, all of these ingredients does not prevent the other ingredient from us building these other ingredients up. So it all goes hand in hand, and that coordination and that's setting up the governance is where I think AI Malaysia comes in for the next 5 years or so.
Thank you. So I would like to add on to that. Do you think Malaysia should have a standard framework or guideline to guide all those players, especially industries, and also maybe the academia, to focus and follow only the structure that set up by one entity, say for example, NIO?
Well, okay. So I think so one size fits all normally doesn't work. Doesn't work. But what you need to have is a baseline governance model. So you have like a baseline governance model where you put, okay, everyone need to have at least, again, like traffic lights, right? You need to have certain level of traffic light, but some places need to have more traffic light because there's more intersections and all this. But then the company, the organization need to fit this baseline governance based on their needs in terms of their operation and whatnot. So that's where you can pull the levers and manage and fit it according to your business operation.
Thank you, Mr. Hafiz. I think before we go to round 3, I would like to chip in with questions sent by our audience. So there are 2 questions. The first one is for Dr. Jasmine and Mr. Al-Hafiz. Maybe the audience who sent this question know you guys, so they quoted your name here. So, where information can sometimes be fragmented, how can AI help create more trusted, personalized, and inclusive solutions? And what metrics should we use to determine whether these solutions are creating real value for both users and businesses? Maybe Dr. Jasmine?
I think the question, we need to address the data, the data estate first, right? In order for you, we are data rich, insight poor. Without structured data, we will not be able to get the outcome that we want. So in order for that, we need to get into this habit of making sure the right level of data classification, knowing our data estate, making sure that we are classifying our data in the right way for us to even decide what kind of outcome that we want. Yes, perhaps we can use AI now, but it's like putting the cart before the horse, right? We need to solve for the data issue first. In order for us to have meaningful AI outcome, whether it's productivity or I don't think it's productivity, whether we want to have product outcome or solution outcome, we need to have the right data structure. With the right data structure, I believe we are able to progress it. And I don't think The information where sometimes fragmentations will happen, but again, to me, you should not boil the ocean. Take a small data size sample, test it. What's the outcome you want to achieve? Sometimes it doesn't have to be an entire data that the organization has. I do think whatever the outcome you want to achieve, determine your objective, look at your outcome, then look at a sample size, test it. Don't think you will get. The question is written in such a way that I feel we are looking at AI like we do AI like we do an IT project. We can't do an AI like an IT project. It is not an IT project. That's the first step. We can't do an AI project like an IT project. And that's, I think that's the first step. Organize your data, then decide what you want to progress. So those were the steps that I would be considering.
How about you, Mr. Al-Hafiz?
Okay, no, I think the first question in terms of like whether AI can help data fragmentation and whatnot, AI is very good at organizing data information because then it can give you insight because you can use AI for summarizing and whatnot. But obviously, first and foremost, your data needs to be correct and your data needs to be of high quality because again, garbage in, garbage out. So you need to ensure your data is good, have high quality, and then AI can really help you with summarizing and putting all those fragmented data into something that can be understandable. And number two, how you can extract value from this, AI projects and all this. I guess it goes back to the whole idea, like Mr. Azhar mentioned, it's a business. AI normally is a business transformation project. So you look at what you need for your business. So if your operation requires you to sell more stuff, then your metrics ultimately is that whether you use AI, whether that can help you sell more stuff. If it's like you need to be more efficient in terms of volume, then that's where your metric goes, and that's where the AI should help. Otherwise, ultimately, you are just looking at a very operational number that doesn't contribute to your business growth. I hope that answers.
Thank you, Mr. Hafiz. I just saw another question popping up, but just now, go to the air. Okay, never mind. We move to round 3. So, Dr. Jasmine, there remains a persistent gap between productivity gains demonstrated in control studies and the gains organization HOD realized. From what Microsoft observes with customers, what closes that gap? Is it change management, workflow redesign, or leader visibly using the tools themselves? And put very practically, what should a chief executive in this room do differently on Monday morning?
I can't tell what the chief executive should do on Monday morning, but I can tell you what you can do to start with. You can't drop an AI workflow in the middle of an analog system, right? If you have a system, if you have a workflow, and then it's a hybrid of digital, you have analog, and you have processes in place, and by dropping one AI workflow, you are not going to solve the problem because that's going to create more problem, right? Because when you drop an AI process into an existing workflow, that is actually going to fragment it. The reason being, you think it's almost like an IT project that I can just put a plug, right? That will not work. So it goes back to what I said earlier, right? We need to look at that business outcome and pilot and test it and then progress. And you can't do Monday morning, whole of organization you want to change, that will not work because you have an existing process in place, right? If you want to activate agents, then we need to make sure those agents are talking to each other. We need to make sure that there is a process in place. But today, in most cases, what happens is you introduce an AI process almost like an IT process. It will not meet its purpose. And I think that's That's the start. On Monday morning, when you think about an AI workflow, don't think about AI workflow as an IT process, but a business process. And there has to be a whole of system change management. And it's not a click, right? That is what I would ask for the CEOs in the room to think about on Monday morning, that it's not an IT project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mr. Azhar, let's go directly into what happens when the transformation doesn't work. The synopsis for this session refers to obstacles that rarely get discussed openly. From your experience, what are they? Data that turns out to be unusable, processes that have to be rebuilt before anything can be automated, or middle managers who quietly decline to adopt. Which of those kills the most projects?
Yeah, so we talked about data, Doctor talked about data, technology, processes, and whatnot. My experience dealing with organizations, not just in Malaysia, as well in Southeast Asia. And I think even in the recent World Economic Forum, right, I think the key risks to business and organizations, the item was ranked number probably 20 or something before, but recently it was ranked number 1. And obviously it's fueled by AI. It's something called misinformation, right? So, okay, data issue and whatnot, I think that's okay. You know, like I said, it's documented, everyone talks about it. But I think the one that differentiates successful organizations and organization that is doing trial and error is something what I say as, the word that I would use is congruence. So congruence means the intent of using AI has to be aligned from the board, management, and the worker level. And I think, you know, whereas the data is not there, data is clean and whatnot, for me it's quite operational. You have to fix it anyway. So the more important part at implementing AI and make sure the investment brings you the best outcome is congruence between leadership board, management, and worker. Because leadership board has a clear view in terms of what outcome they want to achieve. Management putting in the appropriate guardrails, put in the right technology, and workers know they have to change the way they work. That is, I think, is the more critical challenges when implementing the AI. Data is dirty, technology not sexy, we have to change this, we have to change that. For me, it's the operational. But having that alignment and incongruence, I think that is more important. At a high level, then it will cascade down to tactical and operational solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Azhar. Very solid and clear. So, Mr. Hafiz, so I'd like to finish this round by taking a longer-term national view. So, if we were sitting here again in 2030, what would have to have changed for us to say this work? Not measured in strategies published or agreements signed, but in actual business outcomes. What would you be willing to be held to?
I'll put in my calendar in 2030, we should reconvene and then meet again so that we can have the same conversation 5 years. Anyway, so I think at the national level, from the AI action plan and whatnot, at the top level, which is 30,000 feet up the air and whatnot, we are looking at 1.2% GDP increase year on year, and also 500,000 job creation as part of AI adoption and all this. So that's in the document, but that's just numbers that probably most people don't care about. What is more important is ultimately, again, to the topic of NICE and also and whatnot, is to really position Malaysia as a digital regional digital hub, and also to really move the digital in terms of from us becoming a consumer of technology to become more and more of a producer of some of this technology. We cannot build everything in Malaysia, but we can build some of them which are important for our country, right? And in order to do that, ultimately, it comes down to us to create these demand pockets for AI adoption. And that demand pockets of AI adoption within industry, organization, businesses, government, and also rakyat, is ultimately comes down to, again, the topic on value, on how we can articulate the value
And once we are able to articulate the value clearly from the board level to all the way down, then the demand and adoption will start to increase. And as this demand and adoption increases, then it allows for the ecosystem to flourish, or it allows for the ecosystem to then supply to the demand that is already there. So I think ultimately that's a picture and a vision of where we want Malaysia need to be in the next 5 years by 2030. And this also then for normal people, at some point AI will be seamless like electricity, right? You don't think about electricity every day. You don't perhaps even have panel session about electricity every day. Probably TNB will say otherwise, but it's going to be something that you feel, something that can help you with your daily life. Say, for example, maybe faster time waiting at the hospital, hopefully enabling you to do something more in your day-to-day job and all these things. So it's something that ultimately in 2030, this vision of AI just becomes seamless and help you to do things, have a better quality of life, and it contributes to the country's GDP growth and all this. So this whole picture, we try to paint it in the AI Action Plan and hope we are able to drive this as a whole of nation, a whole of government initiative and effort for the next 5 years or so. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Hafiz. I think we are almost there, another 20 seconds. So thank you very much to all the panelists. So we are very lucky today to have a distinguished line of panels that very experienced in their own fields. So thank you again. We hope that, on behalf of the organizer, I hope that we can take home a very good point from session we had today. So that's all. Thank you very much.
All right, we kindly request that our moderator and panelists to remain on stage for the token of appreciation presentation. And at this time, we would like to invite once again Dr. Saad Shukri Ambong, President and Group CEO Mimos Berhad, to step forward and present the tokens of appreciation to our distinguished panelist and moderator. We would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Nazri Arshad to receive his token of appreciation. And next, Mr. Al-Hafiz Zahya, Director of Innovation, National AI Office Malaysia, NIO. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Azhar Hussain, Malaysia Technology and Transformation Leader, Deloitte, Southeast Asia. And next, we would like to invite Dr. Jasmine Begum, General Manager, Corporate External and Legal Affairs, ASEAN, Microsoft. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our wonderful moderator and panelists for this insightful session. Please step forward and have a group photo. All right, I'd like the audience to remember this memorable moment because in 5 years, inshallah, we can see them again together to have another session on AI Hype to measurable business value. All right, thank you, Dr. Saad Shukri, for the token of appreciation presentation. And also, we would like to invite the panelists and our moderator to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up this session from AI Hype to measurable business value, let us give a warm round of applause to our distinguished moderator, panelists, for sharing their invaluable insights. Before we conclude, we appreciate your thoughts, your ideas, and your feedback. Please scan the QR code and share your thoughts with us. Your feedback is very, very valuable and impactful to the nation. Thank you. All right, that concludes our formal proceedings for today at the National Innovation and Commercialization Expo, NICE 2026. We express our deepest appreciation to all of our esteemed speakers, moderators, panelists, and attendees. We warmly invite you to the exhibition hall and explore the exhibition area and discover the cutting-edge showcases and innovations on display. Not only that, please help yourself for an afternoon tea that is now being served in the dining hall from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning for the second day of NICE 2026. Our program will commence with the official opening ceremony graced by our Honorable Prime Minister, YAB, Yang Amat Berhormat Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim, followed by the highly anticipated NIBM and BEC conferences. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Until we meet again, stay inspired and keep making a positive impact. Have a great NICE 2026!